think's going to happen. I think that number one, it's going to get pretty fiery here. Definitely going to get fiery. Matt Gaetz is going to get a lot of death threats from members inside the chamber. Um, I don't know.
Rhinos.
Yeah, a bunch of rhinos. I mean, it's pretty clear that Matt Gaetz has definitely, poked the tiger here, or maybe stabbed the tiger. I'm not really sure, but you have to think that you look at all the flack that he got for not voting in favor, the first 15 times of Speaker McCarthy, and you saw the anger and the outrage from all the members, or not all the members, you had a lot of members of the House. You think about what they're feeling right now. I mean, I don't know if you've seen the photos, Tara, of one member having to be held back, from getting at Matt Gaetz back in January. But he's really, honestly, no matter what you think of the guy, this is a pretty courageous move on his part. And we have Matt Couch up here as well, the other great Matt. Matt, welcome to the stage.
Hey, thank you, Nick. I'm excited. I love watching this whole thing burn itself to the ground.
Yeah, you know what? Sometimes you just have to burn it to the ground and restart. You know.
I think that's where we're at as a movement and as a party. I mean, I think people are just fed up. They're realizing that there's only one person. Donald Trump is the only one that seems to really be fighting for the blue collar average American in this country. And the Mark Levin thing still blows my mind. He is absolutely off of his rocker the way he went after Matt Gaetz. I mean, to say that Kevin McCarthy is more conservative than Matt Gaetz is the most asinine statement I've heard. And I've been doing this a long time, Nick. This is a movement and a party that's in disarray right now, my friend, and I'll yield back to you.
Right. And so what do you believe happens after this, though, Matt? Just your general opinion here. Say McCarthy is ousted, then what? Who are we looking at? We're not
I'm planning
going
on
to.
making Hakeem Jeffries T-shirts. I'm going to sell Hakeem Jeffries T-shirts. That's my plan. No, I don't know where we go. I don't know who they would put in. I mean, obviously the guys that people like you and I would want, like a Thomas Massey, someone that actually has some testicular fortitude, are probably never going to get the speakership. But Jim Jordan's probably never going to get the speakership. It's going to be interesting to see where people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Jim Jordan, these people, vote in this situation, because there's a group. We know that Matt Gaetz and Lauren Boebert and that group are going to stick together, but where do their allegiances lie? Because now there's a vote, and people are going to see, did they stand with McCarthy, who's done nothing that he said he was going to do since taking the speakership, or do they actually stand with their constituents and the American people? I think there's a two-headed monster here. Number one, where does everyone stand that we put into office? And then number two, who replaces him? I'm hearing from a few of my sources that there are the concerning thing. I'm hearing there's 3 Democrats right now that are willing to vote with McCarthy and jump ship from the Democrats and what Hakeem Jeffries wants to do for the ousting. So I'm hearing McCarthy has got 2 or 3 Democrats willing to vote for him and jump across party lines right now. I don't know if you're hearing the same thing.
I'm not hearing too much about that at all, and so that's actually an interesting development. And because it seems like, and Matt, maybe you have some different sentiments here. The Democrats seem to hold together all the time. That it's just they move as one platoon. There's no, I don't believe many of them are exactly principled people, to be honest. Right? They're going to do whatever leadership tells them all the time, and there are a lot of Republicans that do the same thing. But it would almost be hard for me to see any Democrats at this point moving over and voting in favor of McCarthy.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. They stick together. I mean, it doesn't. I mean, you look at the Al Franken situation when he was a senator. They literally had him on a plane playing tune in Tokyo with a passed out female soldier, and they still stood with him. They literally stick together. I've said this for a long time. The conservatives couldn't organize a lemonade stand. I stand by that statement. It's concerning. I think to me the most unification statement that came out in the last 24 hours was the Trump campaign. And I'm not sure if you probably have seen it, but It's the most powerful statement that I've seen, and it would go into what's going on with Matt Gaetz right now. Trump's campaign put out a statement late yesterday evening, and it says the Republican National Committee should immediately cancel the upcoming debate in Miami and end all future debates in order to refocus its manpower and money on preventing Democrats' efforts to steal the 2024 election. Anything less, along with other reasons not to cancel, are an admission to the grassroots that their concerns about voter integrity are not taken seriously, and national Republicans are more concerned about helping Joe Biden and the Democrats than ensuring a safe and secure election. That's a powerful statement. One of the most normally there's a lot of rhetoric when Trump's team puts out statements, and I'm a Trump guy, but I mean even I can see through some of that. That right there is kind of where Matt Gaetz is at, and I think there are lines being drawn right now. Where do you stand? Because if we don't come together as conservatives, if they don't come together as a party, Nick, this is never. We're going to lose bigly in 2024. This thing's got to make a big U-turn fast, and people have got to start coming together. The fact that we're doing debates when you've got a candidate that's up 50, 60 points in primaries is absolutely asinine to me. That Ronna McDaniel and that group has not ended this charade. But that being said, that's a whole other story. But I mean, I think it goes into what's happening with Matt Gaetz, because this is all going to go hand in hand on whether we keep the House, do we gain some seats and regain the Senate. This whole everything that's happening right now, folks, is going to play into that, Nick, and I'll yield back.
Yeah, I know this is definitely we're watching it right now. It seems like up next here, there's going to be a vote on to whether to kill the motion to remove Speaker McCarthy, and that'll come before the actual vote to vacate the chair. And so essentially, I mean, there is that possibility that the vote to vacate the chair will not actually ever make it to the floor, but there's only one procedural hurdle in the way, and we're going to find out the result of that here very shortly. We're bringing up new speakers. We've got several incoming here, some pretty hard hitters, some Capitol Hill refugees, I would say, ones that used to be there that are no longer there, coming up soon. But I do want to hear from you guys down there in the bottom right hand corner, whether or not you think that McCarthy is going to be ousted, and if he is ousted, who would you want to replace him? Who do you think will replace him? I think that's going to be a huge topic of discussion here over the next several hours. So, but Tara, thank you for coming in. Really appreciate it. I want your overall thoughts on, you're a very opinionated person. Let's be honest. Okay.
Not me. No. I have my thoughts. I'm a Matt Gaetz fangirl. I do like Matt Gaetz a lot. And I think that what we're witnessing is sort of, I see these people, saying people need to come together. Both sides need to come together. Well, they weren't saying that prior to all of this. So it's funny how when one side rises up and says, you know what, we're done, we've had enough, this is not what you promised us, now all of a sudden we need to kumbaya and hold hands and get along. But I think what we're witnessing is a third party that has essentially joined in and said, we are done. America first. We want to make America great again. And those are the people who are standing up against both sides. And let's face it, both wings belong to the same bird. And this has completely showcased that once again. And a lot of people think, it's smoke and mirrors or it's a distraction. I don't. I personally don't. I personally think that Matt Gaetz has our back. Has Trump's back to the fullest. He's one of the few guys up there that I trust. And I honestly think he might join us. He's come into these spaces before after huge ordeals like this and had a lot to say. So stick around. Make sure you share this space. If you want to tag his name, and then, when he jumps back on X, he'll see it and he might join in and give us the latest first, which I absolutely love that the media gets so angry because they don't get those interviews now. We do. We get them live right here on X and have completely cut the media out. And Elon keeps posting about it, saying how the media comes here for their talking points, and it's 100% accurate. So this is as live as it gets, guys. Stick around, stay in here, and do add to the conversation on the bottom right. I'm reading the comments, and you guys are great. It's incredible.
Yeah, so we're gonna see here. It looks like the let's see. Yeah. So they were trying to. There was a vote going on before the vote to table the motion to remove Speaker McCarthy. There's so many things. Look, Washington's an extremely inefficient place, guys. So sometimes it's hard to keep up with exactly what's going on. But it looks like we're probably just minutes away here from the first procedural hurdle to remove Speaker McCarthy. And honestly, this is kind of exciting. This is kind of an exciting day. This came up very quickly. I know Matt Gaetz had said that he was going to do something sometime this week. He didn't wait very long. He did it the first day of the week yesterday, and now we're seeing some results from that today. And I mean, this is going to provide a lot of answers as to where the party is going in the direction of the country. And
Can we get more of that? Can we get more of people actually following through and doing what they say right? They're going to do? I absolutely love it.
Absolutely. And speaking of Capitol Hill refugees, we have Jim Paff up here now. I want to say welcome to Jim. You are a veteran of Capitol Hill, and you were chief of staff for Thomas Massie, among many other roles that you had up there. Welcome, Jim. Give us your just overall thoughts on this entire. I don't even know what to call it at this point. It depends on which side of the aisle you're on, I guess, as to whether or not you call it a circus or if you call it, a coming to Jesus moment. What are your thoughts, Jim?
Well, actually, it's quite historical. So both Paul Ryan and John Boehner resigned their speakership knowing that something like this was imminent to happen and that it would be the mess that we're about to see take place here on the floor today. So they avoided the actual process. But if you go all the way back to Speaker of the House Joe Cannon back in the early part of the 20th century, there was a move to vacate the chair with him. By the way, they named a House office building after him. He was such a big presence on Capitol Hill. The Cannon House office building is named after him. And there was a motion to vacate that was likely to happen. He ended up filing the motion to vacate against himself. And then he worked out a deal that he stayed in power, but he was neutered. Up to that time, he had been a massively powerful Speaker of the House. So, and if you go further back, this whole thing happened. I'm getting a little historical background, then I'll come back to today. But this all started in Thomas Jefferson's rules for the House that he put together well over 200 years ago. I mean, almost 250 years ago I think it was maybe in the second Congress that he put that together. This has been there. So everyone forgets it. Someone remembered it when Joe Cannon was there. My former boss, Thomas Massie, was reading the rules, as he is wont to do. Like he is just like a reader, taking it all. He's a detail freak. He's an engineer. So he found this one day, and that's what happened with Mark Meadows' attempt to do it, because he actually allowed Mark to, he kind of offered him the suggestion of maybe doing it. And that's what got rid of Paul Ryan, John Boehner. So this has been around, but people forget it because deep into parliamentary procedure. But leading up to today, we go back to January, and the House Freedom Caucus is like, we're not going to just go with Kevin McCarthy if you're not going to do something that we want. They were actually successful in January after, I think, 15 votes they had. And they got 3, what I consider really good people on the Rules Committee, Chip Roy and Thomas Massie, and I think Rosendale. And then they got some ability to have amendments on the floor for bills, or at least so it was promised. And then they got a commitment to do the 12 appropriations bills. So the Budget Control Act, sorry, I'm being long here, but I want to give people some background. The Budget Control Act of 1974 was passed because the Democrat Congress was upset with Nixon because he did not constrain his use of the money that was in the executive branch to what Congress had asked for. It was actually a move to do something that people want to do right now. It's gotten so out of hand since 1997 when power went back into the speaker's chair, which is really Newt Gingrich's fault. So this strong speaker setup has gotten us to a place that we have not done 12 appropriations bills since 1997. Why are those bills important? Because if you do each one individually and there are amendments offered on the floor, then you have real opportunities to cut spending as well as to increase spending too. But usually it tends towards a more cutting or restraining approach because everyone's going to have their say. That hasn't happened since 97. People are very upset about it. I was always upset about it. They made that deal. McCarthy did not move 12 appropriations bills. And by the way, all of those bills came out of the Appropriations Committee. They had been sitting there. So McCarthy set in the schedule a 6-week vacation in August, which was intended to jam up the appropriations process to September 30th, what we just went through. And they started to vote on some appropriations bills, but they did not get it all done. He could have gotten it done all year long. Now they've built another crisis where, by the way, they say, oh, good, we kept the government open. Well, this 45-day measure that they just passed, continuing resolution, butts up right to Thanksgiving. That also was on purpose. They could have done a 30-day one, which was proposed, but no, they went 45 days. Why? Because they want to butt people, and they're doing a motion to table right now, by the way, FYI. And what that would do is take the motion to vacate off consideration. But that's not, who knows? It looks like it might pass. But anyway, so they did it 45 days because they wanted everyone to want to rush and get out of there by Thanksgiving. This is the process that we've been dealing with now for 25 years. And it's a travesty. So anyway, sorry I went so long there, but I just want to give people some background. This has been a mess for a lot of years. People wanted to change. I don't know that I am highly supportive of Matt doing this right now, but I'm supportive of it being done because somebody's got to shake this thing up. It's so bad. So I'm net positive on this. I'm not standing with my former boss, Thomas, in this particular instance, although I still respect him. But this is really, I think, healthy, but very messy.
That it is. So we have Laura Loomer up here, by the way. Welcome, Laura.
Thanks for having
me. Good to have you. Now, you are sort of like Tara. You have a lot of opinions, a lot of very good opinions, too. So we're happy to have you. And so give your overall opinion on this this debacle, I guess, we're having. You know, I know you were talking a lot about Matt Gaetz last night on your Twitter. I'll let you go through that a little bit. But, you know, overall thoughts on McCarthy and, you know, who you would replace him with.
Yeah, so look, I mean, I think I've been one of the most vocal critics of Kevin McCarthy, you know, for years now. I mean, when I was running for Congress, both times I was one of the only candidates who ran for Congress who actually took a pledge on the campaign trail to not support Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House. And as a result, Kevin McCarthy did what he pretends like he doesn't do, right? He lies and says that they don't intervene in primaries. And he actually did use FTX money against me to undermine me. I ran against Daniel Webster in Florida's 11th district. And Daniel Webster, of course, is one of the only Republicans who skipped the vote on the second impeachment of President Trump and was pretty much the only Republican to skip the vote on the J6 committee. And so what that means is that he could have voted against the establishment of Nancy Pelosi's Gestapo-style January 6th witch hunt committee, but he decided to skip the vote and was also a purveyor of the lies that Trump supporters killed 5 people on January 6th. And so that's who Kevin McCarthy decided to protect. He is anti-Trump, okay? From the very beginning, Kevin McCarthy was on record saying that he wanted President Trump to be held accountable for J6. He actually called on President Trump to resign after J6. And Marjorie Taylor Greene, what I find to be so interesting is that all these people who were originally elected to Congress 2 years ago on the promise that they were going to make sure that Kevin McCarthy wasn't Speaker of the House if Republicans ever took back the House, on the promise that they were going to make sure that we had a purging of establishment rhinos from our party. All of these people have now decided to give Kevin McCarthy a pass, and they've just allowed him to promote absolute chaos and division in the Republican Party. And, you often hear people say things like, well, why can't the Republicans just get along with each other? Why is it the Republicans are always fighting? Because Kevin McCarthy is playing for the Democrats, okay? And so when you have somebody in a position of power like that, who is also influencing the flow of money from the NRCC with his relationship with Tom Emmer and directly influencing our ability to have an America First majority and America First candidates in Congress, of course you're going to have division. But I was so critical of Matt Gaetz because I think that Matt Gaetz is a bit of a bullshit artist. I'll be honest, I'm happy that Matt Gaetz had the finally had the courage to get off of Twitter and stop threatening to make a motion to vacate and actually just do it. But he's had 9 months to do this, okay? And Matt Gaetz, I praised him in January when he was voting against Kevin McCarthy. I have the text messages to prove it. And I said, oh, it's great. I know we don't always get along, but it's so great that you're voting against Kevin. And then he caved, right? He caved after 15 votes. He caved after 15 votes and he was Speaker. And what I find to be very obnoxious about Matt Gaetz, okay, even though I'm in support of what he's doing today, is that he tends to allow his friendships and his desire to be friends with people, his desire to go along to get along, okay, which is probably the most cancerous thing that takes place in Washington, D.C. and all of these political establishments. He wants to be friends with people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Byron Donalds and all these people. And when you are more focused on who you're friends with and who you're pissing off and whether or not you're going to get invited to the holiday parties or whether or not, Marjorie's still going to want to have dinner and hang out with you, you're not acting in the best interest of the American people. You're not acting from a position of leadership, okay? You're acting as a reactionary, and that's why we don't ever have any accountability. Marjorie and Kevin McCarthy months ago, okay, the motion to vacate should have been made when they lied to the American people and said that they released, and I have the screenshots, they said, we have released all of the J6 tapes to Tucker Carlson. Remember that? Remember when they said that Tucker Carlson had all the tapes and they issued a press release and leaked it to Axios, and then we come to find out, oh, wait, actually, no, Tucker Carlson never received any footage. They never gave him anything. He was just allowed to watch the J6 tapes on a terminal inside Congress. Okay, so again, then what did she do? She said, well, that was one of the concessions, and you can see that Speaker McCarthy really is doing a great job as Speaker of the House because one of the main concessions was that we had to release the J6 tapes. Well, he's violated it. They've lied about it. Another one of the concessions was voting to remove funding for the 87,000 IRS agents. And obviously, we don't have control of the Senate, and Joe Biden could veto bills if he really wants to. And what did Kevin McCarthy do? He lied again and said that Republicans had successfully removed all funding for the 87,000 IRS agents. This guy has been able to get away with murder, lying to Republican voters, lying to America, okay, undermining the initiatives of President Trump, also directing his donors, as I've been reporting on, as I've been tracking DeSantis's failed presidential campaign, to host fundraisers for Ron DeSantis. I mean, Kevin McCarthy still hasn't endorsed President Trump for re-election. And the only reason this fucking asshole, excuse my language, but that's what he is, okay? The only reason why he ever became Speaker of the House is because of Donald Trump. And he wants Donald Trump's endorsement, but he's not going to give Donald Trump his endorsement. And then Marjorie Taylor Greene, who likes to LARP around and pretend that she's some big America First Trump supporter, is going to give him a pass. And then every single time Marjorie gets caught up, counter signaling the agenda items or policies that are being pushed forth by Trump supporters or MAGA America First candidates, she likes to post her selfies with President Trump or say things like she did today. Well, there's no plan. And so, we're all just in Congress here to collect a salary, and it's one big party. And yeah, you guys, we don't have a plan. We don't actually have a solution. We just have to wait for President Trump. You're going to dump this mess on President Trump's shoulders amid all of the investigations and all of the arrests and the indictments and his court hearings. You're going to actually put this burden on President Trump and say, oh yeah, not only does President Trump have to deal with, rigged elections and indictments and weaponized government, but he also has to deal with a bunch of adult children, okay, and incompetent liars in Congress. People like Marjorie Taylor Greene. No, you need to actually select a speaker who's going to lead and support President Trump in an election year. And I just am really happy to see that she's finally being exposed for the absolute has-been that she is. I mean, she is.
Laura, can I throw you a question real quick? And I'd love to hear your insight on this while we've got you going. And it's awesome to have you in here, by the way. Great to see you, my friend.
Thank you.
Who do you? No, you're just a firecracker. We've been all over the place together, Vegas, shooting, everything. You're just a phenomenal human being and patriot and a friend.
Yeah, thank you.
But who do you think would be?
What happened in Vegas?
It's a long story, man.
Vegas shooting.
Oh God.
Yeah, that would take Laura and I about 12 hours.
You make it sound like we go down and party together, Matt. No,
that's what I got out of that.
We're like, ooh, what happened? What were Matt and Laura doing in Vegas together?
Yeah. I wish we were at the 3-card poker table, but we were actually working. So just who do you think replaces McCarthy if this goes through, which it looks like it possibly could?
I said this from the very beginning. I would like to see somebody like Congressman Paul Gosar be Speaker of the House. We have a serious problem in Congress where I like to call it the Congressional Celebrity Caucus, okay? And Matt Gaetz is guilty of doing this. Matt's now, enjoying all the camera time, and that's great. And while I support the fact that Matt is now, making this motion to vacate, he's had many opportunities. So many of these members of Congress have had opportunities. The concession was one member of Congress could make a motion to vacate if Kevin McCarthy didn't keep his promises, okay? And so the fact that we now are watching this take place 9 months after the fact, you see how much time has been wasted. How many of these J6 political prisoners have been rotting away over the last 6 months? How much money has been sent to Ukraine, okay, over these last 9 months? What else? I mean, you have Marjorie Taylor Greene going from saying no more money to Ukraine to we have to audit the money to Ukraine. I want somebody that doesn't want to be a celebrity. And I would like Congressman Paul Gosar. Congressman Paul Gosar is a tried and true America First representative from the state of Arizona, a key state that President Trump needs to win in 2024. And I would really like to see somebody who's more focused on pushing policy as opposed to pushing their ego and becoming Twitter famous and, going on social media and being a celebrity. And I just think that we have a serious I don't know, maybe you want to comment on this, but I think we have a serious problem with these people that get elected to Congress and they just think that they're superstars. You see it with Marjorie, you see it with Matt, and I think Matt needs to really check his ego, which is why I'm so aggressive and hard on Matt Gaetz, because this is a guy who likes to talk out of both sides of his mouth. I can support what he's doing today and also call him out. If he really wanted to remove Kevin McCarthy, how come he supported my Rhino opponent who was anti-Trump, who was 15 yes votes for Kevin McCarthy during the speaker's vote? He could have supported me. I out fundraised and outperformed Daniel Webster every step of the way, okay? But instead, you have Matt Gaetz talking about how Joe Biden's a dementia patient. Well, so was the guy I ran against, right? So if you actually really want to get something done, then start putting your money where your mouth is and supporting the people that are actually in alignment with you. There's too much doublespeak in Washington, D.C. And just like Matt Gaetz wants to talk about Biden and the Democrats making deals with Kevin McCarthy, don't think that Matt Gaetz isn't making deals with Democrats either.
I'm really good friends with Paul Gosar, and you're right, Laura. He would be quite fantastic in that way. Matt is he's inconsistent. And by the way, another guy who fortunately is going to be gone soon is Ken Buck. He actually is one of the no votes on the motion to table that, by the way, they're keeping the vote open right now because there are 25 seconds left in it. But there are 11 people who have voted against this motion to table. And right now, my word from the floor is Davidson, Mace, Spartz, Buck, Burchett, Crane, Biggs, Good, and Rosendale are all no's. Now that's not all 11, and I'm going to
Byron
get
Donalds and Chip Roy are both voting against the motion to vacate too. So
no. This is the motion to table.
Oh, the motion to
vacate.
Okay.
That's what this is
Motion
for
to
right
table.
now.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, they're not going to table it, and they're also going to vote against the motion to vacate for sure. And so anyway, so they just called the vote on the motion to table. So we're going to go to the motion to vacate here soon. All the word I'm getting in the background, and I want to tell you what's very interesting about this is the group of people that I talk to in DC and constantly all day, every day for years.
I'm watching. Sorry to interrupt. I'm watching C-SPAN right now. They said the motion's not adopted, so I don't know if you want to do.
That's what it is that motion to table was not adopted. So here's Matt coming up right now. Actually, I can play a little bit of this since he's about to speak. And Bob Good's up there. Yeah.
Just to be clear for the audience, this means that the motion to table is essentially a motion to kill, and it failed. So
it's to kill the motion to vacate. That was
I was just letting you know that they were.
No, I know. I'm telling the audience
in case you wanted to play it.
Yeah. Okay. So Bob Good, it looks like, is going to speak first. Bob's chief of staff, by the way, is a really good friend of mine who was my deputy chief when I worked for Tim Hill's camp. Bob's
Are you
one
able
of
to
the
play
most.
it, Jim?
Yeah, I'm waiting for him to speak.
Okay, cool.
Bob's one of the most fantastic members of Congress out there. I really love the guy. He's amazing. I'm just waiting here. Okay, they're gaveling here, but he's not speaking yet. Hold on just a sec.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like so many others, I deeply regret that we are here in what was a totally avoidable situation. I must take you back to January, however, which for many of us was about not repeating the failures of the past and letting Republican voters across the country down once again, when in the past, for many years, when Republicans have had majorities in this chamber, we have passed our major spending bills predominantly with Democrat votes, something the other side of the House has never and would never do with majority control. Back in January, I expressed my concern that the previous 2 years, during my first term here in this House, we had not used every tool at our disposal to fight against the harmful, radical Democrat agenda that is destroying the country, bankrupting the country, and under which the American people are suffering. But most in here wouldn't know that I helped persuade my 5 colleagues who comprised the remaining resistance in the wee morning hours of January 7th to switch our votes to present to let Mr. McCarthy become Speaker. And I went to him on this very floor to tell him that he was finally going to become Speaker on the next vote. In that moment, it was clear to me that we could have asked for anything in exchange for switching our votes to present, but we asked for nothing. The very next week, I requested and had a meeting with Speaker McCarthy to tell him he had my full support and that I wanted him to be successful because the country needed him to be successful. In the ensuing months, I helped him narrowly pass the Parents' Bill of Rights and the Limit, Save, Grow bill. I think both of those by just 1 or 2 votes, helping persuade some of my most conservative colleagues to come along despite some of the concerns they had with those bills. And we remained united as a conference through the Limit, Save, Grow vote as we passed a bill that was cutting spending to pre-COVID levels for non-defense discretionary spending, or just over $100 billion, historic spending cuts, as the Speaker had committed to do in January, and it also included a host of other conservative fiscal reforms. Unfortunately, however, that unity and that commitment to significant year 1 cuts and spending reforms were discarded in the Failed Responsibility Act, as I call it, which passed overwhelmingly, once again, with a majority of Democrat votes, validating the concern many of us had in January. Many of us had begged the Speaker, pleaded with the Speaker repeatedly to utilize the debt ceiling to leverage spending cuts and reforms. But instead, he negotiated an unlimited increase to the debt ceiling through January of 25, as much as we can come together and gleefully spend through January of 25, with no significant wins for the American people in that FRA, or Failed Responsibility Act. But the Speaker then said that we would use appropriations. We would use appropriations to bring the fight and finally reduce our spending. He said the levels of the FRA were the ceiling and not the floor, and recommitted multiple times to go back to the $1.471 trillion that was the limit, save, grow levels, radically, historically, saving $100 billion and lowering the deficit this year under Republican majority from $2.2 trillion to $2.1 trillion. That's what we were asking the Republican House to do, to go to $2.1 trillion. Meanwhile, the Speaker had committed to bring a balanced budget vote to this floor, something that still has not happened, despite the work that's been done in our Budget Committee to mark it up and have it ready to come to the floor. He also promised that we would bring all 12 appropriation bills well before the September 30 fiscal deadline. We did not. We simply, as Republicans, needed the Speaker to cast the vision, request the support of the entire conference, all of whom voted for the limit, save, grow levels, except for 4 who wanted to go even further, to lead us in joining him, sticking with him, supporting him, and sending the most conservative spending bills with the most conservative cuts possible to the Senate as the best starting position for negotiations with the Senate. Many of us begged and pleaded with the Speaker to do that over the past 5 months. When the Speaker failed us to pass our spending bills, bringing only 1 of 12 to the floor before the August district work period, members began to negotiate amongst themselves without the Speaker to find compromise. I was among those who reluctantly agreed last month to split the difference between failed responsibilities 1.586 and the limit, save, grow 1.471. I reluctantly agreed to do that, to go to 1.526 in order to pass our bills on to the Senate. We then essentially forced the Speaker, with the pressure of the calendar, the debt ceiling, or excuse me, the shutdown threat of the calendar, to bring those 4 bills to the floor last week, all of which I voted for, despite some of them not cutting to the levels we'd agreed to and other concerns I had with the bills. I reluctantly voted for the 30-day conditional CR, or continuing resolution, because it cut an additional $10 billion in the month of October, going back to the pre-COVID 1.471 levels for defense, non-defense discretionary, 30%, and it had border security. I voted for that. However, when that vote failed, the Speaker this past Friday in the Republican conference meeting made it abundantly clear that he was willing to do anything to avoid the temporary discomfort and the pressure of a pause in the 15% of the non-essential federal government operations, which would guarantee that we would lose to the Senate Democrats and the White House. If you're not willing to say no, then you're guaranteed to lose. And that was confirmed with the passage of the unconditional 45-day CR this past Saturday, once again with 209 Democrat votes. The Republican bill, 209-1 Democrats, 51-0 in the Senate side. The Speaker fought through 15 votes in January to become Speaker, but was only willing to fight through 1 failed CR before surrendering to the Democrats on Saturday. We need a Speaker who will fight for something, anything, besides just staying or becoming Speaker. If there was ever a time to fight, with $33 trillion in national debt, a $2 trillion deficit this year, 40-year high inflation, 20-year high interest rates, a downgraded credit rating, and for the first time in modern history, the polls showing, despite all the help of the media blaming Republicans in the House, the polls showed that the public was blaming Biden and the Democrats for an imminent shutdown. If not fight now, when would we fight? Now is and was the time. With the Democrats driving the fiscal bus off the cliff at 100 miles an hour, we cannot simply be content to be the party that slows it down to 95 just so we can sit in the front seat and wear the captain's hat. Our current debt and our spending trajectory is unsustainable. We need a Speaker, ideally somebody who doesn't want to be Speaker and hasn't pursued that at all costs for his entire adult life, who will meet the moment and do everything possible to fight for the country. A red line was crossed for me, I regret, on Saturday, and so it's regret that I must vote against the motion to table as I did and to vote to vacate the chair. And I yield back. Gentleman
So,
from
Jim,
Florida reserves.
So,
that's
quick,
exactly what I was saying. You know, you
yeah,
see what he just said at the end. I want to highlight that because I think that a lot of that is it goes over people's heads. He said we need a speaker who, quite frankly, doesn't want to be speaker. Okay. And that's correct because the
yeah,
reason why we don't have progress in Washington is because these people want to be, as I've said, members of the Congressional Celebrity Caucus. Okay. They want to be famous. They want to be stars. They want to see, they love the sound of their own voice. And Matt Gaetz loves the sound of his own voice, just like Marjorie Taylor Greene does. And you notice that anytime Marjorie Taylor Greene is not the center of attention, she either tries to completely sabotage something or she just won't support it. And she's not the center of attention right now when it comes to the motion to vacate. So what is she doing? She's working to sabotage it. When Lauren Boebert introduced articles of impeachment against Joe Biden, Marjorie Taylor Greene wanted to be the center of attention. So she called her a stupid bitch on the floor of the House. Remember that? So these people care more about their own egos so that they can have a viral tweet, have a viral clip, and then go raise money off of it. We need somebody who's demure but strong. When I say demure, I'm talking about they're not jumping, okay? They're not getting off on the idea every 2 minutes of, you know, being front and center on every news channel and trending on Twitter. And that's somebody like Congressman Paul Gosar. We need somebody who doesn't care about the fame, who doesn't care about the glitz and the glam. They just want to get results.
yeah. And by the way, you'll hear me use the terminology, the Tom Cole wing of the party. He's doing his little absurdity of a speech right now. The problem that we have in DC is a combination of, I did a tweet earlier. There was this idea of the young guns back in the early 2000s, late 90s. And that was supposed to be that Paul Ryan, Eric Cantor, and McCarthy were going to be the new face of conservatism. And all they were just a new face on an old theme. You've got Paul Ryan and Eric Cantor making millions of dollars a year right now. They did these very same things that we're seeing McCarthy do right now. That's why you've got a lot of people upset, and rightly so. And McCarthy's going to end up doing the same thing whenever he stops being speaker. He's going to go out and make millions of dollars because none of them are interested in changing the trajectory of the problem we have now.
He already is making millions of dollars, and he's having his friends. You ever heard of Jeff Miller?
Oh, surely. No. I get that. No. But it's going to go on
steroids.
Money.
That's all they want.
But
that's all they want to do is make
money.
But
he's encumbered by some things. Like he can't do lobbying. It's going to go on steroids when he leaves. There are some restrictions he has right now. But yeah, there's no doubt about it. He's got it all set up, and that's the big problem here. Now, when I was on Capitol Hill back in beginning in 2011 after the Tea Party movement, in 2013 we had a big shutdown battle, and everyone was excoriating my then boss Tim Huelskamp, who eventually got kicked off his committees because he wasn't going to play the game, and then and saying that we all lost everything with the shutdown. Well, here's the problem. By the way, we gained seats, Republicans did, in the following year, 2014. We were at $17.6 trillion of debt then. We are now at $33 trillion as I see these idiot Republicans clapping for Tom Cole, who's one of the most uninspiring, rabidly stupid members of Congress that there is. The guy is an idiot. Okay, so anyway, I'll back off from there. But, here's Matt Gaetz speaking. Do you want to hear that?
Yes.
Does everyone?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, we'll do that. Okay.
The House and the country into chaos. Chaos is Speaker McCarthy. Chaos is somebody who we cannot trust with their word. The one thing that the White House, House Democrats, and many of us on the conservative side of the Republican caucus would argue is that the thing we have in common, Kevin McCarthy said something to all of us at one point or another that he didn't really mean and never intended to live up to. I don't think voting against Kevin McCarthy is chaos. I think $33 trillion in debt is chaos. I think that facing a $2.2 trillion annual deficit is chaos. I think that not passing single subject spending bills is chaos. I think the fact that we have been governed in this country since the mid-90s by continuing resolution and omnibus is chaos. And the way to liberate ourselves from that is a series of reforms to this body that I would hope would outlast Speaker McCarthy's time here, would outlast my time here, and would outlast either of our majorities. Reforms that I have heard some of the most conservative members of this body fight for, and some of the reforms that we've been battling for that I've even heard those in the Democrat caucus say would be worthy and helpful to the House, like open amendments, like understanding what the budget is. We have been out of compliance with budget laws for most of my life, most of many of your lives. And by the way, if we did those things, if we had single subject bills, if we had an understanding on the top line, if we had open amendments, if we had trust and honesty and understanding, there would be times when my conservative colleagues and I would lose, might be a few times when we'd win. There'd be times that we would form partnerships that might otherwise not be really predictable in the American body politic, but the American people would see us legislating. These last few days, we've suspended the momentum that we had established the week earlier, where we were bringing bills to the floor, voting on them, staying late at night, working hard. That's what the American people expect. It's something Speaker McCarthy hasn't delivered, and that's why I've moved to vacate the chair. I reserve.
Gentleman's time is reserved.
So every point that he made, and I know Laura is very honestly treating this both supportive of what he's doing, but also know when he showboats, and he does showboat. I have to agree with you on that, Laura. But every point that he just made is exactly what needs to be said. He nailed it on target. So, and back to what I was saying, we were $17.6 trillion in debt in 2013, but the world exploded. Oh my gosh, look what happened. We're $33 trillion freaking dollars in debt with a $2 trillion deficit this 1 year. It'll be the largest deficit in American history, both in actual dollars and in real dollars.
Jim, not to interrupt you, but now speaking as Tom Emmer. And if people really want to understand the problem with the Republican Party, okay, just understand, look at this guy, Tom Emmer, okay, supporting Kevin McCarthy. This is the guy who was in charge of the NRCC allocating funds. I mean, when you have people that have such backward thinking, who are not America first, who operate with an America last mindset, in control of deciding which candidates get funds, you wonder why we're in the mess that we're in today. You wonder why people are so disgruntled with the Republican Party and why, so many people are ripping up their Republican registrations and they're only going to vote for Trump. This is why. And these people need to be stripped of their positions of power. We need to start using, I'm not advocating for violence, but I'm saying we need to start using brute force with these people. No more going along to get along. These people need to be aggressively called out, named and shamed and blamed for their role in obstructing MAGA wins. It's an embarrassment that we have control of the House right now, and yet the Democrats are still dunking on us.
And by the way, just to throw something in here, Laura, just to make, so I was, while you were saying that, I kind of out of my second ear was listening to Emmer. So here's what he does. You remember Bob Good just a little bit ago talked about this act to help parents. Okay, great. And Emmer's saying that's a win. Then he's talking about strong border security. Listen, HR 2 was pretty decent. But again, they were only going to move it through bills they knew were not going to pass over in the Senate. And these guys are not committed. So they give these part-time wins by passing some legislation that they know is going nowhere and then pretending that we've made historic moves. Nothing is historic until it becomes law. And the way things become law in Washington, D.C. is you put the screws on your opponent and you make them have to do what you told them to do. We've not had a Speaker of the House on the Republican side for a long time that ever made that happen. In fact, Newt Gingrich was the last one, and he had his flaws and failings too. That's the last time that we had a speaker say, no, we're going to fight the game. And he didn't do it perfectly, but they did win. So let's just understand, folks, this is what's at stake. This thing is so screwed up. There's no way we're going to get off the trajectory we're on that brought us to $33 trillion of debt, which, by the way, let's remember, this is 130% of our gross domestic product. It's a massive amount of debt that we cannot sustain forever. If we go a lot more than this, which we're on the path to do, we're really working to destroy this country. We're already printing money like crazy to pay for these deficits that we're putting up, and that's causing inflation. It's the direct and only cause of inflation, and we're not stopping any of this because there's no one in Washington, D.C. that's been in leadership who's willing to build a coalition to say we're not going to put up with this crap anymore. We're going to change
Jim,
direction.
I agree with everything that you're saying, but the question is, and this is why I say we have to be critical of Matt Gaetz, even while we can support what he's doing, is that, yeah, I agree with everything that Matt just said. I agree. You know, I'm sitting here yelling at the TV, but the reality is he has waited 9.5 months and done nothing. All of this has been taking place before our eyes after Kevin McCarthy was voted in after 15 votes reluctantly as speaker. And yet why has it taken almost 10 months for somebody to make a motion to vacate against Kevin McCarthy? Why hasn't Matt Gaetz done it, 9 months prior? I just don't understand
what confused me in the beginning really quick was when Matt Gaetz was on the fence and didn't even want to vote in McCarthy. Trump was the one who told him to go forward and vote in McCarthy, right?
Well, listen, Lauren Boebert and
Trump's
Matt Gaetz were the last holdouts. They were the last holdouts. And so I'm not going to say that Trump entirely made him do it, but they did give up at the end. But the reality is that they were in for the fight for a long period. Huh?
That was Marjorie. Marjorie was the one who was acting like a pick-me girl on the floor of the Congressional House, okay, with her cell phone saying, look, I'm on the phone with President Trump, and shoving her cell phone in people's faces and trying to, she is literally the human embodiment of a pick-me girl, okay?
Yeah, so and what was really fun.
Green for this.
Let me really quick, Jim, and everyone, I'm going to interrupt really quick because there's over 1,600 people in this space now, and I haven't said it since everyone got in here. But if you guys haven't, do retweet, or I'm sorry, I can't say tweet anymore, repost the space. You can go to Nick's, wall or whatever. You can hit the comment button down below. Make sure you share the space so other people see it, so that they see we're doing this live coverage and commentary. This is huge. It's recorded also, so even if people aren't in here live, they can listen back to Laura, Jim, and everyone, Matt, people who join in. Hopefully Matt Gaetz himself will join in eventually if Nick keeps it going that long. So appreciate Nick you all for being here. Definitely. Wait, did you say won't be or will be?
Will, absolutely.
Yeah, 24 hours. 24-hour coverage.
Also,
it's going to be a long one, that's for sure.
Jim, I wanted to also highlight something that you said because you were commenting, and maybe it's not significant, in the scheme of things.
Hey, Laura, can I pause you for just 1 second? I don't want to interrupt. I'm going to pause you for 1 second, just for everybody listening that's not watching. Jim Jordan just stood up for McCarthy and gave a speech for McCarthy. So just so you guys know, Jim Jordan backing McCarthy. Just going to yield back.
And by the way,
Jim Jordan has always been flaky. Look at the guy sold out to Google. Okay, the guy sold. Let's just be honest. We got to stop playing nice with these people. Okay, no more going along and giving these people excuses. I am so sick of this shit. Jim Jordan has shown his true colors over the last few months. He showed his true colors during the Trump administration when he took money from Google, when they were silencing and censoring people, and he ultimately caved to Kevin McCarthy. If we're going to fix our country, we need to be honest about who these people are, and when they show us who they are, we need to believe them instead of pretending like they're going to be our friend.
Well, and by the way, I know Jim Jordan is a good friend of mine, and I've been in meetings where he was sitting with other congressmen trying to get him to run for speaker, and he was about to get up and out, and they shoved him back in the chair. I've been there. I've been in these battles with him, and there have been times he's been fantastic. There wouldn't be a House Freedom Caucus without him. But Laura, I get what you're saying, and he does need to be called out specifically. And just so people know, I put it in my other ear while he was talking. His argument was, we're doing all these investigative hearings. Now, let me tell you why that's a weak argument. It's a very weak argument, because they could do that anyway, under any circumstances, under any agreement with Speaker. And it's such an obvious thing to do. And the one problem that's going on with these hearings, although I have to give Jamie Comer credit, he's doing a pretty darn good job. But Jim is kind of doing what Trey Gowdy did. Like, he's very good in terms of what he says to question people and get on them. But the kinds of subpoenas that they could do that they're not doing are very frustrating to me. And Trey Gowdy was a very weak, even though everyone raved about him, he was a total weak, limp person when it really came down to it. Jim's not quite so bad, but he's playing the same game. And we have to get aggressive about these things, because they're not just serious because Joe Biden is our opponent and Hunter Biden is playing a game with him. It's because our very constitutional structure is under threat. And if we do, and you have Democrats saying, oh, we got to go against Trump because we need rule of law. Well, if we have rule of law, Joe Biden would already be a very, very in jail person. So anyway, it's crazy,
Jim,
and we've got to be aggressive.
Can you play? Can you put the mic on the?
Yeah, give me a moment to
Biggs?
cue it up because I can do
On
that.
Biggs.
Just give me a moment. Go ahead and talk while I cue it up. I'll let you know.
Laura, what do you think about Trump's silence on this whole situation, given that he can go in front of cameras at any time at his court hearing? Do you think his silence is sort of telling that he's not supporting McCarthy?
Well, look, I do wish that President Trump would issue some kind of statement about this, especially because in her gaslighting ways, Marjorie Taylor Greene is now taking screenshots. I mean, she's so pathetic, right? She literally just took a screenshot of President Trump's tweet or post on Truth Social, rather, in which he said, "Why are Republicans always fighting with each other, unlike the Democrats?" And she posted retruthing it as if that's some kind of like signal to her that people should not be, making a motion to vacate. No, the reason why Republicans are fighting with each other is because Kevin McCarthy, like Matt Gaetz said, is the definition of chaos, okay? And nobody can take chaos at their word. And so I think President Trump is waiting to see how this plays out because, look, you have people that pretend to be his strongest allies who are now split on this issue. You have Matt Gaetz, who has been a Trump supporter, who is now making the motion to vacate, and then you have people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, as I call her, and Byron Donalds, and Jim Jordan, who are now saying, no, we're going to support Kevin McCarthy. And so this is obviously going to cause a major rift in the MAGA movement, and I think Trump's just sitting back and waiting to see kind of how it plays out before he jumps in. But at the end of the day, this is why it's important for people to call people out like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Jim Jordan and even Byron Donalds when they first step out of line. But it's always like, oh, why do you always have to attack and go after our best fighters? Is this really what it means to be your best fighter? Like what, Byron Donalds, who the other day forgot to vote? That's your best fighter? You get paid to go to Congress to vote, and you're just going to say that you forgot to vote? Oh, our best fighters are people taking money from Google and allowing for big tech to get away with illegally interfering in our elections, and people like Marjorie Taylor Greene who are allowing for McCarthy to sabotage and obstruct all MAGA victories in Washington, D.C. So, we really need to have a conversation about who really is MAGA and who isn't. And that's why I kind of like the fact that there's so much chaos on the floor of the House right now, because it's really going to show who's truly America first and who isn't. Okay. Are you going to allow for an obstructionist Speaker of the House who's working against President Trump? Everybody knows it. Everybody's too afraid to say it. Nobody wants to call McCarthy out for sabotaging Trump. It's the biggest elephant in the room. Or are you going to actually grow a pair of balls and vacate the chair? What are you going to do? Because I honestly think the fate of the 2024 election depends on this. There's a reason why Kevin McCarthy hasn't endorsed President Trump. And I think that just as he's worked with Democrats to disenfranchise and attack President Trump in the past, he's doing it again. And it's proof in the fact that he didn't want to shut the government down. We have a continued resolution now. And as Matt Gaetz said, okay, what is this going to mean if we don't shut the government down and we don't hold the Democrats accountable and say, no, we're not going to allow for more funding to be used for the DOJ for the purpose of weaponized government and these attacks on President Trump? Why is that so hard for Kevin McCarthy to understand that we are not going to have a country if President Trump doesn't get back into office? His actions are obstructionist. And every single person who is supporting Kevin McCarthy, in my eyes, is working against President Trump and President Trump's chances of getting back in the White House in 2024. And that's the messaging that everybody needs to be aligned in. If you're pro-McCarthy, you're anti-Trump.
Yep. Now, by the way, I have it queued up. We have hands as well too, Nick. Which do you want to do? You want to play Jim Jordan's thing?
Actually, here, if you can play Andy Biggs real quick because he's live, that'd be awesome.
Yeah. Let me cue that. Hold on, I'll get right to the beginning of it. Give me just a second. Okay, here we go. Hold on.
This is a serious time, and my mind immediately goes to the young deputy from Cochise County, who 2 nights ago, while trying to apprehend a runaway vehicle smuggling humans across the border, suffered major injuries, transported to Pima County, where he's in a Tucson hospital fighting for his life. I'm talking about a border that remains wide open where drugs come through the Tucson sector, the most gotaways known and unknown of any sector along the border. Terrorists coming in, people conducting criminal conduct coming in, criminal gang members, human smugglers, sex traffickers. They're coming across our border to the tune of hundreds of thousands every month. Now, I appreciate my colleagues and their position, but I would suggest something. I don't think you can just skip to last weekend and say, oh my goodness, a CR came out last weekend on Saturday. I think we need to go back to January. I'll say this body came together on the Republican side and we passed a good border security piece of legislation, H.R. 2. That's good. And then last week we passed the DHS bill and the DOD bills, which had funding for our CBP, ICE, military leaders, military men and women. But why were we successful in doing that? What happened to motivate us to get there? Well, for one thing, we didn't bother to pass the 12 appropriations bills as required under the Budget Control and Impounds Law of 1974. We didn't do it. And you know how many times that's not been done? 25 years in a row. And you know how many CRs this body has passed in that same period of time? 130. You know what that gets you? A $2 trillion plus structural deficit like we had in fiscal year 23. You know what that leads you to? A $33 trillion national debt, which is where we sit today. Leads you to somewhere north of $700 billion in interest payments. And you know why that happened? Because this body is entrenched in a suboptimal path and refuses to leave it. Refuses to leave that path. You cannot change if you're unwilling to change. We had every opportunity to change. We were promised change. We were promised we were going to go ahead and we were going to get those 12 bills done. And if we got those 12 bills done, do you know why you do 12 bills? Because it allows you to reduce spending, get rid of wasteful, duplicative programs. It allows you to set an agenda to restore fiscal sanity. We chose to not do it again. We were promised we'd do it.
For the members in the audience that are asking right now, I just want to let you know it is Representative Andy Biggs. That is who's speaking right now.
Well, go ahead. We're going to put our trust in Mr. McCarthy to become the Speaker. That didn't happen. I suspected that would be the case. That was my struggle. That was my struggle last November and December. I iterated it to this body, our conference anyway.
Jim.
When we got to the debt ceiling, again, that seemed to spring upon everybody like a surprise.
Sorry, what were you saying?
I was going to say you got Thomas Massey.
Oh, is he speaking?
Yeah, well, I'll cue it up. Go ahead, finish.
Oh, yeah. Well, I had it on live on the other one. Okay, we can switch that because he said a lot. Hold on, let me get him queued up real quick. Sorry, I walked away for just a moment. Okay, here we go. I got it. I think. Hold on.
About wanting a Speaker of the House who tells the truth. I reserve.
Okay. Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole.
Cole's going to introduce.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend from Kentucky and fellow member of the Rules Committee, Mr. Massey.
Gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, as the only still serving co-author and co-sponsor of the motion to vacate Speaker Boehner, I can tell you this motion to vacate is a terrible idea. As the only member who's serving here who took every chance to vote against Speaker Boehner and to vote against Speaker Ryan. I can tell you that this chamber has been run better, more conservatively, and more transparently under Mr. McCarthy than any other speaker that I have served under. As a member of the Rules Committee, one of three conservatives who were placed there out of trust, the Speaker gave us a blocking position by putting 3 of us on there to keep an eye on the Rules Committee, to make sure the process was fair and even. I can tell you it's been fair and even. None of us are voting against the Speaker today. Regular order is at odds with predetermined outcomes. Yet the Speaker is being accused of not holding to regular order and predetermined outcomes at the same time. It is not possible. You cannot be for both at the same time. I was a party to the January agreement, and I can tell you that there were promises in there, but there was never a promise for an outcome. There was never a promise that you could force Joe Biden to sign something. There was only the promise that we would try, and try we have. We have tried in the Rules Committee. We have tried on the floor. We've been trying this since the summer, and there's enough blame to go around for why we don't have 12 bills, but part of it was a relitigation of the debt limit deal. By the way, there was no promise on the debt limit deal, no conditions on that in January, 0 whatsoever. I was in the room for that. So the 12 bills were delayed over what? $100 billion. That's a lot of money. But it's nothing compared to the $2 trillion that I came here to object to when Speaker Pelosi and President Trump pushed that bill through. We've had over 500 amendments. Listen, this is a referendum on this institution. We have tried regular order. Speaker McCarthy has tried regular order. If regular order fails today, if you vacate the Speaker, nobody is going to try it again.
Time has expired.
This institution will fail. Please do not vacate the Speaker.
So just so everyone knows, just to explain something here, since I know Thomas better than anyone that's in this right now, and I'm in disagreement with him. Don't get me wrong. But that's the one thing that drives him nuts as an engineer, is to have problems with the process. Now, I don't bug him on this one just yet, and I don't really understand why he won't be on the side of this, but he believes that he's going to get this regular order thing, and it's not happening. And that is such a weakness with this. So anyway, I just wanted to give that quick little insight. And Nick, you want to go to hands or something?
Yeah, we'll go to hands real quick. We'll be monitoring the floor to see, once interesting speakers come up on both sides of this argument here, we'll be playing them live for you guys. But in the meantime, we'll hit. Let's go here. We'll get a little. Actually, I'm going to bring up Justin Hart, actually, because he's been trying to come up for a while and he keeps dropping back down. And then we'll go to some hands here. But Justin, I'm sure you're going to have an interesting take on this. I got to ask you, what do you think about the motion to vacate the chair? Are we doing the right thing here? Because it's looking more and more likely, Justin, that this is going to happen, that we're going to end up without a speaker by the end of the day.
We're just shooting ourselves in the foot. I don't know who got drunk on this stuff and who decided this might be a positive thing. But in the middle of this whole morass, especially when the original deal had at least some significant changes, yeah, I'd like to see some better chutzpah from Speaker McCarthy and everything else there. But can we win an election first, right? Can we actually get some type of notion as to what's going on here? Because at these margins, with our lack of power, we're just shooting ourselves in the foot. We look like idiots. And down in the grassroots, we have like, oh my gosh, have you seen X, Y, and Z? No one outside of us cares. Everyone here on this space is weird, okay? Just, you guys have to admit, we're all weird because we're like intensely involved in politics day in and day out. I want you to go home after you go off of Spaces and just, is your spouse on Twitter doing this stuff? Are your in-laws, are your parents, are your kids, are your neighbors? No, nobody else except for you is here. And so you're very unique. And so, yeah, you can articulate X, Y, and Z. McCarthy did X, Y, and Z. But when it comes to the normal person who's going about their life and just worried about the other elements and they see this happen, they just go, what a fustercluck. Why don't these guys have their act together? It's disastrous, it's stupid, and it's just ripping things apart. It's a plaything for Gett's. That's it.
So, Justin, what specifically then are you saying is going to be the consequence of this? Specifically, not generally.
Yeah, well, it sends us into disarray. Now you have to come up with another speaker. It's likely you could have people that will come about and, find some type of moderate Democrat that you could throw into the mix. All sorts of things could happen. And you get to the point in these in these moments of precipice where you have Republicans who will leave the party. They'll just go, I'll go independent. I don't know what you want me to do, right? It's just an insane sort of deliveries that we have here. And all of it stems from just terrible decisions over the last years. I mean, the record of losses that we have from congressional, federal, Senate, gubernatorial, down to the state assembly and Senate levels, we have not seen that since Obama. Obama lost the Democrats huge amounts of swaths all the way down the ballot, right? Trump and the people that have been in power, along with Ron and everyone else, that this basically has been their mantras too. We are only like a couple gubernatorial losses, a couple Senate losses, and we've lost, I think it's like 10 different chambers across the country. Our record is not stellar since 2016. And so we've got to start winning again if we have any notion, and this does not help.
So just for some perspective, Ballotpedia reported this. During the Trump administration, there were 187 state legislative seats that were in GOP hands that were lost. During the Obama administration, there were 900. What do you say to that?
That's accurate what I said. I mean, the numbers are not to Obama levels, but give us another year, I guess, pal.
Well, we're not under Trump right now. We're under Biden. But
Trump considers himself the incumbent, and a lot of you do,
it doesn't matter what he considers himself to be. I want to be fair here. I mean, he's a factor, too, of course. Say again?
I mean, a lot of you feel like Trump is the incumbent and the guy to beat.
Oh, I think he's the guy to beat, but I don't think he's the incumbent by any stretch.
Look, if you spend any time with the committees on the NRSC, the RNC, and everything else there, it's the strangest situation we've ever put ourselves in altogether. These sort of missteps really have an impact on absolute party brand. I mean, you have to go back to the Ronald Reagan, to the folks who basically said, you choose the best conservative Republican who could win. Okay. And the rest of it, you just kind of say, look, this is what we have to deal with, right? Like, there is no one other than the governor right now of New Hampshire who could win that space for the Republicans. There is no one else in a lot of these places.
What space? What space?
In New Hampshire, the governor of New Hampshire, Sununu, right? Everyone loathes him because he's a squishy middle guy. But guess what? He has that state. He's going to deliver that state for a Republican nominee, whoever it is, okay? And I think he actually has a good chance of doing that. Because you can't have anyone else win that state, right? It's just the reality of the thing. We would love conservatives of a certain stripe across the board. But you have to face the reality that not everyone thinks like you do here on Spaces. And no one has...
So Justin...
Hey, I have a totally different take than you do, Justin, all due respect, observing this. I really think that this is, and I'm going to speak to this from, previous work, but watching this, the Democrats already said in a side meeting, and that's already been public, that they would not support McCarthy, which says to me that they already have an idea of who's going to be his replacement. I think they're letting this flow because they because they know we're entering this, big election year. They know that people are not behind the funding in Ukraine. And what this is going to do is upset that, right? So the Democrats can look like they tried, but failed. So I think that this is on a bigger level. There's pieces of legislation that basically that they don't
Tara,
want
I'll
to
give you the
succeed.
mic right back, but I got to get to Matt Gaetz real quick.
Is he in the room?
In debt, facing $2.2 trillion annual deficits. And our fellow Americans may be watching, wondering, how does that happen? How does the greatest country in the world have a process so broken that it would be laughed out of the rooms in the halls of the state legislatures where many of us come from? Here's how it works. The law says we're supposed to have the very single subject spending bills that my colleague referenced in the summer. That we're supposed to have that and move it. But there's a dirty little secret in this town, and that is if you delay, if you hold the bills, if you make multiple contradictory promises, as Speaker McCarthy has done, and you back everybody up against shutdown politics, well, nobody wants to shut the government down. No one cheers for a shutdown. And of course, when people are backed up against shutdown politics, the decision calculus changes. So year after year, decade after decade, we break the law and we do the same thing. We pass a continuing resolution, then we pass another continuing resolution, and then it's either another continuing resolution or an omnibus bill or a series of minibuses that lump these disparate things together. The American people want all of us to take votes on single subject matters. They don't want to see these things all mushed together and log rolled. And it was concerning to me to hear of news of a secret deal on Ukraine funding that would have log rolled more money with Ukraine with our southern border. Now, how offensive is that to our Customs and Border Patrol, to our ICE, to the people that are suffering as a consequence of our border, that some of my colleagues are only willing to stand up and fight for our border if they could send billions to Ukraine to fund their border too? Well, I've had enough of that, and that's why I brought this motion to vacate. I reserve.
And just so everyone knows, when he says we're breaking the law, just to put an emphasis on this, in 1974, Congress passed the Budget Control Act. The purpose of it was to get Congress back to controlling the spending that was being done by the Nixon administration. It actually was a pretty decent move. This is why this was the formation in a modern sense.
So, Jim, we have Steve Scalise speaking as well. So he is.
Yeah, I'm going to pull it up in just a second. I've got it queued. So, yeah. So,
Speaker, thank my friend from Oklahoma for yielding. And when we go back to January, as many people have, we knew that it was going to be a narrow majority. We also knew that it wasn't going to be easy. How many of us came here because we thought this job was going to be easy? How many of us thought the task ahead of us to address the problems of this country was going to be easy? One thing we did know is that if we were going to finally start confronting problems that had been ignored for years and years and years, we had to change the way that this place worked. And one thing Speaker McCarthy embraced from day one is to start making those kind of changes to this institution, opening up the process, allowing members to be more engaged, having amendments come to the floor, single subject bills, doing appropriations bills. Yes, making that happen overnight is not something that happens automatically, but it started to happen, and we are now seeing the fruits of it. Just last week, we had 4 different appropriations bills on this House floor, 4 different ones. Now, those bills took weeks and weeks to finally get to the floor, going through an open committee process, hundreds of amendments, each one of them, where Republicans, Democrats could bring their ideas. And we debated those bills on the floor, some until after midnight, where members can actually participate in the process. This has been a broken process for a long time, but it's a process where if we're going to confront the problems that families are facing, because right now we need to resolve our differences inside this House chamber before we can then go and fight for those families who are struggling. But every single day across America, families are struggling with real problems that we're going to have to get back to solving. And those problems are real for them. It's inflation, it's the economy, it's high energy costs. It's an open southern border that doesn't just affect the border states. It's affecting every state, Republican districts, Democrat districts. Everybody knows it. And it can be ignored by the White House, but this House is the only body that started to take action. When we, with H.R. 2 And then with the border bill last week, and with over the action we took last week, over 70% of government funding passed out of the House. However, everybody voted, Republican or Democrat, this House passed funding for over 70% of the federal government's operation, and it's sitting over in the Senate where they passed zero. And we're going to beat up each other and talk about our internal processes, and we need to get our internal processes working better. But you know what? So does that other body over there, and so does the White House. Everybody in this town needs to be engaged in addressing these problems. But if we don't start here, and if we don't focus these next 45 days, because that's what we've got in front of us. We've got 2 bills this week. We've got 2 more appropriations bills next week. And if we're going to be confronting those, we've got to stay focused on our mission. What the other side does, let's continue to put pressure on them. But we also need to put pressure on ourselves to do our job. And Speaker McCarthy's been leading at the top of the level to make sure that we have the tools to do our jobs in a different way than the House has done it before. This House is going to have to continue to make those changes. But the American people sent us here to confront those problems. We're finally starting to. This isn't the time to slow that process down. We need to keep doing our work. We need to keep fighting for those families who are struggling. But so does the Senate, and so does the White House as well. Let's keep doing this work that we were sent here to do. I yield back.
So what's interesting here, I'll say real quick before I jump to Jim, it's Steve Scalise was mentioned several times as somebody that could potentially succeed Kevin McCarthy, but now it looks like he's endorsed Kevin McCarthy again. Jim, go ahead.
Yeah, no, he's making his case to replace McCarthy should things fail while supporting him. I just was messaging some folks in D.C. that I talked to just to say that very case, although he'll be just another Kevin McCarthy. Trust me, I've had my battles with Scalise's office over the years, and it would be no better from my perspective having Scalise there than McCarthy. But that's what he was doing there. He was making the case that you can run to me if you'd like to, but I'm supporting McCarthy right now, which is, that's the way, if I were as corrupt as that I'd make the case. So there you go.
Hey, Jim, can you break in with Geotz?
Say again. Yeah, I can pull him up. Hold on.
We're going to lump in the Department of Education and the Department of Labor with our military.
Yeah, this debate's getting pretty heated here. We're getting some high-ranking Republicans on both
Doing
sides.
our work, we need to keep.
Good.
With defending this beautiful country. I yield back.
The gentleman from Florida.
Yeah, I'm here to solve problems too, but we have decade after decade of history showing us that you don't solve any problems with continuing resolutions and omnibus bills. That creates more problems, more debt, more inflation, more pain for American families. So the way to solve problems is to break the fever dream of governing by continuing resolution and omnibus bill and instead return to the very single subject spending bills that we will only get if my resolution passes to vacate Speaker McCarthy. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves his time.
There you go.
Hey, just some breaking news. Trump was just, the judge in the Trump case issued a gag order against President Trump and threatened him with 30 days in jail for apparently attacking one of the clerks and ordered him to take down a post on Truth Social.
Are you saying for the civil case in New York right now or another
For
case?
the civil case in New York right now, yes. The judge has put Trump under a gag order.
What a joke.
The post was, he tweeted, he Truth Social, it was Schumer's girlfriend, Allison R. Greenfield, is running the case against me. How disgraceful. This case should be dismissed immediately. And that was it. And that's a...
Where's the lie? Where's the lie, Brian?
I don't know.
Yeah, so we'll go ahead and I promised Tara I'd jump back to her because I did interrupt earlier, and then Honey Badger will get you in here, and Tom also as well. So we keep jumping in, when we get good speakers up here that are on the floor.
I didn't want to interrupt, but I kind of am looking at it too from another angle, and I'm wondering if this isn't also the exit ramp that the Biden administration is looking for to stop funding Ukraine. officially, they have to say they want to keep funding it. But this will lead to, I think, perhaps, hopefully, getting the U.S. out of this proxy war against Russia via Ukraine. So we'll see. But that's one of the results that might happen today.
You know, Tara, it would be nice if that were the case, frankly, because this is such an outrage. But you did have people from the administration this week saying that that Ukrainians are fighting the war, so we don't have to. Like that kind of language.
Well,
came
Lindsey
out
Graham
there.
is fucking crazy. But
Well, yeah, he's an idiot for sure.
He is. I mean, he's just insane. But we don't. I mean, but there are sober-minded people that do not want to go to World War III. And when you have England doing what it's doing right now, Great Britain, and you have Germany now is making some moves, things are getting very heated. And so, I just think that finally the DNC got the message that this is not going to fly. They're not going to be able to get anyone in. And they're going to lose more seats if they keep up with the United States of Ukraine kind of thing, because we're not, and it needs to stop. And people, our infrastructure is falling apart. We've all talked about it, but I think that's one thing that's happening. I tend to agree with Laura, though. A lot of these people are megalomaniacs. They're in it for their own game. However,
there's no doubt.
Jim?
But Matt Gaetz, I have to say, he has a lot of integrity, and this comes from personal experience.
Jim?
I've got it paused, Nick. I'll bring it up. Go ahead, Tara. Finish up, and then I'll do it.
Okay, I'll finish up. He basically, when I talked to him on the phone, he could have had me come and testify, and he told me it wasn't safe. And so that's it.
No doubt. And Tara, you've done so many principled things, so kudos to you. Okay, here comes Matt Gaetz,
architect of Mr. McCarthy's debt limit deal. But here's the reality. The only Republicans in America who believe that the debt limit deal was conservative are in this chamber right now. Because all over America, Republicans think that when you negotiated that debt limit deal, they took your lunch money. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves his.
So this is really interesting debate. And by the way, my back channel discussions are such that people are in D.C. who are conservative like me are really liking what Matt's saying. It would be interesting to know if everyone could, the amount of people in Washington who work in that system who really think that everything that's going on is stupid. Now, there are a whole lot that are totally bought into it as well, but there are a large number, and I talk to them every single day, all day, and that sentiment is out there. Anyway, I'll go back to you, Nick.
Yeah, so Tom, I know you've been waiting for a while. We'll get Honey Badger, we'll go to Tom, and then Justin, we'll have you follow up. Now, guys, I want to remind you, this vote is imminent. We've probably got another 3 to 5 minutes of debate before we actually get to the vote here. We do expect Matt Gaetz to speak again, maybe 1 or 2 more times before the vote. So we'll be jumping in there and interrupting anytime that he does. So just giving you guys fair warning. Honey Badger, go ahead.
Hey,
and actually, before you do, guys, I just want to let you know, bottom right-hand corner, give me your thoughts, opinions, questions. We have an expert panel. We're going to have this going for a long time, guys, and when we are reading your questions. So, and I'm sorry. Hold on. We got to get to Matt Gaetz one more time.
No worries.
And then you're up, Honey Badger. I promise. I'm sorry. It's okay, let's see. It looks like he yielded. Okay, Honey Badger, go ahead.
Yeah, they're going to Elise Stefanik right now. Go ahead, Honey Badger.
You want to hear Elise Stefanik?
No.
Okay. So let's go back all the way back to the beginning. I'm going to speak as quickly as I can. Back when they voted in January, basically the theme was give them a chance. And that's why the people that were holding out were convinced to give them a chance. So they gave him a chance. Many of the issues that we're seeing are definitely issues of omission, things he should do, things he has not done. And for Matt Gaetz to call this out, let's not judge the messenger. Let's just look at the messages for what it's worth. And, regardless of whether or not you think this is good politics, the answer is this: of all of his sins of omission, he has not unified the Republicans in the House of Representatives. That has been his major fail. And I'm sorry, you cannot like Nancy Pelosi. You can hate her method, but nobody ever stepped to her. And that is the whole point. We are more fractured than ever. Don't shoot Matt Gaetz for pointing out the obvious. Tell the truth and say what people actually want to, the quiet part out loud. He's a shitty leader.
Sorry about that. We were chatting in the back chats here. So I think what we're going to do, because we have so little time till voting starts. And once voting starts, we're going to have a lot of time to sit here and debate all these points. So I think we're going to go to the feed to hear any future debate here, because there are only a few minutes left.
Yeah, go. I'll have Matt Gaetz's thing queued up and ready to go if you want to go. And because I'm curious here what Tom or Brian have to say. Maybe you can do that, and then I'll have it. It looks like we might get there in a moment, though. Hold on just a sec. Sure. Just a sec. Yeah.
Gentlelady or gentleman from Florida.
I would just say, if this House of Representatives has exceeded all expectations, then we definitely need higher expectations. And while it's heartwarming and kind that the Speaker calls people on their birthday and visits their district and congratulates them on their children, please know this isn't a critique of the individual. It's a critique of the job. The job hasn't been done. We've had multiple contradictory promises, and it's just quite something. For those of you keeping track at home, the last 3 speakers you've heard opposing my resolution all voted for the debt deal. So, if you believe that the debt limit deal that Speaker McCarthy brought into law was a good thing, maybe you agree with their perspective. I think the debt limit deal was a terrible deal, and that's one of the reasons. It really was the original sin of the McCarthy speakership, and it's one of the reasons I seek to vacate the chair now. I reserve.
Gentleman, time is reserved. Gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr.
So they're going to go through some other speakers.
Yeah, Jim, just keep on it.
Graves. Gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves, is recognized for 2 minutes.
No, that's going to be boring. We'll get it back to Matt Gaetz. Graves is not the guy to talk to. Tom Slocum. Well, Brian, actually, you kind of chimed in for a second, but go ahead. What's your take on what's going on? I'm just curious, coming from the other side of the aisle, what your impression is of things.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Yeah, so I agree almost 100% with what Justin was saying. I feel like a lot of people in this room, they're going to be more involved in politics, and the average Republican, I don't think wants chaos. I don't think they want this division within their own party. And I, as a Democrat, I'm not going to say it excites me, but it has me more optimistic. I feel like this is they're basically shooting themselves in the foot. I don't know what's going to result if he's ousted. I don't know who's going to be appointed or how long this is going to drag out, but it can only be beneficial for Democrats, at least in the short run. And I would argue probably in the long run too, with the election only about 13 or so months away.
Brian, I'll give you my retort, and then I'm curious your response to it. So what I would say is this is going to happen, and then everyone's going to forget about it by the beginning of the year. And then we'll be back to whoever, whether there's a change or not. I predict it's not going to change. I mean, I wish it would, but I don't think that's going to happen. But, we're going to be back in January after the holidays and moving into the elections, and no one's going to remember about it. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, if McCarthy stays in power, that's one thing. I think that if this is drug out and you have a new speaker who might not have the support of the entire Republican Party, maybe less so than McCarthy would, I think that can be problematic. I think it's going to be hard for the GOP to get much done in the House. And I feel that voters, that's not going to appeal very much to Republican voters, or at least not the mainstream Republican voters. I think a portion of the MAGA side of the Republican Party, I think it will somewhat appeal to them. But if nothing's getting done, I think the average voter is going to probably be turned off.
And we still have Garrett Graves speaking, and I'm sparing everyone. It's pretty boring, this guy. Sorry.
Sounds like you have some sort of vendetta or some bone to pick, Jim.
He's actually someone I don't know. He kind of has always been in the background to me, but I've heard him speak. So there you go.
So that's all we need to know, apparently. Yep. So So Tom, go ahead and jump in here. We're gonna have to actually hang on one second. We might be getting.
I'm watching it. I'll come. I'll butt in.
Yeah. So we'll jump in when Geotz comes back. Tom, so we'll give you a little bit of time, and then we'll get you on the other side of Geotz. So go ahead.
All right. So here's the thing, guys.
Hold on. Here comes Matt. Here comes Matt.
Yep,
Hold on, Tom.
Okay.
Hold on.
The gentleman from Florida.
My colleague says we've passed the strongest border bills in history. Well, guess what? Look at the border right now. We didn't use sufficient leverage in the debt limit or in any other thing to actually get results on the border. The border is a disaster, really something I don't think you're going to be campaigning on, that you fixed the border. Second, you said you streamlined regulations. What the gentleman from Louisiana doesn't tell you is that all of the regulatory reform he was just bragging about is waivable by the stroke of a pen of someone in the Biden White House. Do you really think you've got anything for that? It's a total joke. And then finally, the welfare to work that the gentleman from Louisiana said we got. The welfare programs that they said that they streamlined with their welfare to work stuff, they're actually going to grow. Because while they did work requirements, they blew out those programs with expanded eligibility. I'm real glad you guys didn't put work requirements on Medicaid. It probably would have resulted in Medicaid expansion. And when it comes to how those raise money, I take no lecture on asking patriotic Americans to weigh in and contribute to this fight from those who would grovel and bend knee for the lobbyists and special interests who own our leadership, who have, boo all you want, who have hollowed out this town and have borrowed against the future of our future generations. I'll be happy to fund my political operation through the work of hardworking Americans, $10 and $20 and $30 at a time, and you all keep showing up at the lobbyist fundraisers and see how that goes for you. I reserve.
Once again, the chair would admonish.
So we'll go ahead, Tom. Now we're kind of in the middle, I think. Yeah, go ahead, and I'll bring him back.
Man,
in, Tom,
I mean, that was most excellent. My exact thoughts, really. Mr. Geotz is doing an excellent job of telling everyone exactly what's going on here. Listen, primary voters are the ones that decide who the congressmen and congresswomen are, all right? Primary voters. And we must hold all these people accountable that are stepping out of line. We have laws that we have to follow, as Jim was talking about. I know he got interrupted by another one of the speakers, but Jim, I want to hear you go back over that subject in detail, right? But that's what this is about, following the rules and following the law. And if you want to make a change, you got to become a primary voter and vote in the primary this coming March or whenever it is in your state. For a lot of people, it's Super Tuesday in March. And you got to support the anti-rhino, anti-establishment America First candidate. You got to volunteer for them. You got to fundraise for them. You got to be the difference. You got to be the patriot that's getting these people elected. And also, help out your state capital while you're at it. You're going to be the reason, but you do it from inside of the party. And so I would recommend everybody stay registered and register more people and take over your clubs, because we have a lot of things that have not been addressed. Like Matt just said, energy has not been addressed. We have very expensive gasoline right now, very expensive electricity prices. The border is the worst it's ever been, ever. It's unbelievable how bad it is. We haven't gotten anything done on that. Inflation sky high, grocery prices sky high. Nothing's been achieved by Speaker McCarthy at all. It's been a complete failure. And the idea that we're supposed to be doing single line item bills is exactly right. That's the way the law is supposed to be, as Jim was saying a while ago, and we're not adhering to the law. They're all breaking the law, essentially. They should all be ashamed of themselves. And the lobbyists, yes, Matt's exactly right. The lobbyists are the reason these people vote the way they vote, and people need to start running more grassroots campaigns and not taking, all this huge, massive money from all these lobbying groups and from all the PACs that take money from the same lobbying groups. They need to be grassroots PACs, and they need to be grassroots donations in order to keep the lobbyists out of Washington, D.C. That's what we need to do.
Yeah, and that's, it's all great, right? Matt Gaetz, fires people up when he says these things. But again, it's like, I can't help but reiterate my own personal experience dealing with Matt Gaetz. And the fact of the matter is that Matt likes to talk a big talk, but he supported people like Daniel Webster, who I ran against, who took money from PACs and lobbyists, and he voted 15 times to make Kevin McCarthy speaker. So when he's on the when he's in front of the cameras, okay, Matt loves trying to act like the hero of the day. And I support the motion to vacate. I'm glad he did it. But you just said people need to have more grassroots campaigns. Well, yeah, people did run grassroots campaigns, and people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz sabotaged them and actually worked to protect the rhinos who they ran against. So it's nice to, talk a big talk when you're on these Twitter spaces, or, talk a big talk when you're watching Matt Gaetz on the floor of the House. But, these people have records, and I just think that we need to start demanding more accountability. Like, Matt just wants to pretend as if he hasn't played a role in protecting the uniparty. He deliberately protected people who voted for Kevin McCarthy and worked against numerous candidates that would have been votes to not support McCarthy for Speaker of the House.
With that, I'm going to let Matt's just about to speak again. He's actually speaking, but I'm going to give it to you from the beginning.
With 3 minutes remaining.
To be clear, I tried to get one of the three podiums on the Republican side, and y'all wouldn't let me have them, so you sent me over here. But you know what? I'll make this argument at any desk in this building, from the well, from the chair. I'll make it on every street corner in this country that Washington must change. We have to break the cycle. We have to break the fever. And I would hope, truly, that the reforms that we are fighting for are reforms that would last and be embraced, and that would democratize power in this institution beyond the privileged few who back us up against shutdown politics and Christmases and deadlines in order to achieve their objectives. Mr. Speaker, high inflation is on the verge of bankrupting American families. Our economy is breaking in half. A typical American family can't afford to buy a house in 99% of U.S. counties. Inflation is stealing more than $700 a month from working Americans, nearly $9,000 a year. Kevin McCarthy is the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and he has failed to take a stand where it matters. So if he won't, I will. I make no apologies for defending the right of every hardworking American to afford a decent life for themselves and their families, and we have a greater opportunity to do that and to build coalitions under new leadership. We have to rip off the Band-Aid. We have to get back on a better course. And Mr. Speaker, I don't know how this vote's going to go. Usually when a vote comes to this floor, it's pretty predetermined. And this one, I'm not so sure. But I am sure that we've made the right argument, that this place deserves single-subject spending bills, that we should have 72 hours to read a bill, that something that spends more than $100 million shouldn't be put on the suspension agenda such that we can't amend it. And there shouldn't be secret side deals made on a continuing resolution to lump Ukraine in with border security. That is not right for Ukraine or border security, because it fails to give either of those issues the dignity that they would require. But we can return that dignity to this House. We can get back on a better path. We can have single subject appropriations bills. We can set a budget top line. We haven't had a budget in this place since I was in high school. So let's get a budget. Let's get our act together. Let's get on with it. Let's vacate the chair, and let's get a better speaker.
Yeah. With that, I was about 1 minute behind, but they're just about to bring up the vote right now.
Yep. So they're doing a roll call vote right now, as requested by Congressman Gaetz.
And he called for the yeas and nays, which is normal. That's normal procedure on the floor. But what happens here is different than in January. They're not going to be doing the voting where everyone stands up and gives a verbal vote. They are going to do it with the voting card because the Congress has already started. Technically, members don't have their voting cards active at that moment, and because the Congress isn't actually in session. So that's why they go, in part, why they go through the formality of doing voice votes in January. Until the Speaker is elected in every new Congress, then the Congress is not technically in session. So, and also it's a traditional formality as well. But yeah, they're going to call the vote right now, and we'll be able to see it on the screen and keep you updated.
Okay, so while this vote is ongoing here, and it'll take a little bit, given that we have 435 members of the House of Representatives, I want to ask First off, I want to go to Matt. Matt, if you're here, what
and by
would
the
you
way,
think?
I was wrong. They are going to do a voice vote. Go ahead.
Yeah. Matt, what happens if McCarthy just puts himself up again to be voted in? Because, at this point, it's not looking very good for the guy, okay? If he is ousted as Speaker, if Matt Gaetz' motion to vacate passes, then what? Then what happens?
Yeah, it's an interesting question that you're asking and posing. In fact, I just took a call from Kalen Dorr and Boris Epstein just a second ago, and just basically, the whole thing is just kind of interesting to see where this goes. I mean, someone could nominate McCarthy, could nominate himself. The interesting thing to me, and I don't know how much the American people are watching this, because it's not like the Trump impeachment trials to where they've done this thing at prime time where everyone is going to be tuned in. So a lot of the things that really should have been heard by the American people, things that Matt Gaetz and others have said, is going to be negated because it's happening at 3 o'clock Central Time, 4 o'clock Eastern Time. Hell, it's only 1 o'clock on the West Coast. So I think it's really missing an audience right now. But the real kicker to me here is who's going to nominate who. McCarthy could just nominate himself again. I thought the same thing, Nick. The guys I talked to felt the same way. It's an interesting take here. Now, Hakeem Jeffries has said that the Democrats are going to vote with Gaetz. That's what I've heard. So it's going to be very interesting to see where this goes. And then I'm also hearing from several of my sources, Jim may have the same connections, that 2 or 3 Democrats have talked about jumping party lines and voting with McCarthy. This is going to be really dicey to see what happens. And it wouldn't surprise me to see this happen. So, I mean, I'll yield back to you, but I think there's a real possibility that McCarthy just nominates himself again, Nick.
Yeah,
well,
but then what
happens?
happens?
Let me jump
at that
in and
point?
just say that
Yeah,
he's going to get nominated by some other member of the House. They're going to keep they're behind him, the other crowd, and I think they're going to keep doing it. The problem is now if the Democrats come in and vote with Gaetz on whatever nomination he might make, there are going to be others that can nominate too. By the way, it's just that aspect of it's going to be just like January. So the threshold is 218 votes for the Speaker. Anything less than that, which means you can have other people nominated and voted on. If you can't get to 218, it has to be an absolute majority. Then they're going to keep voting. So keep that in mind. It's going to play out very similar to January.
Okay, because this is an audience question that we had here, which I thought was pretty interesting. They were asking whether or not, if you're splitting the vote on the Republican side, do you possibly end up with a Speaker Hakeem Jeffries? And it sounds like the answer is no, correct, Jim?
That is correct. They'd have to actually vote for Hakeem Jeffries. So you'd have to have the 11 people who are likely to be voting against McCarthy, at least at this stage. Enough of them would have to vote to give a 218 majority. So yeah, no, it's not a plurality vote. It's an actual majority vote.
Jim,
So
do
somebody
the
better pull that
absences
fire
matter?
alarm, right?
Do the absences
somebody
matter?
better pull the fire alarm.
So we got Anna Paulina Luna.
No, it actually has to be 218. Or I'm sorry, no, I apologize. I said that wrong. I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, with the absences, it's the absolute majority. So it might be 216 because I think there are 3 absences.
We've got Luna. Right, we've got another congressman who has a health issue. We've got Nancy Pelosi, who's, I don't know if she counts, but she's in San Francisco with Feinstein. But we know of at least 2 Republicans, Luna and another gentleman, who are not there.
The vote doesn't have to be completed today. Matter of fact, I doubt seriously that it's completed today. And in that way, I think it'll be like what we saw in January. And I think that any Republican that cooperates, whether it's McCarthy or some of the vote switching, any Republican that votes along with the Democrats to put McCarthy back in or to put any speaker back in, if the Republicans and Democrats join together in some fashion, then those Republicans are going to have a huge electoral problem in their campaigns, which are ongoing right now. I thought the defense of removing McCarthy was very compelling. It wasn't compelling when McCarthy and his supporters listed McCarthy's in the Congress's accomplishments to date. I thought Gaetz and Buck made a great case. They really are tapped in to the anger over the border, over the Ukraine funding, over the violence in our society, and the corruption in the Biden the Biden administration writ large, but also the Department of Justice. So I think it's death to any Republican, Rhino or otherwise, who cooperate with the Dems. So I see this fight being within the party, and that in that way we're back to January, and who knows how that's going to go.
Well, so
what
you're not going to see is, you're definitely not going to see Republicans working with Democrats. That's just not going to happen here, guys. One thing that is interesting, Lauren Boebert did not vote to table the motion. I suspect she is absolutely going to vote for McCarthy. She's got some cover because you've got Donalds and Roy and some of these guys doing that. And she's going to have, and I know her, but I haven't talked to her about this. She is going to have a very interesting, delicate line here because she had such a close race last time. She may not want to be on the outs. I don't know how she's going to handle that. And I, like I said, haven't had that discussion with her. Just a quick side note.
Just an update. We're up 3 votes. Burchett from Tennessee, Ken Buck, and Andy Biggs.
And Lauren did vote no for the vacate. For the vacate.
Lauren Boebert voted no?
Yes.
Yeah, she just voted no.
She just voted no.
I think Jim's right. She's in a purple district, and that vote could hurt her.
Well, actually, Doc, she's not in a purple district. That's a +6 district for Republicans. It actually is, but she only won by a few hundred votes last time, and that's the concern. And her opponent is raising a buttload more money than she is right now, FYI.
Yeah, she's probably going to get beat.
By the way, Jake Sherman is reporting that it would take 214 votes to remove McCarthy.
So what he's probably right. I'm trying to verify with people I'm talking to how many actual absences there are. If it's 3, it's 217. But if there's more, and there might be 5, then that would be the total.
And somebody could vote present too, just to escape the scrutiny.
Well, we do know that we believe that there are 5 votes, correct? Biggs, Gates, Good, Crane, Rosendale, and Burchett. Is that correct?
Well, Buck also, he's in there too.
Right, we can
It'd
add
be really
Buck.
hard to do anything productive before an election season for a lot of these people. I just don't see even people that lean right, and maybe some of them want to go. Maybe their election is not something that they want to try to gamble with, and they feel like being a principled conservative isn't going to sell well back home for whatever reason. It should. They should want to say, "Hey, I follow the law. We're just trying to follow the law here." But you don't want McCarthy donating or fundraising, against you either. I guess for some of these people, they feel threatened perhaps by the fundraising mechanism that could come out against them. I don't know, Jim. What do you think?
Well, surely if McCarthy makes it through this, then there's always retaliation. I've fought those battles quite a bit through the years, and they definitely do it. McCarthy was already, even though he made a promise that he wasn't going to, I was already seeing indications earlier in the year that he was working against certain members that didn't support him in January at first. But, fundraising against them, I mean, they'd have to find a late primary person to come in there to make that effective. Otherwise,
He already is,
they'll just leave people on their own.
He is fundraising against people. He's fundraising against Trump. I've shown countless forms of evidence of this over the last 9 months.
No, Laura, I know that. What I'm saying is you got to have an actual opponent. Now Trump's a little bit different.
Race. Yeah, like some of these things might be where the Rhino is the only person, and there's no one there that you can even put up, perhaps.
Yeah, well, I think it's also interesting to note that every single member of Congress who's endorsed Ron DeSantis for president voted to protect Kevin McCarthy. So again, it's like this directly plays into the 2024 election because Kevin McCarthy is working to undermine President Trump. It's the reason why he hasn't endorsed him for re-election for 2024. And it just goes to show you why so many of these Republicans are so desperate to keep McCarthy in, because they also view Kevin McCarthy as a tool to be used against President Trump and to undermine election integrity efforts and to also keep on funding weaponized government against President Trump going into 2024. And I don't really see a lot of people talking about that, but again, the elephant in the room is people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and people like Byron Donalds, Jim Jordan, who keep on claiming, right? They just say that they support President Trump. They pretend to support President Trump, but their actions suggest otherwise. Kevin McCarthy is, in my opinion, the biggest roadblock in between the American people and a corrupt, weaponized DOJ. Okay, he's obstructing the MAGA efforts to strip these crooked federal law enforcement agencies of the funding that they need to continue their witch hunts against President Trump in an election year. And so every single person that is supporting Kevin McCarthy is supporting an anti-Trump, pro-Biden agenda. And this is something that people need to understand and start messaging publicly, because we can't keep giving these people passes to just post their selfies with President Trump and pretend like they're pro-MAGA, take their selfies or show themselves riding around on Trump Force One with President Trump, and then go and support his biggest opponent in the halls of Congress, Kevin McCarthy, who is undermining and has been working to undermine President Trump every step of the way.
Could I also just add that this is politics? I mean, like, everything is just kind of a show. Politicians, I mean, they say they're going to do one thing, they campaign on doing one thing, and either they don't do it at all or they do the complete opposite. This is all politics.
This process is also exposing, as Laura's pointing out, those who pretend to support Trump or pretend to support, the other side, and it's making them declare. Right, we already know something more about Lauren Boebert because she voted against removing the speaker than we knew 5 minutes ago, and this is going to multiply in its effect across many races, depending on how people vote.
Well, this is why you got to be able to fundraise too. Like, here's the thing: like, you can jump at these people for wanting to get into the limelight, et cetera, and say, "Oh, they're just showboating," and maybe that's true sometimes. However, like, if you want these people to be able to fundraise and not take money from lobbyists, they do have to be able to get on, like, cable TV, get their message out, and get all those $20 donations.
That's not true at all.
And in order to get small donations, they do need to be, well, they, you don't see many other candidates up there.
I ran for Congress. I ran for Congress as an America First candidate.
Did. And
this
has nothing to do with you, though, Laura.
I know, but I'm just explaining, though. When you stay true to your principles, the people respond with their wallets. I ran against a Rhino incumbent, and I ran against a Pelosi puppet. And when I ran against Daniel Webster, who, of course, voted in favor of McCarthy 15 times, Matt Gaetz worked against me in my campaign, and I out-fundraised Daniel Webster, a career, five-term member of Congress, a 40-year career politician, okay, who had enormous power as the Speaker of the House in the Florida Representatives, and I out-fundraised this guy every step of the way with no social media. I wasn't allowed to do a single interview. They wouldn't even talk to me on the news. Every single week there were hit pieces about me and my campaign, and yet I stayed true to my word and took the pledge on the campaign trail to vote against McCarthy, and people donated. Of course, there was a major challenge not having social media, but this idea that people have to go along to get along and play the game in order to get money is just absurd. Yeah, you're not going to get money from the NRCC, but that's why we need to be aggressive and we need to use brute force.
Well, yeah, I hear everybody complain about money, and I'm just saying that you do need to get small dollar donations by the hundreds of thousands if you want to not have to rely upon lobbyists. And what I think is a lot of these people, they get elected with grassroots donations the first time, and then once they get up there, they get lazy and they don't want to go through the whole rigmarole of campaigning every 2 years. And so it's easier just to fall back on this PAC or that group. And now I don't have to worry about the fundraising anymore for all my direct mail and for my commercials and blah, blah, blah. I'll just fall into this little group. And I think that's what Matt was referring to. And so I would love to see more candidates commit to not taking money from the big bad lobbyist groups that get money, especially from the military-industrial complex, to support things like forever wars, not just Ukraine. I'm talking any forever war that they would ever want us to get involved in. They should go back to the way the law is designed. Okay, let's go vote on the floor. You're going to vote to go to war. You're going to vote for money to go to a country. We don't need people voting for that crap. when we're having millions of problems at home. Our SPR is almost empty here. Joe Biden's got us running on empty. That should be the theme song for his campaign, running on empty, because that's Joe. That's where he's got our country right now. We are very vulnerable, and we have to solve all of that, and I want to see candidates campaign on that. But this is a valid point Matt brings up, and then all the other people that voted. It's not just Matt. There's a lot of people here, a handful of people here, enough to, jump up and down and say, hey, when are we going to get back to following the law? We have to do these single budget bills, these single line item bills. Let's follow the damn law. Let's stop subverting our own Constitution. I'm on board with that all day long.
Just a quick update. Good and Gates voted for the motion to vacate, making 6. Paul Gosar voted against the motion to vacate. And just a clarification on Boebert, for some reason she said, quote, no for now.
That's odd. It's also worth noting that Marjorie Taylor Greene voted against the motion to vacate, as confirmed by.
That was the given.
Well, I know we've been talking about it, but now it's official. Yes.
No.
Why do you think Gosar voted against? Why do you think Gosar voted against it, Laura?
I don't know.
This whole
it's disappointing. It's disappointing, and that's why when people ask me, "Do you like members of Congress?" I say no, because I love Congressman Gosar, and I said today, look, I think that Gosar would be a great Speaker of the House, but every single time that you think that somebody's going to do something good, they turn around and disappoint you. And Gosar has always been my favorite member of Congress, but this is why I just call myself an equal opportunity hater. Okay, because all of these people, they say they're not going to support McCarthy, and then eventually a lot of them cave. So it's upsetting. It's just, who are you supposed to trust? And I think Congressman Gosar is a great guy. I think that he would make a fantastic Speaker of the House. I don't know why he just voted against the motion to vacate. I don't know. I know that originally he was against supporting McCarthy as Speaker, and then eventually, right, he gave his vote to McCarthy. And I know that he's a solid representative, solid America First guy who supports President Trump and actually doesn't care about the fanfare.
He's very unhealthy, though. I mean, he could never handle it. His Parkinson's is advancing quickly. I don't know why anybody ever considers Harriet Hagman.
By the way, I'll stand with Paul Gosar all the way down to the end.
Yeah.
He's a fantastic guy. I've known him for a lot of years now. One of the people that I got closest to. There's nobody better at doing the right thing all the time. Or there are a few that are, but not.
So I don't know why he's doing this, but I do know that he also has been threatened. I've spoken to Congressman Gosar and his chief of staff many times, and I know that McCarthy has threatened him and said that they would fund an opponent. And so they have to walk a line, because, not saying that they should walk a line, but after Congressman Gosar was very aggressive in speaking out against all the censorship of certain people, he spoke out against the use of NRCC funds, against candidates, America First candidates in primaries. And I know for a fact that McCarthy threatened him and said that they were going to fund his primary opponent. And
I think we should probably give that grace across the board, though, right? I don't doubt that there were a lot of people in the same boat, having the same threats. So I don't know.
Yeah, and it's your ability to fundraise is what it boils down to. I mean, some people cave because they don't have the ability to fundraise. They know they're vulnerable. And so they go, oh crap, I'm just going to vote for McCarthy. And others go, you know what? I can fundraise like a madman. I don't have to do this crap, and I'm going to put my neck out. I'm going to put my, on the line and go for it. And if McCarthy spends a bunch of money after me, so be it. And that's what I was mentioning to Jim earlier. That's why I asked Jim the question, do you think there are people out there making essentially veiled threats to go primary? And that's where we came back to, where are their candidates ready to run against them? Are they viable? So maybe there's a handful of viable candidates that can take the McCarthy money and try to run against some of these. Maybe not. I don't think the attempts would be too successful at this stage in the game, but nevertheless, I'm sure they'll spend money. They can try to spend money to try to ruin these people, right?
Well, if, again, in a primary, if there's an opponent, that's the easiest way to do it. They could do potentially a third party, but that usually doesn't happen in congressional races. But they will not help with fundraising. If they get themselves in trouble, they're not going to be there. So there are various ways that they'll do it. And NRCC plays this game, and it's really stupid. By the way,
they can do the endorsement game. They can do all kinds of shit.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. But quick, 214. If he gets 214 votes, that's going to be 214 to 214. That would vacate the chair. So he has to get 215 votes. There are 7 absences. Democrat Bush, Republican Carter, Paulina Luna is out on maternity leave. Nancy Pelosi, Patola, Sykes, and Wilson, all Democrats, are out. So that was at least the roll call vote initially.
But look, I don't understand this. Look, I like Anna Paulina Luna. I do. She's kind of surprised me as a member of Congress because I didn't really have high hopes for her. But just the other week, she said, "Oh, I just had a baby and I'm suffering an infection, but I'm going to make it to Congress to vote because I know how important it is for my constituents that I'm there." So what's her excuse? I mean, I understand she just had a baby, but she just said the other day that she wasn't going to miss a vote even though she had a baby and she was dealing with an infection. So it's like,
maybe
I don't
she's
understand.
actually sick.
Is she sick?
No, I'm saying maybe she. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Maybe she actually is sick.
Oh, well, I was just wondering because I didn't know if she was ill because she had. I thought it was admirable, and I was actually laughing at Kevin McCarthy for this, and I'm like, a woman just literally gave birth the other day, and even when she was 9 months pregnant, was showing up to vote, and some of you people are not showing up. So, is she ill? Like, I'm just genuinely.
Yeah, my understanding is that as I've had discussions with people this week, last couple of weeks, she is ill, and she's still on maternity leave.
That's awful. Yeah, because I know she said that she got an infection, like some kind of infection that required antibiotics after she gave birth. So I hope she's okay.
Could be
because I know that she's like a real trooper in the sense that, like, she literally gave birth and then got on a plane and went to go vote.
No, it could be mastitis, which is awful if she's breastfeeding.
Well, I hope she's okay.
Are people really allowed to miss votes?
About Paul Gosar. Having the name Gays for Trump is obviously not the most attractive thing to a lot of Republicans. But about 2 years ago, Paul Gosar was the first member of Congress to ever quote tweet me. And he said this. He said, "And Gosar for Gays for Trump. The new conservatives support everyone's right to pursue happiness. These lib trolls are buzzkill nannies, always wagging a finger at this, banning that, a toast to liberty." So like Laura Loomer, Paul Gosar is my favorite member of Congress.
I was going to
so
ask
just to give everybody an update, we're currently monitoring the roll call vote in the House of Representatives for the motion to vacate the chair, and we are. What did you say? Let me hear here.
By the way, Nancy Mace did vote for the
now?
motion.
She voted in favor of the motion. Okay, well,
she did. Yes.
Beautiful. So I'm supposed to say unbiased here.
She's
one of my friends asked me. One of my friends asked me privately here because I'm monitoring it that way as well. Someone on the Hill says to me, "What did McCarthy do to Mace? She just voted yes."
Yeah, I think she's a good litmus test, though. Because she's so both ways.
Well, she must be a strong fundraiser, right? And she must not be worrying about a primary as well.
Well, her district in South Carolina is a real establishment GOP type district. So there are some ways that she can play around. I think it's wrong. I think you can be very conservative in that district.
You're talking about Nancy Mace?
Nancy Mace, yeah. That's a very.
She won even though Trump endorsed her opponent, apparently. And remember, she went against Trump, and she was one of the only people to survive a Trump challenge during her primary. And
I lived in that district for 3 years. It's a very establishment district. You can be a strong conservative, pro-lifer, even MAGA Republican.
You got to know how to play the game.
She can fundraise with the knee-high boots. I mean, she's fine. She'll get the money.
Yeah, she can fundraise. She'll always be okay. She probably get the money behind her, right?
There's a lot of money in Charleston where her district is.
She was on The View yesterday, and I've never really watched her and seen her speak, and she came out looking pretty good after that View appearance yesterday.
Well, she's been good in the Biden.
Have we decided that there aren't any principled legislators in the House? Is everyone sort of fudging the issue one way or the other?
So we're tied right now at 131 yes, 131 no.
Wow, this is razor thin margins right now.
I was about to say it could go either way because the Democrats, they might really like McCarthy.
Well, it only takes, I mean, if we're hearing, so Matt Couch was saying earlier that it sounds like some Democrats might actually vote nay on the motion to vacate the chair.
Absolutely. If they could get a Republican to do their dirty work for them, then that's in their favor to keep him in. Because he's doing.
They already have deals in line. They don't want to upset the apple cart for whatever reason because they've already done negotiations, perhaps, or whatever.
So, what is it going to take at this point? You know, because I mean, if we're tied, if we've got seven, what do we have? 7 Republicans so far to vote yes on this measure.
213.
We've got 7 House Republicans voting yes on this measure to oust Speaker McCarthy. So at this point, he has to cross over and get some Democrats, doesn't he?
Right now, he has to get something because with those 7, that puts him at 214 if things lay out the way you think, and that would vacate the chair. Yes.
Wow.
That would be a 214 to 214 vote, and that vacates the chair.
Jim, who do we get? Scalise if he goes down, or who you think would?
No.
Well, Scalise just ferociously backed Speaker McCarthy on the floor. So
yeah, I mean, you got to when you stab him in the back. It's what you got.
Did you wake up from a nap, Brad?
Well, keep in mind he can be nominated still, so he can still become speaker. That just vacates the chair for that moment, and then it has to be filled. So then there'll be nominations and votes thereafter. We'll see how that plays out. He could still
McCarthy
be speaker.
will definitely be renominated by one of his friends in a New York second.
Listen, he's got strong support throughout that side. They were all clapping and everything. He's going to get nominated again. He's going to get a lot of votes. It's going to be very much like January.
Exactly. Unfortunately.
So, Jim, is this comparable to pissing in the wind, in your opinion?
No, I don't think it's pissing in the wind. A deal could be made to bring Scalise in, for example. I don't believe there's anybody else who could have done it. I could be wrong and something weird could happen, but I don't think it's pissing in the wind. I'm all
regardless,
for this.
It's going to be an establishment guy, right, Jim? It's not going to be a Thomas Massey or a Matt Gaetz or somebody that people would actually like to see.
Well, so I really wonder sometimes. The answer to that, if I had to put money on it, is yes, Matt. But, there's a Byron Donalds laying out there. Like, if they can't get to anything after a bunch of votes, they might just go with that this next time because Byron is not voting to vacate right now, for example. So those people aren't going to be immediately upset with him. And then someone's going to say, well, we got to do something. But yeah, the likelihood of it being an establishment person is very high.
Nobody wants this job. Nobody wants it. Why would you? Why would you want this job?
You're a target the moment you take it, 100%.
Well, I mean, the lobbyists want to own that position. That the lobbyists want to own the speaker's position. It's the same thing in Texas with the speaker in Texas and the legislature here. So the lobbyists will do whatever they can to keep their arms wrapped around that so they can control everything that goes in and out of the House.
Right, but why would Byron Donalds want to short circuit his career at this point by jumping in with the rhinos? I just don't see it.
Well,
we're tied at 151 yes, 151 no.
Listen, guys, right now it's probably going to be 214 unless a Democrat comes over. That's the way it's going to end up. Now, so that means 214, that means it's vacated, and then they'll go through a lot of votes. As to Byron Donalds, I wanted to throw this out. Byron, I would be positive about that. Now, because he's not going to be cashing in with the rhinos, so to speak, although he'll be making compromises that'll piss all of us off if he does that. That said, he's not a corrupt guy. And even though that game gets played, he's going to initially at least have some support even from the people that voted against McCarthy. In fact, the one interesting factor is if there were some reason that the Tom Cole wing wanted to vote for Byron Donalds, you're going to get everybody that voted to vacate going that way, and he becomes speaker. But that's what it would have to be at the end of the day, which means he's going to have to make some deals with the moderates. But I will tell you this, when I first went in to work for Tim Hillskamp in 2011, I made the case that John Boehner should have said this. He should have looked at all the Tuesday group wing, the Tom Cole wing, and said, hey, guys, here's the deal. These guys got us the majority. you're going to have to do some stuff because they've got some things that they want done. And then I said he should have turned to the Tea Party folks and said, now you got to understand that these guys want something too. And I'm not going to be able to do everything that you want to do, but I am going to give you many of the things you want. That's in effect what Newt Gingrich did. And I always say he was the greatest Speaker of the House in American history for 100 days. After that, he sucked. But that could have happened. Byron Donalds could do the same thing. And I would trust him to be able to do that for at least 100 days, so to speak. But then he's going to have to play, and any speaker is going to have to play that moderate game. And that's the tough part about this, because we are so entrenched with idiots who are elected members of Congress who do not believe in the Constitution or where this country needs to go. That's our problem, and that's what we're fighting over right now. And I think it's a healthy debate.
Jim, we just got an 8th vote from Rosendale. Does that change the 214?
That
Oh my
may,
God.
but that means that he's going down, in my opinion, unless Democrats come around.
Yeah. That would be 213, I think, at this point from my numbers, Jim.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. He's gone down unless Democrats are coming around to save him.
Correct.
Justin.
How many Democrats are we talking about? We're talking about 3 Democrats now, right?
You'd have to have 2 because he has to have 215.
I'm just getting fundraising copy from various people. One of them says, should Donald J. Trump be the next Speaker of the United States? Cast your vote. I didn't write that. Someone else writes and wants me to
Cast your vote now.
Oh my gosh. Here's our moment. Let's get Trump off out of the courtroom and into the docket.
I had posted that an hour ago, Justin.
That's really funny.
Justin, why are you still here? You said we were all weird for saying.
Oh, I think I admit I'm weird too. I'm just saying don't use our polls inside here and what we feel as a reflection of what's happening outside of Twitter.
Well, look, a lot of people
That's
don't
what
know
someone
what's going
behind
on,
the poll
and it's up
says.
to us it's up to us as patriots to inform them, everyone. So, everyone, please inform your friends that aren't on Twitter or what the hell is going on
What
here.
the hell is going on here? Can you tell me that?
They're breaking the law, man. Isn't that pretty clear that they're all breaking the law because they refuse to operate by written law that says we're supposed to do one item at a time?
Is that
Jim,
law?
Can you please,
That's policy, dude.
Jim,
That's not
please
law.
talk about that.
Well, it's
Actually,
a House
it
rule
is
and what they agreed to do.
No. It's not a House rule. It's a law. The Budget Control Act of 1974 requires Congress to pass 12 appropriations bills sorted out the way that they were then, and it's been updated since then. There was a change in the Farm Bill back in, I think, 81 it was, and so that you brought all the food stamps into the Farm Bill. But other than those mild changes, those 12 bills are by law required to be passed.
How did
every year, and they
Pelosi
break
pass
their
the
law.
omnibus in December?
Yes, sir.
How did Pelosi pass the omnibus in December? If that's the law,
we've done over 100 omnibuses since 1997.
right. So you don't.
They
so
break
you
the
don't
law
have
every
to
time.
bring 12 separate bills. You can bring an omnibus.
They do. The Budget Control Act of 1974 requires 12 appropriations bills to be passed by the fiscal year. They ignore it and don't do it. Now, in the 1980s, when there were some CRs that were passed, the reason, and during the Reagan administration, the reason those were done was because the last few bills they couldn't get done, and those were 1 and 2 day continuing resolutions just to be able to get it through the parliamentary process. But since 1997, after Newt Gingrich gave power back to the speaker, you had a situation where now successive speakers, both Republicans and Democrats, beginning with Denny Hastert, decided, hey, we don't have to do all that. We can give something to all our buddies and move along. And they ignore the law. I mean, who's going to come and arrest them? So, no, it is the law that they do 12 appropriations bills.
Yeah. So just to give everybody an update here, the 8 Republicans that have voted to Doc, I'll give it to Mike to you, but I want to update the audience here. For the 8 Republicans that have voted to oust McCarthy so far are Rosenberg, Biggs, Buck, Burchett, Crane, Geotz, Good, and Mace. So he needs, at this point, several Democrats to save him here. So we'll see if that happens. Can we get a vote count on the amount of Democrats that have voted so far to keep McCarthy?
All of them have voted for the motion to vacate.
Yep.
Yeah, if you'll notice, today the stock market is down 400 points. And some have indicated, based on the curves and yields that we're seeing and stuff that many of us have been predicting for months now, that this is the beginning of the end. So not only will we go into chaos, not only will we get 100% funded omnibus fund at the end of this thing, not only will the government shut down, but the Democrats will be able to come to us and say, oh, see, look, the GOP set all this chaos in order, the stock market crashed, therefore the financial chaos is on their heads. What a disaster.
Yeah.
But Justin, at some point, Justin, don't we have to eventually we have to make some power moves here, okay? We have let the Uniparty and the Democrats, the big government Republicans take over, our entire lives, right? I mean, look at this massive deficit that we're running, and it just gets bigger and bigger. That was one of the promises that McCarthy said. He promised in the beginning, the hard conservatives, in order for them to vote for him
and the
for
likelihood
speaker, that he was going to keep 2022 numbers.
The likelihood of this
happen.
move changing that is exactly zero. It's just a
And
dumb
you thought
move.
DeSantis was going to be the nominee. Quit predicting the future, Justin.
I've done a pretty good job in the last little bit, friend.
Well,
okay.
Listen,
March 29th, 2020, I predicted Trump would lose the election, sadly. And
he didn't lose it. It was stolen, sir.
It was what?
Stolen.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Yeah. Oh, Biden got 81 million votes? Give me a
Justin
break.
thinks so. Justin's a DeSantis supporter, so of course
I know he
going
is,
to.
and
He's
I
gonna
love
defend
him that he keeps
No,
trying.
but you gotta stop. Stop. This I hate this kumbaya shit. Stop loving people like this. You either are fully on board with President Trump and MAGA, which means you don't.
I don't think,
with
Laura, that
scumbags.
anyone has to question whether or not I'm fully on board with MAGA.
I know, but just don't. I hate when people say, "Oh,
well,
yeah."
You can hate it, okay? You got your style, I got mine.
I know, but it's
I
just
like to try
being
and build
friends with these
consensus
people. You
and
want to
work
be
with
friends
people.
with traitors. You want to be friends with people that are working to destroy our country. It's just gross. You just have to be loyal.
I think it's interesting that Justin brought up the stock market, and I do think that's an interesting ploy that they use to try to sort of threaten the system to bring it down by using the stock market in this way. And honestly, I think it's a reflection of the fact that what Matt Gaetz just called out, the lobbyists are scared because if they lose control, they got to bail. So that's what you're seeing in the stock market. I don't think you get to Justin. Number one, I think when someone's speaking, you need to stop cutting them off for the longevity of the space. It gets extremely annoying when you're a listener and you have to constantly listen to interruptions. So please just let people finish what they're saying before you chime in. It completely derails the conversation. What I was saying is it's not fair to use that and place blame on Matt Gaetz and him actually having the huevos to stand up right now and do something. Oh, look what you've done. You've now hurt the stock market. No, that's not what you're seeing. And I think that's completely asinine to try to frame it that way.
I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is the Democrats now have the perfect marketing excuse to pin the stock market, which was going to crash regardless of what Matt did today, but now they can pin it on our heads.
Okay, good. Thank you for clarifying. Thank you for clarifying.
Is there a way I can jump in for 1 second?
No, hold on. Let me give a little historical perspective to answer Justin's thing. On October 1st of 2013, which was the first,
Speaker McCarthy has been ousted as Speaker of the House of Representatives.
So in 2013,
if you guys want to know what he actually, because he violated a lot of agreements that were made in the beginning when, he went to, he was begging Matt Gaetz to support him as Speaker of the House, in January, and Matt Gaetz was the deciding vote. He made a lot of promises. And so we've got those promises listed up top in a tweet that I composed here. He promised to release the January 6th footage. He didn't do that. He broke that promise. Okay. He promised to maintain the 2022 budget numbers, not increase them. That's exactly what he's doing. He's increasing the budget numbers, so we're gonna run an even bigger deficit. And he also promised not to take up a bill without unanimity among Republicans on the House Rules Committee. He's broken that at least 7 times now. So, it doesn't even look like he attempted to follow his own deal here. So
yeah, I just want to jump in about the PR because I agreed with the first shutdown about not doing it, but I disagree with Justin at this point. Listen, the anybody who's going to shift or is open-minded is basically there. The people who are not going to move are not moving, right? You look at the recent poll study out of Axios about the decline in just the consumption of traditional media. Those days are over. It's just a messaging issue, and if the right message is better, it doesn't matter. I mean, I'm seeing New York mayors, New York governors complaining about their sanctuary cities. They have a hard sell. They're saying the economy is booming. Americans have never, they're doing worse at minimum since the Great Recession. And in some cases, it goes as far back as the Great Depression. So it's just a messaging issue. We can complain or we can message. You said all these illegals are going to make our economy booming. That doesn't seem to be the case in New York City. We seem to have a major deficit. You said Ukraine, all this money we're sending is going to win the war. Well, we're going to be 2 years into it and nothing's like it's a messaging issue. Either we can sit down and eat shit from traitors in our own party, or we can start messaging and do what needs to be done. At this point, McCarthy is worthless. I don't. Whoever we get now, right, will either show who's a traitor in our party and is going to work with Democrats to move a speaker, and at least we know it, and they have a target on their back, or we're going to get somebody who actually follows their word. So, I mean, the days of appeasing these rhinos and these globalists and all these bastards who get us into endless wars and have destroyed our economy and basically work with the left more than they do us and throw us under the bus whenever they can. Who cares?
Yeah.
Well, this roller coaster's on anyway. It doesn't stop. So let's see where it goes.
That's why the historical comparisons don't hold as much weight, because where the country's at right now, the awareness of both the left and the right and the middle, the serious changes need to be made. And most people seem to agree that they need to start with border control. They need to start with really declaring war if you're going to keep funding Ukraine. They need to deal with the transgender ideology issues and the social violence in our culture. People are not going to be okay with the rhinos jumping in or the Democrats to save McCarthy and say, hey, look, we've made some progress. Because protocol,
no, we should have McCarthy
in
and send long-term missiles to hit Russia. We should ramp up war. Like, what's the alternative, Justin? Well, what should we do? We should give it. We're giving them the F-16s. We said we wouldn't give them. Now we're giving them long-range missiles. What? I don't think you recognize economically how bad things are, and I agree with that. And they're coming regardless. This is going to come either before the election, which helps us, because it doesn't matter. They cannot blame us when for the last 2 years they've been telling everybody the best economy ever, most jobs ever, et cetera, et cetera. It's not a selling point. People aren't buying it now. If you look at Bidenomics, nobody is buying it. You look at the polling, the only people buying it, I think Bloomberg did a survey, I posted up there and end there. The only people buying it is the left. So whatever you're selling is people we can't reach anyway. They're willing to chop off their children's genitalia. They're willing to pretend crime is not rampant. These are people there's some people you can't save. And the sooner people realize that and focus their efforts on the ones we can move, then maybe the country has a chance. Maybe.
I read something yesterday that said our job isn't to wake up the sheep, it's to wake up the other lions. And I think that's exactly what you're preaching right now. And that's exactly what all of you are. You're lions. And it's time to wake up the other fighters and continue sharing the message. Like someone said earlier, not everyone's on X. Not everyone hears what we're discussing, what we're even allowed to discuss. And a lot of this still can't be discussed on other platforms. So do talk to your family, talk to your friends, have these discussions, these real conversations, because it's crucial right now, because the narrative is still the same and they're trying to do anything they can to stop Trump. And we need Trump now more than ever.
Next week, you go stop someone on the street and you ask them, so what do you think about McCarthy not approving those continuing resolutions at $100 million or more and not allowing that? They're going to go, what the hell are you talking about? All I know is there's chaos in the House. The Republicans are at fault, and I feel less like voting for Republicans. That's the fight you're up against, is that people don't have time for those weeds. Those are weeds that people don't understand.
Well, the polling's showing opposite, though, right?
You need to talk to
the
primary.
Polling is showing the exact opposite.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the random person on the street. What matters is the primary voters. What matters is what they think. Okay, so it doesn't matter what Joe Blow that's unregistered thinks, and what matters is primary voters, what they actually think, and who they're going to vote for in the primary in the congressional primary coming up. For Texas, it's March, right? So all these people are going to have to face people. It's whether or not The primary voters are educated on this and how this is covered by all the news outlets that they all listen to. And what do people really think? Do they think that this shutdown is necessary, like Jim does, like I do? It's necessary to go through the motions and show people that they're not following the law, they're not following the rules? I think it is. I think it's better to have educated primary voters as well, because at the end of the day, that's what matters. It doesn't matter what some unregistered bum on the street thinks. It matters what the hundreds of thousands of primary voters in this congressional district
Sure.
here
And
think.
where does Trump
Think.
stand on the issue of Speaker McCarthy?
He has plausible deniability. It doesn't matter. He's not in
Deniability. That's a
government.
great spin. I love it.
Either way, it doesn't matter. I mean,
You said it was
Justin,
primary
can I
voters. I'm
interrupt?
trying to take it back to primary voters.
We're in a
They just declared.
post-truth world, Justin. It seems you don't want to use the same tactics the left uses. You want to be all righteous and have them destroy
I know
it.
exactly the
That's
tactics the
great.
left are going to take, and that's why I'm warning you that the reason we just stepped in this hornet's nest that's going to cause chaos for the next 3 months.
This is the guy who didn't fund right-wing populists during the midterms
Hey, Brad,
and then blamed
Murad,
Trump. Who gives a shit?
Murad,
How much FTX
Murad's
money did
trying
he
to
take? Right?
Murad's trying to give an update.
Yeah, they just voted to vacate the McCartney.
Yeah, we went over that.
Yeah. So
216 to 210.
It is now official. Yeah.
That's all I wanted to say.
So let's put a little perspective on this real quick. First of all, and I mean, I appreciate Justin. We've known each other a lot of years, and I have a lot of respect for him. But the mess that just is taking place today is honestly not a problem. Now, it feels really bad right now. It feels frustrating to some people, and it certainly is messy. But I got to tell you something. No one's going to be thinking about this next year. No one. I mean, there'll be people trying to talk about it. You'll have Democrats trying to say these people can't get their act straight, but you are going to have a mass of American voters who are going to be saying, I'm glad that there's some people who care about the things I care about. That's happening. It's happening right now. The American people are not upset about this at all. One. Two, Kevin McCarthy did not keep his word. And if he wants to go around and badmouth everybody and go after everybody after all this, well, all he's doing is getting mad at people that he lied to. I mean, in effect, he lied to him. He could have done you know what's funny? When you talk about the budget, you talk about the spending. Had he kept his word related to 12 appropriations bills, probably wouldn't be at the numbers that people would like, but then he'd have the upper hand on all this. And he didn't do that. He decided not to do that because what he decided to do was to play the lobbyist game, where we do the CR, where I write the bill with the four cardinals and the lobbyists and the appropriators so that we could do the same damn thing that we do all the time. That was the game he decided to play. He did that on purpose. The 12 bills came out of committee. They could have been voted on during the lead up to the shutdown. They were starting to do some of it because he was feeling the pressure. So we can get all mad about there being frustration over this mess. The fact is that this is Kevin McCarthy's mess primarily, not Matt Gaetz's. And I'm with Laura. I'm not the biggest Matt Gaetz fan. I don't dislike him, and I kind of know him. I don't know him well. I don't hate him, but I'm not the biggest Matt Gaetz fan. But what I'm saying is they knew that this was possible, and they could have totally avoided it, and Kevin McCarthy decided that he wasn't going to do that. So let's not...
Yeah, Jim, I want to ask your opinion on this one. It looks like Patrick McHenry, the Republican congressman from North Carolina, has become acting speaker. Your thoughts on that? How was that even decided?
I do not. I have to tell you, I don't know specifically, but it does.
So what I heard this earlier. McCarthy submits a list of 10 members of Congress that would basically like assume the chain of continuity. Like if there is no speaker and something happened to the president and the vice president, there's this secret list that is given to the president and they open it, and then they go down the line. What was in question is if the 10 people on the list know they're on the list or not.
Well, the other aspect of it is it's not technically Speaker of the House. It's someone who can run the House. That is always determined even at the beginning of a Congress. There is a person who has authority to run business on the floor. As it stands right now with motion to vacate, excuse me, there is not a Congress, an active Congress in its formal sense. And so you have to have a placeholder.
So Jim, so can Congress continue on, or do they need a speaker now?
They have to have a speaker to do business. They cannot do
Can the
it.
guy that just filled in do that, or do they need an official?
No, he's only there to run the House until they can elect a new speaker. So the only business that can take place is relative to the election of a new speaker.
Correct. And they've recessed so the conferences and committees can get together and decide what to do next.
But there are going to be some more developments here today. We're not done here. I mean, honestly, we're probably just getting started. This is going to be an interesting process here throughout the rest of the day.
That's absolutely true.
Yeah. So I mean, but who are we thinking, guys? And I want the audience to answer this question too. Who are we thinking for Speaker of the House at this point? Because we have to. Right now, obviously, we have Patrick Mahenry running he's the acting speaker at this point. But at some point, we're going to need a permanent speaker. Who do we think can get the votes on the Republican side in order to be Speaker of the House? Because the argument before was, oh, well, McCarthy can bring together both sides or all sides of the Republican Party, even the conservative wing, to end up becoming Speaker. Who are our other options?
Donald J. Trump.
But Nick, that like that
and that is possible, guys. Let me just remind the audience here real quick. Wait, I'm sorry. I don't know who I interrupted. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
You hear that, Brian? It's possible.
Yeah, it is possible because, guys, just to remind you, the Speaker of the House does not have to be a member of the House of Representatives. It can be, I mean, hell, it can be Mr. Not Jerome Powell up here on stage if we wanted him to be Speaker of the House.
I'm gonna postulate myself if we have 5,000. Yeah, we have
get out your
5,000
printer and start printing ballots.
Elon Musk.
Yeah, start printing ballots.
Elon Musk. If they vote for me, I'll go for it, man. I print it too if you want.
Hey, listen, I'll support you if you'll do one thing for me. Do you mind putting your printer aside for the interim of your speakership? That's all I'm asking.
That's a lot to ask, Jim. Come on, man. Come on, man.
But going back to thinking that McCarthy could unify both sides, that is bullshit. That was the most bullshit idea that has ever been conceived of. Did Speaker Pelosi ever try to unify both sides? No, she just said no. And she even punked people from the other side of the aisle to vote with her sometimes. There is no strength in this leadership. He has treated it like his sovereignty. He's more the sovereign than the speaker. He is definitely not a leader. And when President Trump said, why are the Republicans always arguing? What is a question, not a question? He was making a statement there. And the statement is, McCarthy ain't no leader. And that is the entire problem. So basically, whomever it is has to unify the party, not both sides of the aisle.
Listen.
So we have a statement from Anna Paulina Luna saying, quote, I will vote for the speaker who publicly and clearly commits to defunding Jack Smith's anti-American election interference witch hunts and subpoenas Hunter Biden while bringing a vote to the impeachment of Joe Biden to the floor of the House. We must have free and fair elections and end corruption of our government. America will only survive if we do those things. These are my terms.
Totally normal.
There's also a statement by Nancy Mace at the top. She put one out earlier. It's pretty nice. It's a pretty good statement. It says, today I voted for the motion to vacate and remove the speaker. This isn't about left versus right. This is about ideology. This isn't about ideology. This is about trust and keeping your word. This is about making Congress do its job. I promised the Low Country I would be an independent voice in Congress, that I would call the balls and strikes and do the right thing regardless of party. The speaker has not lived up to his word on how the House would operate. No budget, no separate spending bills until it was too late. A CR which takes spending power out of the hands of the people and puts all the power into the hands of a select few. There has always been no action on many, there's also been no action on many issues we care about, and we were promised we would move on women's issues and legislation to keep our communities safe. Those things never happened. I came here to take difficult votes, to do the right thing, regardless of the pressure and regardless of the threats, because there's been plenty of both. pressure and threats. Today, I'm voting against 95% of my party in the hopes of fixing how Congress operates. With the current speaker, this chaos will continue. We need a fresh start so we can get back to the people's business, free of these distractions. I'll work with anyone willing to do that and look forward to voting for a speaker who shares this vision for changing Congress and getting us back on a path to delivering results for the people.
This is going to take a while, guys. This isn't going to happen today. It may not happen in a week to get consensus, to get that many votes for a new speaker.
Jim, I have a question for you. So based on the fact
But
that
will happen today, just real quick. I just want to do we're going to start the process here. It's going to start pretty quickly because there's going to be a lot of argument over this. This is going to be a heated debate, so it's going to be ongoing for a while. And so I'm sorry. Go ahead, Honey Badger. I just wanted to remind
Thank
the
you.
argument.
Thank you. Jim, Prodigal, whomever wants to answer this. Okay, so based on the fact that Matt Gaetz doesn't plan to run again, he's actually planning to run for governor. Do you think that this was a no-lose situation for him, like keeping up the promises of, of the vote earlier, or do you think he's a man of his time?
Listen, I'll keep it short. I think it's a win-win for him now. I mean, he was making international papers. He was on the front page of the Financial Times, and he's won. Regardless, even if McCarthy, by some magic trick, pulls it out, he has shown that at least his faction of this party has some weight in what the GOP is going to be doing. So I think it's a win.
I have to agree with that.
100%.
He probably calculated a little bit that this could be a political win for him. I think he did it on principle as well, too. But certainly he's sitting back and saying, gives him the headlines. If he wins this, which I think he knew he was going to, I felt he was. But that's going to happen.
I'm not assigning nefarious intent, but he played this perfectly. He played this perfectly.
No, he did. And
is it true that this is the first time in history that a motion to vacate has been successful?
That is correct as far as I know, unless there's something in the 19th century I'm unaware of.
I thought there was something in the 1800s earlier.
No. In 1910, there was a motion to vacate that was stirring up against then Speaker Joe Cannon, the guy after whom the Cannon House office building is named. And he ended up doing the motion himself. He did a motion to vacate himself, and he was able to work out a deal to keep him in power, but he was a very powerful speaker until then, and then it kind of neutered him.
I was going to say, we do have a statement from Matt Rosendale. He's one of the people that voted for it. It was a pretty short statement. It says, I have kept my promise to the people of Montana by voting to make us energy dominant, again, secure our border, cut spending, and to put an end to the social experiment being inflicted on our military. Unfortunately, Kevin McCarthy violated his promise to the American people and the Republican conference by working against them repeatedly and supporting ploys to aid the left. This demonstration of failed leadership is exactly why I plan on supporting the motion to vacate this afternoon. He wrote that 3 hours ago, and he followed through with it.
Yeah, we've got an interesting quote from Matt Gaetz. He said, absolutely not. When asked if he would be put forth as speaker, he says, I have no interest in speaker. And then when asked about Trump's role in McCartney mutiny, Gaetz says, quote, my conversations with the former president leave me with the great confidence that I'm doing the right thing, unquote.
Yep. Why are the Republicans always fighting? No leadership.
And
that's why he asked that question. Prodigal voting from his Prius.
Yeah, but someone compared this to Nancy Pelosi and why Nancy Pelosi was so successful. Her first stint, the 110th Congress, right? She had a margin of at least 31 members. Then the 111th Congress, this is the second part of Obama's first term, she had a margin of 80 members. 116th Congress, she had a margin of 36 members. I think it was only that last year that she had a very small margin of 9. And that's what we have now. I mean, so the situation is such, look, you're not holding all the cards. You're not even holding half the cards hardly. And you're trying to play this game like, oh my gosh, all the people are with me. This is a huge movement. No, it's just going to be a messy disaster. On top of that, you got the financial stuff. It's going to be so easy for the mainstream media and for the Democrats to spin this and hang us by our own petard. This is just awful.
Who cares? They
So
call us Nazis. Who gives a shit?
yeah,
You act like these are good faith actors.
They're
They're
not.
gonna,
I'm just telling you
no
the
matter
reality of
what.
what's going to happen.
How much have they covered Biden's corruption? Like money, like they're covering Trump. Not like you're talking about entities that are clearly against us that would never report facts or things in our face. They never have for 6 years and counting more. So what's your point? You're arguing about something that's non-existent.
and by the way, let's put a little historical perspective.
The mainstream media narrative, no one cares. Like, I mean, maybe there's a few, I don't know, people out there who actually they get their news literally from here. Like, they don't mind anymore.
Don't fool yourselves. Broadcast media is still the #1 influencer of primary and regular general voters. That's what everything shows.
Who told you that? Who told you that? Broadcast media?
No.
Yeah, that's why Fox News has barely had Trump on, and all the mainstream coverage has been negative. Like, at least for the Republican Party and the right, that's not the case. Like I said earlier, you can look at the Bloomberg survey poll they did. Independents are literally almost exactly in polling in regards to economic status, regardless of all the messaging and success of Bidenomics.
Don't look at the polls
right?
that you and I see. Go talk to a major presidential campaign. Every single one of them, Trump, DeSantis, they all do their own rigorous polling. They do media influence
Yeah, like the Clinton
marketing.
campaign did, right? Back in 2016.
No,
and the New York Times had her at 86% a week
That's
before
not
the
the
election.
poll you follow. The
Believe
polls
this
you
stuff.
follow are the ones that the campaigns look at. That's why Trump is spending another $10 million against DeSantis in Iowa. He may see on the outside that DeSantis is done and we should just give.
Oh, no.
This is just the reality. Go talk. If you know someone in a campaign, go ask them for their internal polling. It is light years different from what you guys see. And the #1 influencing medium is still broadcast media.
Okay, so hey, can you guys hear me okay? I just want to make sure.
Okay. Your audio could be better though, Jim. Just letting you know.
Jim, are you on Bluetooth? Are you on Bluetooth, Jim, or something? Like headphones?
I can take it off. There's some important historical perspective. Give me just a moment.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do it now. It kind of gets worse.
Okay, so let me
just real quick. It seems like the recess is going to be a while. The conference
give you a little perspective
starts at
here.
6:30.
Give me just a moment, guys. So let's take a look at these kinds of situations historically. First of all, I'm just going to say this. I talk to campaigns. Nobody's got a poll that says that Donald Trump is internally that says that Donald Trump is going to lose this primary. Nobody has that. I know that for a fact. No one in DC is talking about it. Nobody that I talk to in campaigns is talking about it. If they are, they got a bad pollster because it's not there, first of all. Secondly, let's take a look at historical. Justin brought up the fact that the stock market went down today. In 2013, when we had a government shutdown, on October 1st, the stock market was at 15.1 something. By the next day or two, it had gone down 400 points. Now we were at 15s and now we're at 30s, so the relative numbers are about the same or close. So that number went shooting back up after the government was back in funding 16 days later. This is going to be very similar to that situation. Yes, McCarthy's out as speaker. Somebody's going to be back in, and then we're just humming along like normal again, because that's and the rule to vacate the chair, by the way, is still in play for the entire Congress. That was settled in January. So Matt Gaetz or anybody can do a motion to vacate whenever they want to along the way. So whoever comes, that's going to provide more stability on the back end of this. Now that it's been proven that you can take a speaker down, then that proves it can happen for somebody else. And we know the people are there who will make that vote if the next person, whether it's McCarthy or whoever, doesn't stay in line, because they're just going to do it again. And the last thing I will, and so anyway, we're going to have a speaker and it's just going to move along. and either we have if more chaos, which I don't predict because no one wants to go through this again, or you're just going to be settled in. So if we're settled in, no one's going to remember this any more than they remember January. Nobody's going to make a vote in 2024 based upon the raucous in January getting a speaker or this takedown of a speaker. The stock market's going to go right back up when someone is settled in here. And it's all going to be about the issues. No one remembers this. Now,
Jim, just to be clear, the stock market going down today had nothing to do with the drama in Congress. It is already tanking. We are about to go. We're about to go through another major banking crisis. Europe is already in a depression. China's getting there. Guys, it's coming. And what I'm saying is this gives the Dems and the MSN the excuse to say, oh, you see, the GOP caused. That's
listen,
my fear.
Justin,
but that's my
Justin,
they were going to say that
hold
anyway.
on, Doc. Hold on, Doc.
They were going to say that anyway, Justin.
Justin, if that's the case, then that's more reason that Republicans are going to have big wins next year. Because even though the Democrats will try to hang it around Republicans' necks, they're not going to be able to, because every bit of the stock market effect is related to what Joe Biden has done and not to what Donald Trump did or what Donald Trump or a Republican nominee would do. So, no.
It's an easy counter, Jim. Oh, we did this because of a shutdown? You told me the Inflation Act was going to boom the economy. You said the CHIPS Act was going to boom the economy. You said letting in all these illegals was good. Like, we have if you can't think of counters, Justin, I don't know what to say. But since you pointed out Trump's spend in Iowa, that can be viewed two ways. I've posted multiple articles where a lot of the PACs backing DeSantis are cutting funding and looking elsewhere. Trump may want to put a resounding win in Iowa, which basically is do or die for most of these people to say, listen, you played your little games. The time is over. It's time to come home. That's how I look at it. I look at him saying, I'm going to put an exclamation point. And at this point, anybody who stays in this race, it's clear they're a bad actor. It's clear they're not here to help the party or the cause. They're here just to hurt us. That's how I look at it.
So, Jim, now what needs to be done is there needs to be accountability for the people who did not support the motion to vacate. And so, we have to have this conversation, because the more we allow for infiltrators and subverters to remain in prominent positions of power in the Republican Party, the more that they're going to get away with their behavior. And so we need to hold Byron Donalds accountable. We need to hold Marjorie Taylor Greene accountable. We need to hold Jim Jordan and Lauren Boebert accountable. It can't just be business as usual. Yeah, McCarthy has now been removed from the position of speaker, but we have to kill off this culture of idolizing, right? These MAGA celebrities in this Congressional Celebrity Caucus who like to dominate the conversation and pretend that they are, the biggest representatives and the leaders for the MAGA movement. And so I just want to, reinforce that, because I know that everybody likes to say they're friends with everybody, but now it's time, right? It's time. You get to see who truly is MAGA and America First.
So 98% of the Republicans need to go. Is that what you're saying, Laura?
So what I want to know is what's going to be done. What's going to be done to hold them accountable? I mean, we need to disavow Marjorie. We need to disavow these people. There needs to be a massive movement by MAGA to disavow them and purge them. We deserve better. We need to put up primary challengers to these people who have sold MAGA down the river and have, basically just done the bidding of the establishment.
So, Laura, that is not something that we can determine what to do yet, because a lot of that's going to depend on what happens now. If somehow all those people do the right thing and put in a Speaker of the House that will actually do positive things, then it's going to be very hard to make that case. If McCarthy becomes Speaker again, with the help of those people's votes, then that'll be another thing. We don't know how that's going to play out just yet. Even though I would predict that McCarthy remains as Speaker under some deal, that still is up in the air right now. So we're going to see what's going to happen.
Chip Roy, Massey, Byron Donalds, all those people should be ousted. Is that what you're saying?
Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, like, you guys have to start naming these people. It's so weird to me how, like, there's so much, like, of a protection around this woman who has done nothing but undermine President Trump while pretending to be his biggest ally in Congress. I mean, how many times is everybody just going to allow her to get away with undermining President Trump's biggest supporters? I just don't understand it. I mean, if nobody wants to be the driving force on this, then shit, I guess I'll have to be the one.
Yeah, just wanted to give you an update. The Republicans are scheduled to meet in conference at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, so we have a good maybe 2-hour recess coming up.
Well, that's good, but there's also going to be a lot of information that comes out in the meantime. There are going to be a lot of Congress people that are talking. They're going to be talking to the media. They're going to be giving their sentiments, especially some of these Congress people that we didn't actually expect to maybe, we didn't know what their sentiment was, coming into this vote today. And, now we do now have a list. And so I'm sure we're going to be hearing from them. But I do want to mention the fact that, just real quick before you jump in, Jim, it does look like Patrick McHenry. There's a video of him slamming the gavel down, acting like he's angry. The guy's not angry. He's one of the most powerful people in the country now.
Well, let me just tell you this about Patrick McHenry. Patrick McHenry is one of the worst people there in Congress. I said Graves. I was telling some people privately, Graves is one of the worst people I've ever known. Patrick McHenry's worse. He is a creature of Washington, D.C. He is horrible. You cannot trust a guy like that for sure.
Hey, Jim, can I chime in here real quick and just want to get the opinion of you and Nick and Laura and some others? I'm not going to name anybody, but just talking with some folks on the Trump campaign, it's going to get really ugly for Matt Gaetz here because McCarthy's people are going to be slinging some very serious allegations now at this point. Some sexual allegations from underage people. They're worried about it. Just letting you guys, I mean, some of you may already know, some of you may not know, but I think this story is far, far from over, Jim. This is about to get really, really ugly, and I think that might play into what Justin was trying to say as well.
Matt, didn't the
But this
DOJ
is exactly
already try
why. This is why I was so angry with Matt Gaetz, and this is what I said in my tweets. I said, in one of my tweets, I said, what, Matt? Are you afraid of what Kevin McCarthy is going to release in the context of your ethics committee report? And the fact of the matter is that he allowed for Kevin McCarthy to accumulate blackmail and potentially weaponize blackmail against him by not being forceful enough in January, 10 months ago, when we had the opportunity to not allow Kevin McCarthy to be speaker.
Yes.
And I always said, and you can go back and read my tweets from 10 months ago and all my interviews, I said, Kevin McCarthy is now going to be able to use leverage and blackmail, and he's going to use threats against people who do try to use a motion to vacate against him when he's speaker. And so, yeah, it's going to cause a problem, but this is why you don't showboat and make empty threats. And yeah, congratulations to Matt Gaetz for accomplishing what he wanted to accomplish today. But
he would have been going against the recommendation of Trump had he done anything else, though, Laura.
He's not a victim. He is not a victim, and he should have done this 9 months ago. We should have had a motion to vacate 10 months ago when Kevin McCarthy broke his consent in the first week.
I know the DOJ investigated it and there was nothing there. So what are you saying?
What I'm saying, though, is it doesn't matter because it's all about perception. And so That's why I said, what are you worried about? Is the reason why you haven't called for a motion to vacate is because you're worried about what McCarthy's going to say about the contents of your ethics committee report. What I'm saying is that when you allow for terrible people to become powerful and you allow for them to, get promotions to positions like Speaker of the House, what do you expect is going to happen? And they really didn't put up much of a fight. It was 15 votes.
This vote would not have happened the way that it did today 9 or 10 months ago. The people that joined in today with McCarthy would not have joined with him with Matt Gaetz in February, where just one promise was broken. I respectfully disagree with you.
Well, look, we were told, remember, we had to swallow our pride and said, oh, well, get over it. We said that we were not going to support McCarthy, but we bended. And don't worry, as soon as he breaks one promise, we're going to do a motion to vacate. One promise.
Trump
and for 9 months, we watched promise after promise after promise. And it's like, you gotta take action when they first get out of line.
Kept his promise. It might not have been timely to your mind, and maybe you're right. But at the end of the day,
9 months later, we have an election in a year. So imagine what we could have done in those 9 months. Look at how much damage has been done in those 9 months.
But it's not on on Matt Gaetz. It's on every other Republican congressman.
It is on every Republican member of Congress, but I'm specifically calling out the showboating. There's only a select few members of Congress who entertained the motion to vacate for the sake of, promoting their own profile or promoting themselves or generating press. And the reality is, like, if you're going to say something, just do it when you say you're actually going to do it.
Laura,
I'm
it would have
happy.
looked like way worse showboating if you'd have done it 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. They gave him a sincere, honest
The
chance.
polling on Ukraine has changed. The economy is worse. And like, I agree that, listen, he's
We'll
still the
see.
only one. He's still the only one who did it, right? I mean, if there was somebody else,
Yeah, no, he's the only one who did it. And that's what I'm saying. I'm giving credit where credit's due. But I'm going to have to respectfully disagree with you in the sense that I think that a lot of damage has been done over these last 10 months in our country. And I think that there should have been, I disagree that you couldn't have made the argument 10 months ago to have a motion to vacate. I think that people need to be more forceful and less forgiving in Congress. And a lot of people have been wondering for the last 10 months why they've been sitting around on their asses doing nothing and allowing McCarthy to get away with his broken promises.
Laura, can I throw this at you real quick?
Now.
Once I would throw this at Laura, and Jim, you can answer too. What are the chances, and this is a perception issue like Laura's talked about, that Matt knew that there's a train coming on the tracks, and this is to get proactive ahead of what he possibly believes is going to be released by McCarthy and those individuals with the GOP. Like, he knows it's coming, so now he makes his move because he wants to get better positivity, better press right now. Most people are going to agree with what he did. Is there a chance that that's all part of this?
I mean, it could be. I don't have the evidence to say that, but like I said this last week, my issue with Matt, I don't hate Matt Gaetz, but my criticism of him is that he's very self-serving and he's a showboater. And so, everything that Matt Gaetz does is to benefit himself. I don't really view him as like a real leader in the sense that he's looking out for the best interest of the people. He's a very good orator and very good at speaking on the floor of the House, but he's able to make it seem like he's advocating for the people when he's actually just trying to do things in the best interest of himself. So, it could be. I mean, you never know. Maybe it could be that. You never know what it is. I do think that, and we saw this in the speaker's vote when Marjorie Taylor Greene posted an article falsely accusing Matt and his staffer of having a gay affair, right? So there's some blackmail right there.
Right.
And that was in retaliation. You can go look at the Newsweek article yourself. She tweeted it out. Like, why would she do that? Why would you give an article oxygen if you didn't think that it was real, right?
I think Prodigal asked, who cares about an ethics complaint or what the rhinos will report out about Gaetz when the Justice Department has already looked at these allegations?
I'm not saying that I agree with it. I'm saying, like, you just asked
right,
me,
but
and
I'm just asking the question. I'm just asking the question: how effective do you think an ethics report is going to be coming out of Congress when the DOJ has already looked at this issue and walked away from it?
Yeah, I'm not arguing that point, Doc. I'm just saying that the sources I'm talking to are working directly with the President Trump. They're concerned with what's going to come out. These are not guys that bullshit. I've been doing this a long time, and I'll just basically it says what I'm just going to read it to. What I hear is what they have on Gaetz is really bad. Can't stand the establishment, but this is going to get very personal. I'm not sure I trust his intent. And then it says I'm not going to read the rest of it because it talks about some possible underage things that could have transpired. And
well, that's what I said in my post the other day. I
yes,
said,
ma'am, you did.
Are you going to actually do it, or are you scared? Because it is very bizarre, like waiting as long as he did to do it. And yeah, I give credit where credit's due. I'm not trying to just shit all over him for the sake of doing it, but I do think that you have to ask the question, like, the timing is very suspect. Why now? Like, why all of a sudden are you doing a motion to vacate when you've been threatening this for months? And
well, maybe it's because of the threat of this ethics complaint that he finally said, look, I'm not going to get anywhere with this. I'm willing to take on the damage to my platform.
That's self-serving if he's just doing it to create a narrative.
Every politician is self-serving.
But if it gets us where we need to go, who cares? Like, listen, me personally, I don't think Trump is God, but I trust in his need for survival and the need to, clear his name and his legacy in office. I don't look at Trump as some infallible figure, but I trust in what motivates him and what he desires to do. And if I might not agree with everything Trump does, that's enough for me. If he's the tool I need to get across the finish line, that's enough. If Gaetz is if what you're saying is true, which I tend to agree with you, and everybody in Congress is basically horrible, then Gaetz is still the best we have because he's the only one who actually did it, regardless of his motivation.
All I'm trying to say is that I don't think it's over, and I think that there's some truth to all of this in the sense that who knows, maybe he did receive some information, but it is interesting that these conversations are now being had about the ethics report. It's exactly what I hinted at the other day in my post, And that's how Kevin McCarthy operates. That you notice there were hit
I gotta
pieces.
say one thing, not about this though. Chuck Johnson keeps on asking to come up, and he probably would add some good, interesting points on this if you could bring up Chuck. If you need me to make a space, you can send me down.
Yeah, Chuck. He makes good points, but he's a perpetual Gaetz simp. But yeah, I guess bring him up. Whatever.
Oh, he's not a Gaetz simp anymore. Absolutely not. Their friendship is on the rocks.
Oh, really? That's news to me.
Yeah, he's a
Why don't you bring
guy,
him
though.
up? Why don't you bring him up?
Regardless, McCarthy is out. So, I mean, if we need a change, we have it tonight.
Yeah. No, I think it's a good thing that this has happened. I'm not disputing that.
Yeah. So what do we think Trump sent? And I want to go to Prodigal on this. And Laura, I'm sure you're going to have an opinion on this as well. But I want to go to Prodigal or Doc. Either one of you can jump in. What do you think Trump's sentiment is on this? Because he did initially back Speaker McCarthy. I don't know if his sentiment has changed, but a Trump endorsement of a speaker could go a really long way. So, do we have any idea where his cards are going to fall?
Well, an idea maybe, but any reason to believe it? Probably not. I looked at Trump's tepid endorsement of McCarthy, which came sort of late in the game. It does make a difference to me if someone is endorsed very early on when there isn't a consensus, and when somebody jumps on late in the game when the die is basically cast. And I think that was the case when Trump tepidly endorsed McCarthy, and for weeks he wouldn't address it, and then eventually he did end up supporting McCarthy. It was probably within a week of the vote. So I have no way to read where he's at, and my thoughts at the time were that he did that because it was politically expedient, because it was a fait accompli that McCarthy was going to get the votes. Even if he couldn't get all the votes from the caucus, there was the potential he could have gone and got votes from the Democrats, which was something everybody was talking about during the repetitive votes, trying to get to the, whatever the magic number is, 218. So I don't know. I'm looking at truth. I'm waiting for Trump to say something about this, but my guess is he's going to say the House should be left alone to do the House business, and he'll support the next speaker. That's what I would expect from a presidential candidate.
If we're talking about, because I know you've been defending Speaker McCarthy here, if we were actually genuinely relying on Democrat support, because was this? Oh, he dropped. Okay, I guess he didn't want to answer my question. But anyway,
are we to take Matt Gaetz at his word? He said that he spoke to Trump on the phone, and that Trump, he basically said that Trump, he feels like Trump gave him the okay to do what he's doing.
And I can't wait to see it, because Trump says what Trump wants to say, and Trump will say at some point, who he endorses for House Speaker. Will he go back and it's going to be a toss up, because he did put his cards behind his money behind McCarthy. Well, I don't know if it literally.
I don't see him putting his money behind
McCarthy. He hasn't posted anything today, though.
No, I know he hasn't posted anything today, which is what's going to make things interesting.
He posted an open-ended question on Truth about why is it the Republicans are always fighting with each other, and I'm sure he's going to look at the different responses. You have the professional gaslighter Marjorie Trader Green trying to amplify that message and turn it into some kind of like, oh, look at this. She's trying to falsely interpret it or speak for the president by saying that it's like disapproval for what's happening in Congress today. But I think that the reality is I agree with Matt Gaetz when he says that chaos is Kevin McCarthy, and chaos is someone who doesn't keep their word. And so when you want to know why Republicans can't get along with each other, it's Kevin McCarthy. I fully agree with what Matt Gaetz said today about that. He's spot on.
So we're getting some audience questions here. And by the way, reminder, guys, bottom right-hand corner, give me your questions. I'm going through them. That's what I'm spending my day doing, almost like that's productive, but that's what I'm doing, because I'm definitely entertained by what you guys have to say. And one of the questions that we have here, I'm gonna direct to Chief Trumpster. Marjorie Taylor Greene is a vocal proponent of Donald Trump. Very much, she's a pretty close ally of Donald Trump, but she's also a very vocal proponent of Speaker McCarthy, even from yesterday. talking about, she tweeted out a thread about
Yeah, but she's
supporting
not a
him.
proponent, though. That's the thing, though. And I'm going to let Chief Trumpster speak on this because I'm sure he's going to agree with me. So I don't mean to
Sure, sure.
interrupt.
I'm
But
just,
I'm
I'm
going to
just,
just
I'm.
say to you, like, she's not, and this is my biggest problem, and this is why I'm so pissed off, is she's not a proponent of Trump. She pretends to be, but she's the woman, and we've proved this. I broke the story about how her strategist is the one who used her campaign funds to pay for the Yay 24 domain to set President Trump up at Mar-a-Lago, which was then used by people in the Republican Party to make the argument for why Ron DeSantis should run as opposed to Trump. Okay. So Marjorie undermines President Trump. She's actually, you can look at the FEC records and see that she spent money to set him up. She has never called on McCarthy to endorse Trump, even though McCarthy has not endorsed Trump. She's never said a bad word about Ron DeSantis. Okay. She tweeted and falsely accused me of being mentally ill and said that I was like, made up this whole conspiracy theory about how I was working to undermine Trump with Ye, when in reality, she was the one doing it. Ye asked me to work on his campaign, and I said no because I support President Trump, and I actually advised him to not run against President Trump. And so she's a manipulator. She's a gaslighter. She's disloyal. I mean, she cheated on her husband. She's not trustworthy.
Before we get too far off of this, I'm going to get Chief Trumpster in here, but I also want to go. There's an audience comment from Jack Tron, who corrected me and said it's now ex-Speaker McCarthy. Ex-Speaker
Wait a minute.
McCarthy,
Before you go on, can I just say I love Laura because she brings the receipts. Thank you, Laura. I appreciate you so much. And her memory, I don't know how she has a memory like she does, but it's like an itemized list of literal receipts. And it's incredible the work she does and the way she keeps it all straight in her mind. Just hats off to you, Laura. You're incredible.
Thank you. I really appreciate you saying that, and I really strongly believe in the integrity of journalistic integrity, but also staying true to your word. And I don't care if people dislike me. I know that a lot of Republicans hate me, and they despise me and hate my guts, and they accuse me of being a Democrat when I'm probably more right wing than all of them combined. But I just think that we need to have higher standards. I really believe that. So I'm going to let you talk, but
something they can never accuse you of is being disloyal, and that's a fact. So while they all flip flop and float around back and forth, you are loyal to a fault, and that is something that's rare. And you're a gem. So Trump's lucky to have you fighting for him.
Absolutely. Love or hate Laura Loomer. She is very fiercely loyal. So get back to her. But Chief Trumpster. So I'll go to that. Okay. So I'll change my question a little bit, although this did come from the audience. Marjorie Taylor Greene at least wants to be perceived as a proponent of Trump. Okay. And she's voting against removing Speaker McCarthy at this point. And if Speaker McCarthy, what is going on here? I'm sorry. It's very confusing at this point because we don't know exactly. We haven't gotten a statement from President Trump. Matt Gaetz, though, is also, vocally at least, trying to portray himself as a staunch supporter of Donald Trump. So it seems like we have two different sides here, especially given that Trump supported McCarthy in the beginning. So where do we go from here? Where do you even, let's try to even speculate a little bit. Where is Trump on this? Do we have any idea?
So I'll say this with MTG, the thing that I find very fascinating with her is that she sold herself off to MTG. MTG sold herself off to McCarthy, and basically did the dirty work for him to even get him the speakership. And where are the J6 tapes? Where are those tapes? We heard all the time from MTG, the tapes are going to be out and the tapes are coming, and there are no tapes. So she fell through on that one. She basically backstabbed and betrayed the whole Freedom Caucus to get McCarthy in power to begin with. And she burned all of her bridges just to go and back McCarthy. And look where it got her, nowhere. And McCarthy, he was not a big fan of Trump. The establishment did not like Trump in 2015 or 16. They tried stopping him from getting the nomination. So Gaetz, after months and months of just nothing from the speaker, nothing at all, said enough's enough. I'm going to call the vacate. And while it could have been earlier, and I would love to have an actual speaker that's conservative, that represents all of our interests, representing us in the House, it happening right now. It's happening now. So I think that we have to respect the people who voted to remove McCarthy as Speaker and commend them for standing up for conservative values. MTG has been on the wrong side of things for a very long time, and her lack of following through with many issues like the J6 tapes we've all been waiting for, it just shows again and again, there really is only one, side of this, actually. Actually, there's two sides, right? The Uniparty, and then, of course, the dissident side of things, the people who are fighting for conservative values. And I'm very happy that Gates got this through. McCarthy was never a speaker for Republicans. He was more so a fill-in, and it gave lots of things away to Democrats. Ukraine deal, lots of money for there. And even, recently he's talking about Ukraine funding. He wants more of it still. So majority of Republicans don't want additional funding for Ukraine to begin with. There's a poll that came out August 8th on that. So McCarthy has not really been a speaker for us. MTG and many others have kind of sided with McCarthy for a very long time. And enough's enough. I'm glad that Gates brought this motion forwards. Time for a new speaker, time to have an actual conservative, and let's have a backbone in the House. I'm not going to go and keep ceding ground to Democrats like we always do and give Biden all the things he wants. So I'm happy for Gates. And, I'm disappointed in many Republicans who don't really represent us. And so McCarthy and the establishment, whether it be for power, lobbyists, or because they don't have a backbone. So that's kind of
I want to say something too in conjunction with what you just said about the impeachment. So Marjorie's whole thing was, oh, we're going to have, articles of impeachment. We're going to impeach Joe Biden. Okay, so Kevin McCarthy already said a year and a half ago that he was never going to impeach Joe Biden. And I find it to be really, it's just kind of like what Tara said about the receipts. I store these things in my mind, and I don't understand why other people don't want to talk about the fact that not only did Kevin McCarthy say he wasn't going to impeach Joe Biden, but he was also partying with Hunter Biden, and Kevin McCarthy was partying with his mother and Hunter Biden at one of the White House state dinners. And they were, they were all just like having a grand old time, like talking about, oh,
Laura, to be fair,
your mother's so cute.
With Hunter Biden seems like a good time. I mean, that
right.
guy.
But my point is that how are you going to have somebody that we can actually take seriously when they say they're going to impeach and investigate Hunter Biden and Joe Biden when the Speaker of the House is literally partying with Hunter Biden at the White House? It's just, it's an optics thing, and they think that we're going to forget. They think that some of us just forget all of these details, and your average person doesn't have the ability to keep up with all of it. But I don't forget. I don't forget. And I just this enrages me, the fact that this is not a serious impeachment. I mean, the fact that they've been talking about this for 10 months and the only thing they've done is subpoenaed the bank records, it's a joke. It's laughable. And the Democrats should be laughing at the Republicans because it's a clown show.
Nick, you asked, what would be President Trump's position?
I did.
Okay, sorry. I'm using a different headset. I didn't know if I cut out. My apologies.
Oh, I didn't know if that was a question or a statement. So.
Oh, sorry, it's a statement. Sorry about that. So you asked, what would be President Trump's position? President Trump's position was always to put the American interests first, to put America first. So if you're not along with that agenda, if you're not pushing forth that agenda, then I would think it's easy to assume that since McCarthy wanted to send more money to the Ukraine, he wanted to send more money to a war that many of us believe is just killing young men. I mean, that's really what it's doing for the sake of, so they could sell more missiles and bombs and killing young men. So President Trump has really called for that to stop. And you have Republicans that are continuing to jump in and want to fund this, McCarthy being the lead of this, as well as McCarthy failing to live up to his end of the deal. So he made deals with Gates and others. Well, Gates held him accountable, and that's pretty much where the line is drawn. So if you're not putting America first, I don't have any use for you personally. If you don't put the interests of Americans first, I don't have any use for you. So I think President Trump, I think I echo, his sentiments, and I think that's pretty much where President Trump would be. Now, it is going to be tricky, and I'm interested in how President Trump is going to handle this moving forward and who he's going to want to pick to be the next speaker, or if he's going to chime in or not, because he is in a campaign, and that could be a slippery slope for him. But President Trump being President Trump, I'm sure he'll draw a hard line somewhere. This will be interesting to see what he does.
Yeah, so Jim, I want to ask you, before we get to hands here, I'll get to Phenom, I'll get to Chief, and I'll get to Javon there. I want to ask you, Jim, is there any reason to believe that Kevin McCarthy could not? Because just to remind the audience, you are, you're an alum of Capitol Hill. I keep calling you a refugee because, it sounds like an absolutely terrible place to be. But Jim, why could McCarthy not follow through with the promises that he made? And, I'll remind everybody, these were the major promises that he broke. Kevin McCarthy promised to release the January 6th footage. We never got that. He never released it. Some people say that, his proponents say that, oh, well, Tucker Carlson got it. No. Tucker Carlson's team was able to go and look at a monitor at the Capitol. They never got a copy of the footage, okay? They were able to look at some of the footage. They didn't have access to all of it. He promised to maintain the 2022 budget numbers, not increase them. Well, that's exactly what he did. We saw this continuing resolution. We're looking at even a bigger deficit for 2023. We're going to rack up more debt. And then he promised not to take up a bill without unanimity among Republicans on the House Rules Committee. He violated that 7 times. So, Jim, is there any reason that McCarthy actually had to violate these rules, or was this his choice? Could he not have run a harder line? I hate it when I ask a question and the person that I ask a long question to isn't actually there. So, Matt, I want to ask you that question instead. What are your thoughts?
Well, since you were going to Jim, I was listening, but can you repeat the question? I'm here, but I was listening and working on this President Trump jail time story at the same time.
Yeah. So are there any reason that McCarthy could not have upheld those three rules, promised to release January 6th footage, maintain 2022 budget numbers, and not take up bills without a unanimous support from the Republicans on the House Rules Committee? What say you?
I mean, I guess if he wanted to do it, it just depends. It seems like they can't get along and they can't agree to anything. They have such a narrow margin, Nick, in the House at 218. It's not easy to get anything passed, and it takes a whole lot of effort. I think the real key here is effort and work ethic. And if there's anything that our members of our body of government has taught us is they don't do anything. They don't work hard. They take 6 weeks of vacation during the summer. They've got Christmas breaks. They've got spring breaks. Name somebody else that makes $200,000 a year that gets that much time off. It's unbelievable. And so,
wouldn't that be nice?
It would be amazing. They make $200,000 a year, plus they're getting expenses paid to travel. All that's on the government card. It's insane when you look at this. So I think a lot of it has to do with, could he have done it? Yes, but it would have required so much effort and so much work that there's no way that McCarthy or people like that are going to want to put in the work to make that happen, if that makes any sense.
Sure. Absolutely, it does. And Javon, I'm going to jump to you real quick because you actually you worked with Byron Donalds, and Byron Donalds, surprisingly, he has been an up and comer in the conservative movement here, but it seems like he actually, correct me if I'm wrong, he sided with McCarthy on this. Why is that? What was his reasoning? Javon, what say you?
Hey, Nick, can you hear me all right? Just making sure.
Yes, sir, I can.
Hear me. Hey, first off, thanks for having me up here. Second of all, that's a good question. I'm not going to pretend that I have an answer for you. I think personally, just in regards to a lot of the questions going in the room as to why Kevin McCarthy did what he did, I think it's pretty clear. There's a lot of donors and a lot of money that influence way too many people on our side, especially in leadership. Anytime you have Republicans saying, hey, maybe we shouldn't keep funding this war continuously when we've got Hawaii on fire, New York is flooding, we've got crime rampant all over the place, maybe there are other priorities that we should be focusing on as the American people. And the fact that we can't do that, I think, is a problem. Now, in regards to Matt Gaetz, hey, look, I think he did. I think he's one of the few people in Washington, D.C., number one, who doesn't have donors backing him, so he's able to do what he wants. And number two, he's one of the few people that when he says something, he's actually going to attempt it, at the very least, to try and do it. And I think you have to respect the man for that. In regards to where our party goes from here, I think there's so many avenues that we can go. And I think personally that Trump will probably kind of stay mute for this one and allow the House to decide who they think is best. And honestly, I think that's a good idea. I just hope that we do have an America First conservative that actually comes in and takes the mantle and is able to actually bring the fight, because we've been betrayed too long as conservatives in DC with promises of everybody going there to fight, to fight back against the Democrats, and it never winds up happening. And I think, this is an example of the uniparty. And, this is, I think, one of the first rebukes in at least Congress of the uniparty. President Trump did that in the White House at 1600 Penn. And I think Matt Gaetz, whether you like him or not, he's the first person to step up in the House of Representatives and say, enough is enough. We're going to hold these people accountable. We're going to have transparency for the American people, and we deserve it.
Yeah, so I just want to remind the audience here, the House will be gaveling back in here, a little bit later. And so we're going to continue covering this throughout the night here. We do have, and I also want to encourage your questions here, because we're going to have more experts up throughout the night. Questions, comments, concerns, your thoughts. Who do you want as speaker? Put them there, bottom right-hand corner. Now we have up Dr. Sebastian Gorka, who was a senior White House advisor under President Trump. And, we're very grateful to have you, Dr. Gorka. And, what are your overall thoughts about what happened today? And should Speaker McCarthy have been ousted? And what's next, sir?
All right, I just got your request. I'm driving home from the studio with my roof down. Can you actually hear me, or is it too noisy?
We can hear you. It's noisy-ish, but we can actually hear you. So go ahead.
All right,
It's very clear.
I'm gonna pull over and put the roof up in a second as soon as I can. All right, look, I was on air.
Dedication.
I was on air when this happened. I immediately tweeted out, I did not see this coming. I had no expectation. And some of the people like Nancy Mason, others who voted for this, a shocker. Others who didn't vote for it, allegedly, like Lauren Boebert, also a shocker. Does this mean anything? On the long run, Kevin will be speaker. Okay, Kevin will be speaker again in, tomorrow or in 4 days, like it took in January, because nobody else wants that stinking job. When we were talking about this at the beginning of the year, I had Jim Jordan on the show. I love Jim. I've spoken to Steve Scalise about it. Jim said, I don't want that job. Nobody Hussein wants the job to be Speaker of the House. That's why even Byron Donalds back in January, when his name was thrown into the hat, he didn't volunteer to be an alternative. He got 18 votes or something. He didn't want to. Byron would be superb. Even he didn't want the job. Why? It's a thankless task. You're literally herding cats. It's really a thankless task. And on top of that, who was it? I think it was one of my production team said it perfectly. Right now, the Speaker of the House, okay, here we go, hang on, I'm pulling over. The Speaker of the House is caught between two, a rock and a hard place. Number one, he is caught between the donors, and Kevin has, the big donors. Kevin has, he's from California. He has those relationships. And on the other side, he's squeezed by the base. The base, tens of millions of people that absolutely adore President Trump, that adore the 20 who, stood up against Kevin back in January. So, that is an untenable position to maintain on the long term unless President Trump is back in the White House. On the last part, and then I'll take any questions, or I'll hand over the platform. Personally, look, I'm a strategy guy. That's what I did for the president in the White House. There's a part of me that just wants to throw the long-term strategy piece out of the window for a second. Why? Because there are some actions you have to take that are declarative, that make a statement to the world. And the declaration that's being made here is that the GOP have not done anything under Kevin's leadership in the last 9 months. he made lots of promises and none of them were kept. Outside of being the commander in chief, the greatest political power in America is the power of the purse. It belongs to the House, and the House have done nothing with it. You know, Jim stood up today and rattled off this long list of the legislation that we have, presented to the House and to the Senate on the border, on the NDAA and everything else. And then Matt stands up and says, yeah, so what? Nothing ever happened with that legislation. And on top of that, the key promises Kevin made back in January have not been kept. And the core issues, the targeting of conservatives by the DOJ, the FBI, nothing was done apart from writing letters to Merrick Garland to, zero out the budgets for those elements of the DOJ that are targeting conservatives. That's why today happened. And my prediction is Kevin will be back in his chair in the not too distant future, but he will have been scolded and he will be shaken by this experience, which, as far as I'm concerned, is a good thing.
Hey, and Sebastian, Jim Paff here. When I was the chief of staff on the Hill before the Freedom Caucus, I was involved with meetings where Jim was asked to run for speaker and he was getting up out of the chair and fellow members pushed him back down in. He's always been avoided that. It is a thankless job. But the interesting thing is people are going to say that this is so much chaos and everything's going to be destroyed. It's going to be messed up. This kind of creative destruction is actually going to be healthy going into 2024 because You're right. He's going to be totally embarrassed and now he's going to do the right thing, or at least he's going to have to get a lot closer to it, I think. Do you agree with that?
Totally. And I laughed. I mean, even people I respect greatly, like, Speaker Gingrich and Mark Levin, have been apoplectic of late about the chaos this creates and, the chaos that this created back in January. And I laugh. I mean, are you serious? For 4 days, there was a little bit of a delay to the work in Congress. If it had been 4 weeks or maybe 4 months, I would have been a little bit perturbed. But 4 days, no, your description of creative chaos is absolutely right. And sometimes you need a little bit of creative chaos. And sometimes, look, I'll be very honest. I've had Kevin on the show. I've met Kevin. Kevin is not a bad man. Okay, Mitch McConnell is a bad man. Kevin isn't a bad man. He's just weak, and he needs to understand that the last 8 months he has not showered himself in glory.
One other thing, Sebastian, I always describe to people, we haven't done all 12 appropriations bills, which is part of the law, by the way, in the 1974 Budget Act, since 1997. It's kind of Newt's fault indirectly. He changed the rules. The speaker got powerful. And now they can throw these stinking CRs up and meet all the needs of the major buddies to fund all the NRCC and all the big things like this. This is a creative way, hopefully, to get us, it won't happen in this Congress, but to get us back to a place where we're going to have to do the damn business every time rather than playing around. And the American people, ultimately, they'll process this eventually, and they're going to say, yeah, that's what we want.
I'm going to go back to listening, but let me just comment on that. And Matt made this in one of his comments today from the floor. The sheer fact that we haven't had a real budget and we've had CRs and omnibuses since the 1990s is utterly scandalous. And this is a shot across. America can't pass a freaking budget for 30 years is an outrage. And this is a little bit of a response to that.
Yeah, Dr. Gorka, I'm sorry. Can I get 30 more seconds of your time? I want to ask you real quick because the audience is burning me up with this. Burning you up with this question, actually. They want to know, is there any reason that McCarthy could not follow through with the promise to release the January 6th footage, maintain 2022 budget numbers, and not take up any bills without unanimity from the Republicans on the House Rules Committee?
Because he's not a warrior. He's not. I mean, look, with the January 6th footage, it's a little bit technical. Even I didn't know how complicated it is. So you remember when Tucker said, or Tucker intimated that we have the footage. He didn't have the footage. If you actually read Julie Kelly's Substack, which everybody should be subscribed to Julie Kelly's Substack. She has access to the footage, but it's on 4 terminals on Capitol Hill. They don't give you the hard drive of the 44,000 hours and you can just walk off, the complex of Congress. You have to ask permission, you have to book it, and you have to sit at a Stone Age terminal on Capitol Hill inside the Capitol Police, headquarters office, and you have to manually go through the footage. So there's all kinds of technical issues. On the other stuff, again, it's because he's not a Matt Gaetz, he's not a revolutionary, and also he's not a deal maker in the iconoclastic, berserker sense of President Trump. He's a nice guy who's a politician. Kevin is a politician, okay? That's what we've got to remember. And he's really squeezed between the big donors, especially his buddies in California, who do not want any change, and the base that really, is loyal to a new vision of the GOP that most of the GOP hates.
Absolutely. Yeah. Dr. Gorka, come back anytime. We're going to be here for a while because
I'll be listening.
Okay. Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
There's a lot more that's going to go on tonight here because we're going to gavel back in with acting Speaker Patrick McHenry, which is, not ideal, but that is coming. And so we're going to see what else happens tonight. I have a feeling that this stuff is going to move very quickly because obviously McCarthy wants his gavel back. And right now they're scheming in the background as to how to get that gavel back. So I know that because, we do have people like Jim up here who worked on Capitol Hill, has a lot of connections to Capitol Hill. We'll probably be hearing chatter in the background about, what's going on, what's McCarthy planning, what's next. And so we're working on that actively in the background. Chief Trumpster, what's Trump thinking right now? What's Trump's next move? I keep getting that audience question here. And by the way, guys, bottom right-hand corner. That's what we need to hear. So just to reiterate a little bit, because I know we've gotten several opinions on that, but what are your thoughts there?
Well, I think that, Trump right now has been pretty coy about, publicly stating things. I've heard some murmurs, but what I will say is that if Trump had a next move, it would be to find a fighter for the House Speaker. We have a slim majority, but a majority nonetheless of people in the House. So it now comes to who is he going to find? Who is he going to, endorse for the speakership? McCarthy fell out because he's not a representative for us, and he's failed us many times over, whether it be the J6 tapes or the Ukraine funding or whatever. So now it comes to who will we find next to endorse, for the speaker. I think when he does go out there and say, I endorse this person or this person is the right choice for that position, a lot of Republicans will fall in line. And those who don't, they'll risk the ire of Trump, especially if it goes to these multi-vote types of things like last time with him getting the position of power. But, I'm kind of concerned, though, in terms of McCarthy, because you are right. He wants his position back, and he'll do anything to get it. Of course, that means siding with Democrats and making a side deal. Basically, the Democrats let him get kicked out of the House into the cold, and they'll let him back in.
That's a really good point because he could go to Democrats and say, "Hey, I'll do this for you."
I'll say real quick. He's a conniving, rhino. They'll do anything. They'll do anything to keep power, anything to screw us over for a quick buck or profit or a position of power or a board somewhere. That's what these people do. So I wouldn't be surprised if he gets out by cold by the Democrats, they do nothing, and then he goes back to Democrats, says, I'll give you something if you let me back in power. So all he needs is
he doesn't need that many Democrats, does he?
Right.
I mean, we've got 435 members of the House of Representatives. Steak.
Right.
Give me. I brought you up. Welcome to the stage, and Phenom, I'm going to let you respond to Steak, Mr. or Mrs. I don't know who's actually up here. Steak for breakfast. You guys have a podcast. It's a great podcast. I want to know, to Chief Trumpster's point, ex-Speaker McCarthy, who has ambitions to become Speaker again, could make a deal with Democrats because he only needs a handful of them in order to become Speaker of the House again. Could he make a backroom deal? And what would something like that look like?
The answer to the backroom deals, because you're dealing with the DC swamp, is 100%. And yes, every single day. Backroom deals were probably going on before they even had the actual vote today. I think.
Yes. So do you think that he's going to end up becoming Speaker again based on a backroom deal?
I sure as hell hope not. We're never going to get an America First Speaker up there in this session of Congress. We can hypothesize all day about how awesome Byron Donalds or Lee Zeldin or anyone else that just has any of our interests in mind and in heart would do a better job. But at the end of the day, it's whether it's Kevin McCarthy or one of the other people in leadership. Steve Scalise is sick right now and getting treatment, so he's going to be out for a minute. I mean, I know people have said Ken Buck, who's like weird, not in for impeachment, but in for removing Kevin McCarthy. It's like, we get what we get with the numbers we have. I just think, when you look at the input from Donald Trump, too, I'm sure he would want somebody like Byron Donalds or Matt Gaetz to have the speaker's gavel as well. But this isn't his session of Congress. And, he's lining up enough House representatives in these races next year to run alongside of him. So we don't have such a slim margin. And so we don't have to worry about, always caving to leadership and letting them give Joe Biden legislative win after legislative win this year. I think right now, in the meantime, like this week, long-term goals are out the window, short-term goals are in effect, and every single thing that we do is either a benchmark or a step back from the new standard we just set, and that's to motion to vacate and get Kevin McCarthy out of there. So it falls back into the Republicans' hands. Like, they could go cry and do all the stuff that they want and virtue signal about it, but at the end of the day, like, he made a lot of promises and does absolutely nothing for America First, and has just let Joe Biden have a legacy where he didn't have to have one, starting with the budget last year and all the way up to the omnibus that's going to get rolled out in a couple months if we don't get our acts together.
Phenom, jump in.
Hey, Nick, Tara, Jim, good to see everybody. Okay, so first, really quickly, I want to say about the chaos. Of course, all over, Jake Tapper and Rachel Maddow are going to be crying about the chaos. But let's remember, before we had the administrative state, where basically it was lobbies that wrote legislation and handed it to, aides and members of Congress, these guys used to come and represent their constituents and actually duke it out. In fact, in 1856, a pro-slavery senator beat an anti-slavery senator, Brooks beat Sumter, with his cane bloody on the House floor. I mean, that is how heavy some of these arguments, I'm not advocating for that, but that's how heavy some of these arguments would get, because they were literally fighting for their constituents, fighting for legislation that people back home wanted, and their names were on the line. So they didn't have the same level of like big money lobby to keep them in office. So that spin is going to be pretty funny. I also think it's kind of ironic that the Republicans that voiced against this were saying that an omnibus would be the result. I mean, we were headed towards an omnibus anyway. I don't see any signaling that McCarthy was going to do anything to stop that. So I think that's kind of a red herring that's going to be used, but nonetheless, it'll be all over the media. And also, I think this sends a signal that, I wouldn't say scares them, but is cautionary that the base does not want this war. And that is exactly what the whole speakership is really about right now. I think it was the Center for Renewing America had just reported today or this week that basically they found that consulting firms that were linked to Anthony Blinken and Victoria Nuland were advising how to use the taxpayer money for decades long funding to reconstruct Ukraine. So I don't doubt that any backdoor deal that's being done is absolutely about wanting to claw and keep funding for Ukraine. And I think that's pretty much what the biggest power struggle is right now. And then finally, McCarthy 1 year ago in November said publicly that if the border wasn't closed, he was calling for Mayorkas to resign or be impeached. And he did nothing about it. So it was promise after promise that was broken. Anyone who votes to keep McCarthy, even if he finds some way to stay, will be absolutely primary.
And
Phenomenology. I know that you're an ardent Trump supporter like I am. You know, the question was asked to Chief Trumpster what he thought Trump was thinking right now. What do you think President Trump is thinking right now?
Well, I mean, it's clear that President Trump has the America First values that the MAGA base has. However, he's a deal maker and he understands the reality that sometimes emotions that we have or the base has, you know, sadly, sometimes we have to look at reality. So I think he's really good at deal making. I think he's a diplomat. Look, a freshman congressperson or an investigative reporter can really rock the boat, but you know, President Trump has to be more diplomatic. So it's no doubt. I mean, look at his policies. He absolutely is with us. But you also, when you're, you know, gaming to get back in the White House, you have to look at what the power structure is and ascertain who you might have to work with. And that's not being shady, that's being smart. And I think he's playing it really well.
By the way, while we're here, I just want to encourage everyone to follow the speakers. There are a lot of great people up here that you need to follow who have good insights into what's going on and great timelines. So just want to encourage everybody there. There's no doubt, McCarthy could have very easily solidified himself as speaker during this entire year had he kept the main promises that were laid out in January. And guys, when I found out, I knew some appropriations bills had gotten out, but when I found out coming out of the August recess that all 12 appropriations bills had gone through the appropriations committee, but were sitting on the sideline, then you realize, and this is why you've got such frustration right now, then you realize that they took 6 weeks off in August to butt this thing up to the September 30th deadline. They just passed a 45-day CR to butt that up against Thanksgiving so that everyone will want to get out of there. And then we're going to go through the same process again unless something changes up to butt it right up against Christmas. I mean,
Jim, why the hell? You know, Matt Gaetz made the point here that they took 6 weeks off before this. I know it was a scheduled 6 weeks off. I don't really care. Okay, I wish I got a scheduled 6 weeks off. That would be fan-fucking-tastic. Okay, but why take 6 weeks off if you're just going to gavel back in and be like, oh yeah, no, we're going to end up having to shut down the government? Is it just an excuse to be able to, you know, hammer out some uniparty type deal? Well, that's an audience question, by the way. Bottom right-hand corner,
sure. Well, here's how it works, and I'm sure that some people have heard me say this, but others have come in since. So the way that this works is that every bit of spending, and since we've gone into this path of going into CRs and omnibuses that don't break out all the funding into the 12 bills of regular order, those omnibuses are written by 4 people: the Speaker of the House and the Minority Leader, and the majority and minority leaders of the Senate, a few of the appropriators, and lobbyists. They literally are writing these omnibus packages. By the way, I'm not against all lobbyists. There are some lobbyists that are trying to do good things for their organizations and their businesses, and some of it is still bad, but most of them aren't the worst people. There are a group of lobbyists who do the largest majority of funding for these campaigns. They help both Democrats and Republicans, and it's in their interest that there not be 12 appropriations bills, because it's very easy for them to lose their priorities. Even if the spending levels don't go down, they can lose their priorities with amendments on the floor. They don't want that. And that's how this game is played since 1997. And the leadership loves it because it gives them ultimate power. Members of Congress don't get what they want, either in terms of cuts or whatever they think needs to be passed in it. And they have to beg and bow to the Speaker of the House and to the majority leader of the Senate to get what they want. And those people love that power. It's how they control what's going on. That's why fights like this are so important, because you've got to break that system down. It is a corrupt system that lets not Jerome Powell print all the money that he wants to.
Oh yeah, I
Can I
will
enter?
definitely print all the money you want, Jim. But first, I wanna say for full transparency, I support everyone who supports my printer. Any new member that's gonna be the House Speaker has to support my printer. Thank you.
I mean, to be fair, you've been contracting them too. That's been causing a lot of the issues. But listen, I gotta go. But
Actually, today,
I think we're forgetting the most important question. And this is what I want to know. I want to know how many pull-ups Marjorie Taylor Greene can do now. That's really all I really want to know. And if anybody can answer that before I leave, I would appreciate it. And if we can arrange some kind of pull-up
Well,
contest,
Prodigal, let's just be
Lauren
clear. You're
will.
the only one leaving here. The rest of us are going to be here for the rest of the fucking night. So I'm just letting
Well,
you
give me
know.
an
So
answer. Give me
no
an
need to announce your departure, Prodigal. But thank you for letting us all know.
But I want to know about the pull-ups.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we definitely love you, Prodigal. But you kind of butted in on Jack in order to make sure everybody knows that you are departing. So
That was
sorry, Prodigal.
important. I mean, it's not an airport, but still, no big deal.
So
Just
Prodigal's
kidding.
departing. You know what? Like an airport, somebody's departing. Lots of people are arriving. So we're gonna have more speakers up here, and we're rotating the panel now. We have a full panel. We're we have a lot of people in line. Like Doc, I'm gonna bring Doc up here. But
Wait.
anyway, yeah. So go ahead, Jack.
I never got. Okay, thank you. Here's how I see it. I'm sitting there listening to everyone. I had such great valid points before Trump. And please correct me if I'm wrong or you see it different, because I'd love the feedback. Before Trump, not everyone paid attention to our politics. So now we have a lot of people who never knew about insider baseball, but now they are in the insider baseball crowd. And that crowd has grown. And that's what I believe a lot of the Republican Party is failing to understand. I mean, I even saw it in the district I ran for, is that they failed, or Illinois, where I'm originally from, Illinois failed to understand that now there's a lot of insiders that share the America First values. And I believe that overall the Republican Party has continues to overlook this, but we're not going away. We want to put America first. We want interests that we care about to be discussed. We want the whole truth to be told about January 6th, because we've been made to look like, we're these awful people merely just for wanting to put the interests of Americans first. So that's what I believe a lot of Republican Party is overlooking. Many of those who backed McCarthy today is overlooking, and some of the speakers here today might be overlooking, is that there's more of us now that understand the insider baseball than ever before.
I just interject with a really important question. Do you think that tonight, when Vivek and Chris Christie square off on Hannity, that Chris Christie is going to eat Vivek?
This is a really good point. Wait, there's actually a debate tonight on Hannity. Okay, yeah. So that's in
Hour
several
long.
hours. Several hours, but yeah.
And by the way, sorry to interrupt, but by the way, a little quick insider. I found this out about 10 minutes ago, but at 6:45 Eastern, the GOP caucus is going to be meeting. So they're going to hash some things out there. It's going to be a raucous internal thing there. People are going to be yelling at each other. It's going to be very interesting. Just want to give everybody that update.
I'll say this real quick also, because the whole thing about McCarthy and him making a deal with Democrats, he's done that for his entire term. The entire time he's been up there, he's been making deals with Democrats. So I actually expect what happens with this little internal meeting. Lots of yelling, but McCarthy will have a backdoor Democrats, I'm sure, just waiting to talk to people, just waiting to talk to people on the other side of the aisle and see how many he can cleave off and what he has to do to get that. I'm really interested in seeing what happens with that, and it'll be unfortunate. But you're right though in terms of like people knowing how this game works now. A lot of people are angry lobbyists and special interests, and when Gates was talking in his speech about the lobbyists controlling the House, got a lot of boos, but the American people saw that, and it's about time people saw this and knew that our representatives don't really care for us at all, and they're just there because someone paid for them to be there. So it's a big problem.
By the way,
Cardone, I brought you up on stage. I want to get you in here real quick, and I'm sure I'm going to have some audience questions for you. They always do. They always have a lot of questions for you for some reason. Mr. Cardone, it's almost like they like your advice. Bottom right-hand corner for the audience. Please give us your questions. I'm going to go through them while Grant
Hey,
is talking and giving us his opinion.
I just came in to find out what does this mean? What does it even mean? Is it good for me or bad for me? Basically, it's about real.
It's good for you.
It's
what?
good for you because no new legislation can be passed by Congress while this is ongoing. They can't do any more damage. If this continued for a year, that would be the best news we've had in a while.
Wow.
So what are you saying here, Grant? Do you think that gridlock is better for the U.S. economy than because it seems like the more laws that Congress passes, the more spending bills they're able to pass, the worse it is.
Yeah. Well, does
for
this mean
the average
Does
American.
this mean we don't approve any more money going to Ukraine?
Yeah.
Well, it seems like McCarthy was
Not for a week.
I mean, we heard that McCarthy was making a backroom deal. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jim. He was making a backroom deal with the Biden administration on Ukraine funding, and maybe even the Democrats. Passing this CR, this continuing resolution, the other day.
That's what triggered Matt Gaetz to do this in part. I mean, I think he wanted to do it anyway, but that was the straw that broke the camel's back. So yeah, that was happening. By the way, by the way, for everyone that's requesting, we got a bunch of them. We'll rotate the room, so just be patient. I've had a lot of people DMing me and saying, "Why aren't you letting me up?" Well, because I got a bunch of people to bring up, Nick and Tara and I. So
we are trying. Trust me. But Grant, feel free to butt in at any time. Mr. Printer himself, not Jerome Powell. You've got a hand up, and you've always got something good to say. Let's hear it.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say that sorry for what happened in the market today, but I've been requesting money to maintain my printers, and they keep sending it to Ukraine. So I'm sorry for that. It's not my fault, man. I have the pinned tweet. You can check it. They just found the money. Just check the pinned tweet. I'm not the pin. I mean, the pin to the Jumbotron.
Well, we could be patient with you getting that money to Ukraine, but hurry up so that you can bring some more back into the government so we can spend more, please.
Oh, yeah, I wish.
The crazy pitch they're doing now is they're saying that this is only a loan to Ukraine. We should not be worried about this being a spending campaign, but a loan to Ukraine.
Yeah, they call it an extension of the Lend-Lease, folks. they ain't none of that money coming back. It is just not coming back.
It's one of those loans that the money never comes back. One of those, man. So
yeah, well, we never got our money back from World War II. The Lend-Lease deal we struck with Britain and France. So,
hey, but the good news is we've got not Jerome Powell to back us up, so we're going to be just fine. Don't worry about it, Doc.
That's the first time I met Jerome. Hey, Jerome, I have some printing needs.
Hey,
how
are
you?
DM
me.
Yeah.
Yes,
okay.
So, Jim, we've got a lot of people in the audience asking the same question down in the bottom right-hand corner. What is next here, man? I mean, what are we seeing? Because we know that somebody like McCarthy, we're talking about politics here, right? And we just saw somebody, one of the most powerful people in the United States, just get ousted from power. Okay, what is the next thing that we're going to see here? I think we're going to see things moving very quickly, even tonight. What are your thoughts? As somebody that is a refugee from Capitol Hill.
And thank goodness. Well, listen, I lean towards, and I've said this earlier, but I don't know for sure, but some deal is going to be coming around that probably, whether he deserves it or not, Kevin McCarthy does get back into the speaker's chair. And but what's interesting is if historical examples are valid here, when Joe Cannon, who was one of the most powerful speakers in American history, had a motion to vacate coming to him, and again, that's the last time there was actually a motion to vacate voted on the floor. He did keep his speakership, but he was weakened greatly after that. And so I think that very much could happen here. I think we can get back to some normal business moving forward. You might hopefully see some budget reforms take place. I think this is going to be a test. His deal is going to have to be, you're going to do the 12 bills. We're going to start moving them right away, or this is just happening once again. I mean, the current rule only requires one person to submit a motion to vacate, and then we're right back at this again, you can bet that Matt Gaetz would do it, but there are others who might as well. So I think I don't know what the dynamic exactly is going to be, but I can tell you that my prediction is it's definitely going to change, because this is historical. Everyone that's listening to us talk about this, that's watching what's going on tonight, you're watching history play out.
Yes, you are. And actually, history is playing out a little bit more right now. CNN is now reporting yet again from sources apparently within and you can take CNN as you will. I'm just a messenger here, saying that an increasing amount now of House Republicans are considering a motion to expel Matt Gaetz as soon as tonight. They're considering bringing that to the floor as soon as tonight. Okay? So, like I said, things are going to be moving very quickly here, and we're going to be covering this for the rest of the night. But if somebody can send me some vodka or something, that'd be fantastic. But Jim, what is the likelihood of something like that happening, of Matt Gaetz being expelled from the House of Representatives as soon as tonight?
I don't think they're going to have the votes for it. You still have to have a majority to be able to do it. I don't think the people that voted with him tonight are going to be willing to do that. I'm not even sure if there's a possibility that you would even get Chip Roy or Byron Donalds and some of these folks, and Thomas Massey and some of these folks that voted against the motion to vacate, that you would typically think might be on that more strongly conservative side. I don't think that they would even go for it.
Hey, Jim,
yeah, go ahead.
Isn't it a full vote of the House and not just of the caucus to expel
a
member?
Yeah, it's a full vote of the House. It's not
so Democrats aren't going to go along with that, I would think.
Now, if he goes into the caucus room here in another half hour, I mean, he's going to be yelled and screamed at. I know how those things go sometimes. There's going to be name calling. People are going to, they have a microphone. So what they do is they go into, there's a main room down below the floor of the House that is large enough to hold all those people. We used to have chief of staff meetings in there, and then you have the caucus meetings in there. HR1 is what it's called, I believe. So, they'll go in there. They'll have 2 microphones set up. There's going to be a lot of raucous discussion. And, man, he'll be going into the lion's den, because the Tom Cole wing hates Matt Gaetz more now than they ever did. And so I may be getting some insight into that along the way. I don't know, but it's going to be tough. But it is a whole vote of the House. To expel a member must happen with a vote of the entire House.
And I don't think they can expel him from his committee assignments until you have a new speaker, and the new speaker is going to appoint and can appoint whole new committee structure. So.
Well, that's not entirely true. So I worked for Tim Huelskamp from 2011 through 14, and he was kicked off his committees, as well as Justin Amash, Walter Jones, and David Schweikert. The 4 of them got kicked off their committees unilaterally. I remember it to this day. So Tim, his dad was having surgery. He was out of pocket, and the member they have the conference set up in regions, and there was one of the members from Iowa was trying to get hold of Tim and couldn't, called me instead, and I had no idea it was coming, and he said there's that whole leadership group there, they voted to expel him. So it's not a member a vote in general. The speaker can do it unilaterally, but that steering committee is what it's called, can vote to do that. And they did vote to expel the 4 of them. They very well could do that to him on his committees. And that probably will happen, or very possibly will happen.
So Jim, could I ask you, do you think that Gaetz or Matt Gaetz would be somewhat instrumental to keeping the Republican members of Congress sort of like together? Because, I mean, he's, at least for tonight, he's the least rhino Republican in the whole House. compared to compared to McCarthy. So would you not? It, it doesn't really make sense why they would agree with him and then remove him or expel him immediately after.
Well, keep in mind, it was only a total of 8 people who agreed with him on this. So he's got a whole caucus, not all of whom are going to be totally against them, because some of them voted against the motion to vacate, who probably are still kind of pissed off at McCarthy in a way, or at least very disappointed in him. He doesn't have broad support in the caucus. I think he's willing to do it. He knows what he's getting into. I think he's just going to put his head down and weather that storm and keep moving forward. He has the right to do it. He's voted by the people in his district to be there. He at least has that power. So as long as he's willing to withstand all the stuff that's coming this way, then he'll keep doing it. By the way, Chip, there, I don't know if it was an AI thing or not, or very real, and I should text Chip to find out, but Chip Roy I think I shared it up in the Jumbotron, or maybe I didn't, but there was a tweet out where Chip Roy supposedly put out a video kind of challenging Gates. So I got to look into that more. I haven't verified it, but he's got a lot of people upset with him. I can guarantee you that. So I don't think he's going to be able to coalesce anybody, but you will see that more conservative wing of the Chip Roy, Byron Donalds folks that voted, who held off McCarthy being Speaker of the 20 back in January. That group of people is going to look for a solution. They're the ones, if they can unite it, will try to do it, for good or for bad. I don't know how they're going to do it just yet, but that's
Hey, Jim, and to the room, do you think this is good for Trump or bad for Trump?
I think Donald Trump's probably going to remain neutral, as so far he has, unless something's come out.
Yeah, but I, regardless of whether he remains neutral, is it good? Is this good for him or bad for him?
I don't think it harms him at all in terms of becoming president. I think he's going to be able to push forward. I think that Republicans around the country have decided that he's getting attacked severely by Joe Biden. This thing is going to clean itself up by the end of the year. We're not going to even be thinking about this next year, I believe. And I at least as best I can tell right now, we'll have to watch for a couple of days, but as best I can tell right now, I don't think it's going to harm him at all. That's just my personal opinion.
No one's asked yet what the public's reaction is going to be to Matt Gaetz. And I would posit that it's going to be overwhelmingly popular with the public, particularly with the MAGA crowd. I see this decision to vacate the chair in light of McCarthy's numerous breaches of the agreement that got him the speakership, really resonating with Trump's own agenda and what he's called for. Of course, he's called for more action on the border. Of course, he's called for defunding the war in Ukraine, or for the most part, I think he has. So I think that the support for McCarthy is sort of centered around the DeSantis candidacy, and the support for Gaetz and the public is around the Trump candidacy. So I think this works well for Trump. Certainly doesn't hurt him. I would agree to that extent with Jim.
I think he would be also in favor of what happened, and he might even speak positively to it. I can kind of picture him saying, in his apprentice sort of way, oh, we told McCarthy, we told him, hey, you had a job to do and you didn't do it, so this is what happens. This is the aftermath. This is the business. So just move forward with it. I mean, Trump, I think he also understands and would agree that, if you're not doing the job that you're supposed to be doing, then it's out with you.
I would agree with that. I would.
By the way, I want to. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I apologize. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. I would agree with that statement. I'd also add that now Gaetz has shown that the America First agenda, the America First initiative, I should say, is still alive, and it still has a lot of power, and it can make things happen. So I believe that this is actually going to help President Trump, and it's also going to invigorate the base. That's my point.
I do believe that the net benefit, this is just my take, and there's still more to watch, but I agree with Jack. And the fact is that Congress has such a low approval rating amongst Americans that when things like this happen, they tend to have some positive response if there's a positive move in that direction. So I think I agree with Jack. I want to get Matt Couch's thoughts on this, because I'm sure, Matt, you're probably getting some feedback yourself since you're all often close to the campaign. Do you have any thoughts on that based upon what you're hearing? Are you on the phone, Matt Couch?
No, I tried this earlier. So
okay. Well,
try again. Try somebody else.
Hey, by the way, so not Jerome Powell. I do want to get your actual opinion. We love having fun about the printer. But what's your read on all this? And by the way, everyone should follow him and subscribe to him, because the stuff he's got is fantastic. He does a really good job of analyzing what's going on, particularly in the finance markets, but also the politics. But I want to get your thoughts on this too, if you can. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, everybody can hear you. And, so just to remind the audience, we're awaiting right now. We are awaiting the House is going to reconvene at some point tonight. Here, some people are saying, so it seems like they are in caucus right now, which means that the parties are meeting and probably hashing this out, especially the Republican side, very aggressively. I'm sure, just to say the least. If Matt Gaetz ends up showing up in the caucus meeting, he's going to get chewed out. And I would love to be a fly on the wall in there. And we'll probably get, somebody like Jim is an insider up there on Capitol Hill, and we'll probably get some chatter that he'll hear to give us some idea of what's going in from that caucus meeting there. And then we'll gavel back in after that. But Jim, I mean, we can go to state, we can go to chief. What do you thought? Maybe you can ask your questions of Chief.
Yeah, go ahead, Chief. What's your thoughts?
Well, I'll say this, the most funny thing about this whole thing is that when Trump said, I'm the messenger, they're coming after me because they're trying to get you. This is what happened with Matt Gaetz right now. Gaetz is now, as you said with CNN, they're trying to get him off, not just off of committee assignments, but to expel him allegedly if it takes CNN's word for that. So, I find this hilarious because as soon as Gaetz talks about lobbyists and people who control the House, all of a sudden, lots of people are angry with him. Lots of people are angry that he just wants accountability for 9 months of nothing from the Speaker of the House. And you want to talk about the public sentiment, you see the ratios that go on with all these congressmen and women all across the entire country. They make one tweet saying that they stand for McCarthy, thousands and thousands of comments negative, down, booing him or her or whatever the people are, and everybody who supports the motion to vacate got lots of support. So the base itself is really behind this motion to vacate and, Matt Gaetz. And, whether, of course, that plays a factor to all of this, I will say the mood really is shifting. And I think that this motion to vacate actually benefits the more right-wing side of Trump, I think. He's been more neutral in this whole thing, to be quite sure, but I mean, the motion to vacate really shows the establishment really took a big hit. And whether or not they get let back in for some Democratic deal, the American people will kind of see this a bit more in the open, and they'll kind of understand what's going on here. So I see this really as a win for the for the Trump campaign and all of that. And now it's really more so whether or not they punish him for daring to critique the uncritiquable, the establishment, within the House for not doing their job. So I'm very excited to see what happens with that. And, if they do some sort of expulsion, I'm sure there'll be a lot of people who won't donate to the House GOP, the Senate, or sorry, the House majority or whatever that PAC is. I'm sure they won't be donating if they expel Matt Gaetz. So it'll backfire tremendously if they do that.
Also want to hear what Roan has to say. And I only know his name's Roan because he thankfully has me on the Steak for Breakfast podcast from time to time, which I enjoy doing. Go ahead, man.
Thanks, Jim. And thanks to you and Nick and Tara for having this space. This has been awesome listening to. I'm in agreement with Chief there. I think Matt Gaetz, if he doesn't survive, it's a clear and present example of exactly what's going on to President Trump right now at the congressional level, where they're going to ride him in these meetings right now and try to take him down and, expel him or remove him from committees or anything like that. I think that'll eventually roll over. Don't be surprised if in the next week or two you see some new random legal case for Matt Gaetz, whether it be his taxes or some campaign finance stuff. It's going to be one of those things where the guy's going to be fighting for his life. But at the end of the day, And it's like, to a lot of the points that all the speakers have alluded to today, we are now seeing that the America First agenda, the Trump agenda, Trump doctrine, is not dead. Joe Biden didn't erase it with EOs. It's alive and well. And it showed today that it's got more than a pulse. And I think this is the start of something good. I think this is definitely a win for Trump, as Chief alluded to as well. And I think it's going to encourage some of those America First, Trump-aligned congressmen who maybe didn't get on the vote today. You know, there's a lot of them who travel around that didn't vote with Gates. I mean, I think Eli Crane was the only freshman one that did. If anybody wants to correct me, you're more than happy to. But, you know, you guys got to start setting the example. You went to Washington, D.C. with agenda. You went to Washington, D.C. with a mandate and control of the House. We need to start acting like it, or like I said earlier in the space, it's going to be more legislative wins for Joe Biden. And right now they're looking for anything. They used a Ron DeSantis talking point to make a campaign commercial the other day. So what are we doing here? We got to continue to rally behind this guy and hope that, you know, some of these Republicans like Nancy Mace and some of the other ones that are starting to wake up, start whipping their counterparts and turn it into a big win. You know, this is something that's going to sting for a minute, especially in the lobby department. But at the end of the day, it's like, looking at all these ratios in the comments, it's just absolutely nuts to see how much the American public has horrible sentiment for our Congress. And, you know, a lot of them do a lot of good work, and some of them don't get the credit because of the way they vote sometimes. But it's only going to get worse if they don't listen to the voice of the people all the way up until the ballot box next year.
Yeah, so I went ahead and posted at the top, guys. I'm genuinely curious here because this is a lot of people don't know, and a lot of people are learning today, actually, that the Speaker of the House does not actually have to be a member of the House of Representatives. It can be Jim Path. It can be Grant Cardone. It can even be Mr. Not Jerome Powell up here on stage. And so I have to ask, and, you know, I posted to the top because I am genuinely curious. Who are you thinking for Speaker of the House? You could even have President Trump presiding as Speaker of the House. I mean, the options are limitless here. You don't have to settle for somebody like Speaker McCarthy. Who would you like to see? And if you want to reply to that post, that'd be awesome. I'm trying to go through those and just see what
how could Trump win enough votes to be Speaker of the House?
Hey, well, you know what? You never know. Yeah, I never thought some squish
like no, but I mean, is that even possible though, Nick? Is it
probably
even possible?
Not? Probably not. But it's a fun thing to think about.
It's a fun thing to think about for sure.
Oh well, that would be the ultimate troll, gentlemen. I'm sorry. That would be the ultimate troll.
I bet
was it Matt Gaetz who nominated Trump last election cycle for Speaker of the House?
He did. Trump got one vote, and that was Gaetz. So that's
so,
right.
I mean, maybe
roll call votes. Yeah.
Well, maybe we see that again, or he nominates him, and
certainly, you know, I would bet that it probably is going to happen because it happened once. I think it's going to be someone who is relatively nameless in the eyes of the public. You know, someone who doesn't present a long-term political threat. I think that Jim was mentioning that sort of analysis earlier. Someone who, you know, if you bring them up in their status and power, is not someone that will challenge the current power base in the future. So I don't see it being like a Byron Donald or Anna Paulina Lunar or you know someone like that. You know, I think it's going to be an older, you know, someone who's not offensive and both sides can talk to. And who that is, I have no idea.
Newt Gingrich.
Oh God, no.
I'm sorry.
All right. I'm just gonna throw this out here, okay? I'm not gonna say anything about, you know, what I know, what I don't know. But what about somebody like Tucker Carlson? I just want to throw that out there for the panel. I mean, wouldn't that be kind of badass? He's not
Nick, why would he take
to anybody.
Why would he take the position? Why would he give up his position in X where he's got millions of... Why would he go that far into
He wouldn't have to give it up.
Why would he have to give that up?
Doing the X thing once a week. He could keep doing both jobs.
But why does he want to get that far in?
It's not regulated by the FCC in terms of so he could not do it if he had a show on Fox News. Okay, I know that for a fact. He would not be able to do that. However, He's not beholden to Fox News at this point. He's able to do whatever he wants to. The guy comes across as, I mean, some of the stuff that he does is not expedient for him. Okay, he seems to kind of hold the line in terms of, what he actually believes. So what would be holding him back from that? I mean, do you not think that would be a good idea?
I think because of his celebrity status, he wouldn't make it past, or he wouldn't get enough votes.
Well, I mean, we can think that, but what if we did? I mean, his popularity among the Republican Party is massive. I mean, he had the highest rated show on Fox News by far, not even close.
Nick,
he also had the most Democrat viewers. He also had the most Democrat viewers in that time slot, which was really interesting. But, one of my reps, Austin Smith, today said, hey, Carrie Lake has been toured around the Senate buildings today as a possible name for speaker. Now, I'm not saying that's plausible, but that's just kind of an interesting thought.
The thing about this election process that's unique in American law is it's sort of like a parliamentary appointment to power, where you're going to have a number of candidates, probably none of which at the start of the vote are going to have are going to be consensus. And so you could have 6 or 7 different nominated candidates that over a period of 3, 5, or 20 votes gets whittled down, and people start to compromise at that point, and it's not a purity test. It's okay. It's going to be one of these 3 people. Which one is least offensive to me? So you might get an outcome that you can't expect at the very beginning.
Nick, I think where you were going was, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe you were saying the power that Tucker Carlson has over the Republican Party because he has all the different factions within the Republican Party who know him and has a relationship with through many years. And that would actually help with the conservative movement because not too many of these congressmen would want to go against Tucker's reach. Is that it?
Yeah, I mean that is definitely one of the major concerns that a lot of these people would have. Why would you want to go against Tucker Carlson? I mean, he represents everything that the Republican Party is supposed to represent, although they've now decided, to kind of stray from that a little bit. But Piotr, you've been trying to talk for a while. I'm going to get you in on here. What are your thoughts, Piotr?
Yeah, thanks, Nick. Sorry, I joined early and then went away. It's late here in the UK. Some of you will probably be wondering, why does a chat with this accent have anything to say on this? But because I think that the issues you see here happening in Congress are America, whether or not you want it to, has an influence around the world. And having lived in DC for myself about 5 years, lobbying both sides of Congress, for different issues, it's times like this where I find it most concerning. I remember being in DC in January when McCarthy was coming in, and the general sense around the city was, pretty. The air was palpable, and now this has happened, and in many ways, we can be happy that Matt Gaetz has done what he's done because he actually went through with something that he was threatening to do, and that we can think about politicians being fickle. But I look at this very much just again from that sort of broader perspective of whether or not you want to continue support to Ukraine. Many of you know where I sit, largely speaking on that issue, although I do deviate on certain details. And, it's just, for me, it's concerning because there are, to quote a friend of mine, the biggest risk to America's supremacy or America's prosperity, just generally for itself as much as for the world, isn't China, it's not Russia, it is itself. You're in a real difficult situation with the political paralysis, the political polarization, and it's moments like this where antagonistic people, actors around the world look at the US and laugh and think, well, all right, well, it is a nation in decline. So I really hope that some kind of pathway can be put forward where someone, maybe not necessarily from either political party, can come forward, independents as well. And that makes me think about the political system as well, which is that I do think that the first past the post system is problematic. because it doesn't necessarily give you the full opportunity to be represented. You may well hate the Democrats to your guts, you may well hate the Republicans to your guts, but some of you in here are, America first. You're not fan of rhinos or moderate Republicans, right? So you want a party that fully represents your interests and needs. And at the moment, like in the UK and several other Western nations, we have a system which is not reflective of what we need. So I think it's as much about looking at the broader restructuring of the political system as it is the parties themselves and the people that are in those parties. Because until you fix that, you're going to keep running into these issues. The fact we've just had a shutdown, almost, and now this is really, really worrying. So that's all I really wanted to add, and I'll pass it back to you. But
Yeah. Okay.
hopefully
So
there's some value in it.
I'm gonna pin this to the top here. It looks like a former Arizona gubernatorial candidate at. I just reading my own tweet. Wow, that was pretty pathetic. Former Arizona gubernatorial candidate Kari Lake has filed to run for U.S. Senate as a Republican. I know we were just talking about Kari Lake and how she was touring the Senate office building today. What's funny enough is her team hit me for insinuating that this was going to happen a few months ago, but all of a sudden
me
it did
too.
happen. Yeah, so I wonder why. But anyway,
Why
yeah.
she
So
didn't take her case to the Supreme Court? I wonder why.
but anyway, yeah. So she is running now for U.S. Senate, and by the way, guys, so we're kind of getting this conversation in here a little bit while the Republican caucus, the House Republican caucus, is currently meeting, duking it out pretty viciously. So for what we're hearing. And so we're monitoring that. We're waiting for them to gavel back into session. It's probably going to be a pretty fiery night here, guys. So that's why we're holding the space open, keeping forward discussion. There's actually a lot of breaking news today. And now we've just got a little bit more. I'm not sure why they would announce. Maybe somebody can explain this to me. Why would they announce on a day and file on a day with so much going on? I mean, it seems like they're going to get overshadowed by this, and so we can go into that discussion a little bit.
They don't want the criticism of avoiding the attempt to regain the governorship.
I guess so. But Phenom, you are, I believe, an Arizona resident. Your thoughts, sentiment on the ground there. I mean, does Kari Lake have a shot here? I mean, what
I absolutely think she does. I mean, the support that she draws, I mean, her case is still very strong. I don't know, where that's going to go, but her team can continue to fight that. I think Doc, I think you disagree with me here, but that's okay. We can disagree. But I think that Kari Lake has, momentum behind her, not quite like President Trump, but definitely like the populist movement, to the dismay of maybe the establishment, the more centrist Republicans. Kari Lake is absolutely just beloved. And I think that cinema is going to not affect Kari at all. What's happening here in Arizona, we would really like to have her as governor for sure. But what's happening here, I mean, just the change in the last few years with like the homelessness, the crime, people definitely would rally behind Kari Lake. So I think absolutely. And I just wanted to say something, if I could add, I think what Piotr was saying, I mean, just like there's a populist movement here and the establishment movement, I mean, the same in the UK, there's the whole, energy play for the gas and the liquefied natural gas in Ukraine. You've got the Chevron guys and out of Texas, and you've got the Shell guys out of London. And that's really what a lot of this is about. That's where a lot of the money's coming in, that's funding the establishment. And that's where the real push and pull is coming from.
Isn't, you might know, Phenom, isn't Blake Masters also running for Senate in 2024 in Arizona?
I think he is deciding not to, but someone might have more updated information.
For those who don't know, Blake Masters was the one that ran in 2020 and barely lost. Should not have lost.
From my understanding, I heard that Trump was like talking to Blake Masters and trying to go and tell him not to run because Kari Lake was running. That's
Yeah.
what.
Yeah, he told him that he just didn't think that he could beat Kerry's momentum.
Yeah. So the question, of course, is like, what will Blake Masters do if he's run for a different position, or if he'll do something different? We'll see.
Blake for speaker.
It could be.
Yeah, so I'll just go ahead and say, not that really anybody cares, because they really don't have much to say ever. I mean, really, they're just in damage control and scorched earth mode all the time. The White House has released a statement saying that President Biden has demonstrated that he is always eager to work with both parties in Congress in good faith. Okay. On behalf of the American people. Because the urgent challenges facing our nation will not wait, he hopes the House will quickly elect a speaker. The American people deserve leadership that puts the issues affecting their lives front and center, as President Biden did today with more historic action to lower prescription drug prices. Okay, interesting timing. Well, once the House has met their responsibility to elect a speaker, he looks forward to working together with them and with the Senate to address the American people's priorities. So, thoughts on that? Is this actually, for the panel, it's an audience question that I was just about to get to. Is this actually a good thing for the Democrats? What say you guys?
I'll say real quick, because when I heard about this whole, Speaker McCarthy is going to be voted out, like here's what Democrats have in their playbook right now. They could either make a deal with McCarthy and have him back in power, or they run the whole card and say that the Republicans can't get anything done, and that's why we're, whatever. That's pretty much what I guess they'll run with. Politically speaking, that's their tactic, and I think they might use that to their advantage, but I don't think it's gonna be this crazy, thing that they'll have, like, some like kryptonite or some like really, crazy weapon. Like, it just that's the tactic they'll use. They'll use it no matter what. They're complaining about Republicans all the time anyway. So I mean, it's not gonna be much of a difference, but they will probably use that as well. See, Republicans can't make their mind up about a speaker, but to be quite frank about it, the speaker was not really a Republican to begin with. He was more of a Democrat or a rhino. So,
Yeah. So I went ahead and pinned that statement for the top for anybody that remotely cares. And you're going to be rotating the panel here shortly, by the way. And so,
if they make a deal with Democrats, it basically justifies the argument that there's a uniparty. And if they blame everything on Republicans, it falls back on the argument that Matt Gaetz motioned to vacate for. So I think it's still kind of a win-win when you look at it. McCarthy's been exposed, and so is all the coping and seething today up on Capitol Hill. I think it's a good angle to look at it from.
Yeah, so Jack, you just actually replied to the thread here as I was going through the audience questions, and you gave a bio, of acting speaker Patrick McHenry, who and you gave his profile from the World Economic Forum. And I think that's pretty interesting for the audience here. I went ahead and pinned that to the top as well. Can you kind of go through, do you know anything about him? If you don't, I'm sure Jim does, but I mean, did McCarthy just put up a globalist, like some super globalist, to be the acting speaker of the House?
It appears so, but I don't have an in-depth knowledge of this gentleman, so I'm going to punt this off to Jim if he does. But it does look that way, so that's why I post it.
Yeah, so Jim, you have a little bio up at the top here. I don't know if you've worked with Patrick McHenry at all. I don't know if you know anything about him. But apparently he has ties to the World Economic Forum. So
yeah, I'm acquainted with him. I have no respect, honestly. He's just part of the problem up in D.C. And the whole World Economic Forum, like, my gosh, I mean, what's so funny about some of these people in Congress is they have no awareness, it seems. Like, it doesn't even click in their minds sometimes that connecting with the World Economic Forum looks really, really bad. And yet their thinking is, well, I'm finding out what's going on, blah, 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 blah. Listen, one of the things about the United States that him having a World Economic Forum profile just totally blows out of your mind is that we have a constitution. We can make and cooperate with whatever organizations and stuff we want to, if there's some need to do so. The World Economic Forum's not one of them, but we're involved in the UN, for example. Okay, that's all fine. But the reality is that everything we do in this country must be submitted to constitutional authority. And these people just don't seem to understand. It doesn't matter if you're making a trade deal or what you're doing. If you're trying to make this deal with Iran or all this stupid crap, you have no right to be letting these supra government organizations influence what we do in this country. They have no authority or right to do it. We have an elected Congress that is supposed to determine how we're going to govern ourselves. And those elected congressmen are supposed to do what they do based upon their oath of office to defend and support the Constitution. 80% of our federal budget, at least, is unconstitutional. Now, it would take difficult political decisions to bring us back into Article 1, Section 8 authority again. That things like Social Security and Medicare are not constitutional. That's a difficult political lift to get out of those programs. And it certainly would have to happen over a period of time since we've made some promises, but it has to happen. We have to extract the federal government from so much of what we do. So that's why I get really frustrated with people like him that are willing to connect with that organization on that level. I don't have a problem if some congressman goes over to a World Economic Forum event. I mean, there's a little bit of a problem to that. But when you go to this degree, that is just so antithetical to what we are as a country.
I'd like to add something, Jim, to what you said. The first line, if you look here, it says that he's part of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. That is extremely, extremely alarming to me because these, correct me if I'm wrong, are tied into the people that believe that we should eat bugs, we should have laser printed meats, and so on, the nonsense we hear coming from the left, but they're tied to them. So, you could beg the question of, I wonder what happens behind the scenes when they're having cocktails together in the conversation that happens and the agreements that come out of those.
It's worse than that. If you watched him today on video, he wore a bow tie during the proceedings, and you just can't trust somebody who wears a bow tie. I'm sorry. Think about it.
Well, I have to say that every once in a while when I dress up, I wear a bow tie, and you're telling me you can't trust me. And it's out there. I can't run away from it. Those pictures are there somewhere. But that having been said, he always wears a bow tie. And I think if you always wear one, maybe you can't trust him. But
there's
listen,
nuance there, Jim. Like, it seems like when a leftist, sorry, but when a leftist wears a bow tie, it signals something specific. I mean, but when it's the right, it means something more like, like a gentleman and more conservative. But Doc has a point too. When someone on the left wears a bow tie, it definitely sends a signal.
It totally has that university leftist professor
beta
around it.
Well,
yeah,
can I just point
we have
out
some breaking news actually, real quick. It looks like, which is kind of a surprise to a lot of us here, McCarthy will not be running for Speaker of the House again. He will not be running for Speaker of the House again.
Got no chance to win again. I think that's smart.
Yeah. So so that brings up the question of who the hell is next.
Some people are saying RFK Jr. But
yeah, we're hearing a lot of things. We're hearing Elon Musk. We're hearing, there's a lot of options.
Could you imagine that? Arguably the smartest man walking the planet, the richest man, he would probably look at the budget committee and be like, "What the f?" Honestly, think about how he would view government and how poorly it's been, ran. I've been a businessman for 25, almost 26 years. The government is a joke. And most of the people who are involved with the decision making of how our money is spent, in my opinion, are a joke. Simply because I know they've never had to balance a budget. They've never had to make sure payroll is going to come through. They've never signed a payroll check. They've never had to cut jobs to protect the company and have to give the talk to the employee you don't want to let go of and their family. They've never done any of that. So I could only imagine Elon Musk's brain just frying looking at how poorly the government is ran.
Yeah, Dr. Gorka, I don't think
have a heart
you can hear
attack.
Jack, but Dr. Gorka, you said you have a quick comment. Go ahead. Oh, maybe he literally can't hear.
Dr. Gorka, are you there?
I'll let him try to fix his mic here a little bit, but
well, by the way, real quick, just breaking. So the people I'm talking to are thinking that Emmer may make a move to this. Scalise's been under these cancer treatments, and I think he made it through, but there's really a physical situation there. I would think that if he weren't in that situation, people would want to support him. I still think he'd be horrible, but that might happen. Anyway, it's still kind of floating around right now, and I'm sure they're discussing it in caucus right now.
Didn't I see him talking from the floor during the 30-minute speaking period before the vote? I thought I saw him.
Yeah, he was. He's probably whipped it up and realizes it's just not going to happen. And I would agree with that assessment, by the way.
It's for the best.
Yeah. So
he can't go back and get Dem votes. He absolutely can't, and neither can anyone else. Speaker's going to come out of the Republican caucus this time.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're going to have Dr. Gorka back up here shortly. He had a few glitches, but my gosh, so this is a shock to all of us. I don't know, I don't want to speak for all of us, actually, but I definitely expected McCarthy to be running again. I mean, there was a fairly decent shot that maybe he would end up as speaker again, but he decided not to. Actually, I'm going to bring up two people here. I'm going to bring up Scott Pressler. He's here. He is a huge name in the Republican Party at this point. He has registered so many new Republican voters. Maybe he can give us some sentiment on how, our run-of-the-mill Republican voters are thinking about McCarthy's ouster, whether or not they supported the policies of McCarthy, and so we'll get to you here in just a second, Scott, but we have Dr. Gorka back up on stage. I know you were having mic problems. What say you?
I just want to say one thing about bow ties. If you're from the South and you're a Southern gentleman, you can wear a bow tie. If you know how to spell seersucker, you can wear a bow tie. Otherwise, if you're not wearing a dinner jacket, you must not be trusted if you wear a bow tie.
There's a reason I love this guy.
These are boomer rules from a long time ago. You youngsters don't understand this stuff.
Hey, by the way, so I haven't found it yet, and I'll text him and ask, I guess, but Gays for Trump just DM'd me and said that Thomas Massey has tweeted out Jim Jordan for speaker. That would be interesting.
That would certainly be interesting, actually. So, and like I said, we're going to get a hell of a lot of information here tonight. That's why we're keeping this space going. The House is going to reconvene here in just a bit. They're currently in caucus yelling at each other, and we're getting a lot of information here very quickly. But
hey,
while
Nick,
we have...
real quick, have you guys talked about the gag order that was put on President Trump?
We definitely will. That's on the list. We'll definitely get to that. But, we have Scott Pressler up here on stage. His literal job is to talk to Republican voters or people that, he re-registers more Republican voters than the Republican Party could ever hope to do, especially Ronna McDaniel, who refuses to talk to Scott because he's too effective and, she's a little bit afraid of him. But Scott, welcome to the stage. What are your thoughts talking to Republican voters? Do they support Speaker McCarthy? The crap that's, I'm sorry, not crap. I can't say that. The stuff that Speaker McCarthy was attempting to push through. What's your sentiment?
Hey, y'all. Thank you. Well, I mean, look, the base, I think, is overwhelmingly happy over the ousting of today. And I don't think you'll find many Republicans that were happy with the job that the Speaker and our Republican Congress is doing. And I mean, look at people's threads. Those that supported the Speaker are being overrun, and those that voted to oust him are being celebrated. Now, I think it's interesting that people are suggesting Jordan as the Speaker, but I'm telling you right now, my gut instinct is pretty good. I could see it very well that Nancy Mace could be putting her putting in a run to be speaker. She was just on The View, ingratiating herself to the left. They just put forth the Mace Act, MACE, her last name, and she voted as a part of the oustees. So she has ingratiated herself to the very conservative base as well. I'm telling you right now, I could see her as a contender. Woman, she fits the bill. She's fighting for women's rights, etc. So that's just my my gut intuition on that.
Wow, that's a hot take. It's a good take, Scott.
I think after watching Nancy Mace on The View yesterday that Scott was talking about, I could back that.
Yeah, but her vote to join with the other conservatives wasn't a needed vote. You know, it's sort of easy to jump on that bandwagon if you know that you've already got the votes in hand. I don't know that she knew that, but I mean, I would ask that question. This could have been a political calculation, and maybe she's got some support.
And by the way, it's up in the Jumbotron. Thomas Massey did tweet that. Now, two things that means. One, that confirms in another way that McCarthy has said probably to the conference that he's not going to run. So that confirms that, because I don't think Thomas, just knowing him, I don't think he would have done the Jim Jordan thing unless he knew for a fact that McCarthy wasn't going to run. So and honestly, you never know. Jim Jordan may become speaker, but I think he's going to tell everybody he doesn't want it. But who knows what might happen here? I'm still kind of talking to people trying to figure it out.
I'll say real quick with Jim Jordan, because didn't he have a big speech, backing McCarthy on the House floor?
Yeah, he did, but that's what he was going to do, particularly as a committee chairman of Judiciary. But that it's all off now. Again, Jim has not wanted that job at all. I mentioned earlier, I've been involved with meetings back in the pre-House Freedom Caucus days where people were telling him to run for speaker, and he was getting up out of his chair to get away from that, and people pushed him back in the chair. A lot of folks like him in the House Freedom Caucus wing of things. I think he's ingratiated himself enough with some others too. I don't know that enough of the caucus were. I don't think the Tom Cole wing, for example, probably likes Jim Jordan at all. But who knows? Anything can happen right now. This thing is jumbled up. It's probably not going to get resolved tonight, but you're going to see some successive votes happening eventually, and we're in for a multi-day run, it seems to me.
Reading the comments on that tweet,
we're definitely going to see some
is
developments tonight, though. That is for sure. Rapid developments here.
Jim, would Jordan have to give up his speakership or his chairmanships if he became speaker?
He would, yes.
Wait, is that an actual rule or is that precedent?
No, that's a rule. I mean, the speaker, and you cannot, let me just say this, you can't do the speaker's job and a committee chair job. It's just not even possible for a human being.
Yeah, I think the roles are distinctly different. The speaker sets apart between both caucuses or between both parties. In many respects, is supposed to be an independent actor, although they never are. But I agree with Jim. I could go look up the rule, but it also may be vested in law as well. It's a good question.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and jump Cheryl real quick because I know you've been waiting for a while. And Cheryl, we've actually we met. We actually went to Sebastian Gorka's studio together, and I know you are you're getting to be a really rabid activist, which is awesome. But you represent a lot of the Republican base, and so I mean you're an everyday voter, and so I think your opinion is very valuable on this because we hear a lot of pundits, we hear a lot of people on X talking about this, big names. But
by the way, I'm sorry to interrupt, Nick, but quick breaking news. Olivia Beavers of Politico has just reported Patrick McHenry, per source, quote, "My intention is for us to have a candidate forum next Tuesday and an election next Wednesday, FYI.
That doesn't necessarily mean that people are going to wait to nominate people, though, which is the most interesting part about it, because it looks like we have a little bit of a divided caucus. Cheryl, jump in.
Hey, Nick. Yeah, you know what? I actually am pretty much your everyday average Joe Schmo. I mean, I did run for office, um, but today to me, it's all about the optics. I mean, think about that's what the country views. Most of the people that I forget he was speaking earlier a few hours ago that nobody that's on Twitter, everybody, if anyone's not on Twitter, they're watching the mainstream media. Well, that could be, but I don't think I think that many more people are turning to social media now. So today, what Matt did, that I think is of vital importance, is to say, you know what, no more business as usual. I'm going out on a limb. I've had enough. I'm standing for the American people. The American people deserve to be put first. Our interests deserve to be put first. And he pretty much, and I know it's been a slow, long, strategic rollout to call out, I call them the deep state, but the uniparty. But today, the sentiment that I'm even getting from neighbors and friends, that I thought for sure they'd be like, oh my gosh, I've heard it before. Oh, the GOP is so screwed up. Why are you even a Republican? Blah, blah, blah. I like the Republican values, but you don't even have a party. Well, today, I think Matt changed that optically. And I think that every American, it doesn't matter what side of the fence you're on, will see this as an opportunity to say, hold up, wait a minute. Anybody that voted against, McCarthy, um, uh, remaining speaker, they're warmongers. He's got many donors, so they work for donors. We need to get back to politicians that actually work for us again, and that was kind of the messaging that I got just from the sentiment on the floor from Matt, from others, and the number one craziest thing that it could be very well on point. The rhinos are coming out of the frickin' woodwork with their statements. As Jim said, the White House has already put out a statement. So they're scared. They're scared that this actually could unify us, because now we really could get some ground. People would look at Republicans not as part of the GOP, or the Democrats, but as Americans. Like, we don't want war. Anybody that votes, for paying for Ukraine, then you're voting against America. So anyway, I know that's kind of a lame way of putting it. I can be much more eloquent, but I've just been so like listening to everybody. I lost my train of thought. But yeah, I thought today, optic wise, and let's face it, the world runs on optics, was genius and historic. And I really do believe it's going to make people, even watching frickin' CNN, they're going to talk about it. And I think it may very well have people taking a second look, going, wait a minute, they're right. We haven't had a voice. I don't want war. I don't want to pay for Ukraine. So anyway, I will land my plane there, and thank you very much for having me up.
Thank you,
Cheryl,
Cheryl. Appreciate
you
it.
always speak eloquently. And just maybe a little breaking news. I don't know if it's tongue in cheek, but Congressman Troy Nehls of Texas, said Kevin McCarthy will not be running again as Speaker. I nominate Donald J. Trump for Speaker of the House.
Ah, yes. Okay.
There we go.
There we go. Yeah. So I mean, we definitely saw this coming, and Jim, just for the audience, because we did get this audience question, guys, bottom right hand corner, because I'm actually reading them. I have nothing else to do with my time at this point because Twitter seems to be a full-time job somehow. But anyway, yeah. So what is the process here? Because anybody can nominate anybody. And what would be the process in order to get somebody like Donald Trump to be Speaker of the House?
Yeah, it's just a matter of nominating him on the floor, which someone, I mean, maybe Troy Nehls himself would do it. It ain't going to happen. Too many Republicans in that caucus hate him or are hesitant about him. But he's got a lot of supporters in the caucus too. I just don't know that there's enough to bring it around. But that would be very, very fun. I would just love to see it just for the fun of it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, with Trump sitting there in the back row, just watching the proceedings with his feet up on the desk.
Hey, quick question for Jim. Last time Justin Amash sort of signaled that he was interested, that would be interested in the speakership. And I'm curious if you think that would be a possibility at all, if anybody would nominate him.
The most likely person to do it ever would be Thomas, who said he's supporting Jim Jordan. I'm sure that people have talked to him. In fact, I can almost guarantee you that Justin and Thomas have talked on the phone. They're very close friends, but I've been watching Justin's feed as well too. He has not made any mention of it. So, but I think it'd be cool. Actually, I got to know Justin pretty well, and we communicate from time to time. He's very capable of doing something like that because he's very smart. He's a very organized person, very thoughtful, and I think he'd be very fair. I actually believe that he'd be the type of person who could be a truly good speaker, but the likelihood seems very low in my mind.
Jim, do we know if any non-representative has ever been, elected as Speaker of the House by the body?
I believe that Schuyler Colfax, when who was a Civil War Speaker of the House, I believe there was a period when he was not an elected congressman that he remained Speaker of the House. But I'm not absolutely certain. I'll have to look it up.
Sounds right to me, but I can't place a specific memory.
Piotr, jump in.
Yeah, I mean, in my mind, a week to make a decision of this gravity seems a bit long, doesn't it? That's my first kind of open-ended question. I'm not an expert on the intricacies of the U.S. electoral, well, in this case, but I mean, interesting couple of candidates. Jim, I would like you to unpack a little bit more about, what you would be looking for from your experiences on the Hill in terms of possible candidates. But Nick, also to your idea earlier about Tucker, the reason I was pushing back was just because if you get directly involved in the political sphere, I know he doesn't have anything to lose in terms of his presence on X and so on, but it's just like once you're directly involved with it versus whilst being a very well integrated commentator, those are two different things. So I'm just not sure whether we would see someone of a pop culture nature wanting to sort of jump into the fray. What about someone who was previously in politics but has since left, being obviously aware of age and that sort of thing? And then also, the other point I also just want to reiterate, I think, is just for me as a non-American, having lived in the States, it is quite disturbing the fact that all the Democrats were willing to vote against McCarthy just because, even though there is meant to be this very, clear partisan line on certain issues, but because of the way that it's the politics is so politicized, right? That's now the situation. So sort of, how do we come back from this, I guess, is what I'm curious about people. I know people's standings about McCarthy and Lauren Boebruch and whatnot. But I'm just curious what people think about here, not just in the immediate here and now, but longer term in the run up to 24. How do we sort of come back from the precipice a little bit and try and find some kind of constructive way forward, aside from just picking a speaker? Because if we don't, then surely we're just going to encounter more shutdowns, possibly, or more, major issues aside from just picking the Speaker of the House.
Well, by the way,
lots of questions there.
Yeah. No, by the way, there can be no more business in the House until a speaker's chosen. That's a requirement. 1, 2. It's going to be
even though there's an acting speaker. I mean, as much of a soy boy as he is,
his acting power is limited to just organizing the election of the permanent speaker.
Yeah, that's the only purpose of it right now by House rules. There must be an elected speaker to do business because the speaker formally runs the calendar, which includes, by the way, committee hearings. Even though the committee chairman can run it, they have to coordinate it with the speaker and all this sort of thing. So, but as to Piotr's question related to people, there is a significant moderate wing of the Republican caucus, which I call that the Tom Cole wing. He's roughly the leader of that, not formally so. And those people have got to agree on it, or you're just not going to get anything. And they are pretty hard-headed about what they think when they decide. They don't like House Freedom Caucus people. They don't even kind of like Republican Study Committee people all that much, which is a broader group of conservatives in the caucus. But that's why a guy like Tom Emmer could now really rise to the top, because they're going to like him well enough. He's the current majority whip. So, but again, I can't predict who it's going to be. But it's going to lean towards someone of a Tom Emmer sort, who's, I think, fairly conservative. I've got friends in Minnesota who are as much on the House Freedom Caucus way of thinking up there, who like him a lot and are friends with him. I'm acquainted with him, but I don't know him real well personally. He'd know who I was if I walked up to him. But the thing is, I think that there could be some potential support for him. And I know I'm kind of stuttering in my speech saying this. I'm thinking out loud. But that's a possibility. That really could be where it is. I still think Scalise, having just gotten out of cancer treatment, is very unlikely to take that on. It is a very challenging job, because not only do you have to run the House, and you've got to be there even when they're out of session for certain things, but you've got to travel the country and do fundraising, because that's part of what the speaker does, whether he should or not. So there's a lot there. Emmer's a guy who could do it. I think he's ambitious for it, and this very well might be his opportunity. And I don't think Jim Jordan's going to want to do it. I think he'd be a good speaker.
Can I just jump in quickly? But so just on this point though, when you look at candidates potentially for replacement, what kind of not just the character and the personality, but what kind of skill set are you looking for? Like someone who's got a focus primarily on domestic issues, someone who's got a little bit of comprehensive with foreign policy, someone who's focused on the South border. What kind of issues are a priority for the Speaker of the House, or is it literally just someone who has the ability to bring people together, a personality that can be appealing to both sides?
Piotr, it's that last thing that's the most important thing. Not even necessarily
is it though,
issue.
Jim? Is it really though? Did Nancy Pelosi bring anybody together? Let's be totally honest.
Well, okay,
here. Nancy Pelosi was, for her party anyway, she had to be one of the best speakers that they've ever had, because she just railroaded everything through. Rammed everything through. Why can she do it, but no Republican can do it? What's up with that?
Well, the reason that it's a challenge for, I'll answer the Nancy Pelosi and the Build Coalition's question here in a moment, but the reason that Republicans have a hard time with it is because you've got a more diverse attitude amongst the various people in the Republican caucus. Democrats presently go lockstep. By the way, Republicans were lockstep pretty much, or close to it, in the late 19th and early 20th century. If you watch the movie Lincoln, you learn about an important faction that existed during the Civil War, which was the so-called radical Republicans and then the more moderate Republicans, but they still roughly went down the path together. There wasn't a real strong division. They mostly agreed on some things. Where they differed in that case was on the issue of slavery and how aggressively to go after it. Now, so that's the reason you get that trouble. Now, in terms of Nancy Pelosi and how that would relate to a speaker here, I'm not saying that person unites people around everybody feeling good about one another. That person has to unite this caucus by getting the votes and then being willing to give as many of those people whatever they want as possible. But see, the difficulty in that is lately that speaker has sided with the moderate Tom Cole wing, because once you get elected to speaker, unless there's a motion to vacate, then you've got a lot of people on your side for stuff. So that's why they've been willing to do these massive compromises. And we have not until tonight come to a place where people were willing to take the guy down in this particular kind of a fashion. But that did happen with Boehner and Ryan. But again, you went back to this largest part of the caucus being moderate to actually kind of left, and they're willing to compromise in this spending pattern we have. So that said, it does have to be someone that can sort of unite that. It won't be on touchy-feely. It just means that people are willing to say, okay, we'll be behind you for a little bit, and now it's going to be until you screw up, and then we'll take you down again.
So we're about to learn a lot here very shortly, because it looks like caucus is we're going to be gaveling back in here shortly, weirdly. But McCarthy is going to speak here in approximately 10 and a half minutes, and we're going to stream that here live.
Hey, Nick,
hear
can I
what
ask a
he has
question?
to say. We might learn a lot there shortly. Yeah, go ahead, Doc.
So I missed it. Did they say they were absolutely coming back into session?
That's what was said earlier. I've heard I have no reason to believe that's changed. I'm not sure though.
Yeah, by the rules, they have to come back into session to close the House for the day. They have not done that, so they will do that formality at least.
At least. But we're gonna have McCarthy coming here and spilling whatever he wants to spill here in 10 minutes now. So just letting you guys know, we will have that live. But in the meantime, let's keep arguing here.
Nick, I wanted to add something. You asked about the Democrats, why they're always in line. My apologies for interrupting you.
No, please.
I asked a political insider the same question while I was, meeting with different sitting congressmen and whatnot at CPAC. And I said, how is it they're always on the same page? I mean, they never, ever, change up. And he goes, well, it's because Nancy Pelosi will send the FBI to your door. And they all know it. I now, with everything that's come out with the FBI and how it looks like it's been weaponized by the DNC against Republican candidates, at first I kind of, that's kind of a far-fetched answer, but I don't know. Maybe it's legit.
Yeah, so let's see here. Stealth, you've been talking to political insiders here. Maybe have a little bit of a scoop on the McCarthy situation and maybe how McCarthy's been reacting to this, what they've been talking about. What's they do?
So about the 5 top donors out in California from McCarthy and Trump from my community were helping me dealing with the vaccine mandates of the schools, because they donate about $30 million a year to these private schools who are doing vax mandates, right? At the time, I ended up grabbing those 5 and we started our own school, and they partnered with Seashore Academy. If you guys know what that is, very anti-vax, very MAGA pro-right leadership over there. So I called them because Laura Loomer's still in California, and I wanted to get her in front of a couple people regarding Gavin Newsom. And I got the wife and the husband kind of on call simultaneously, saying that they were trying to get a hold of McCarthy. They were concerned what's going on with this Trump stuff. They're not so happy because, they need some representation in California, meeting a Republican. They were highly concerned, and they felt, and this was their position, and they wanted to know my opinion on it, that a lot of this was intentionally done in order to pull back some of the freedoms and rights that the Freedom Caucus had won for to give McCarthy that speakership, and that there is some type of backdoor deals going on. And so I wanted your guys' opinion on that. Also, Axios came out with an article. The other sentiments they had is they were confused as to, and I'm assuming they did some donorship as well with Matt Gaetz, which was part of the conversation out in Florida, because they're, they live in a couple states, some of these individuals, both Florida and California, for business reasons, was why was this done without a plan in mind, like an end game or an end plan? Now McCarthy's announced that he's not going to rerun. My understanding is he has to submit when he resigns 5 names that have to be, I guess, like in a, done confidentially. So their attitude was, what is going on? Especially with Newsom on the rise, they're highly concerned about this and what this means for Trump, because they saw Trump's statements, which is basically like, why are we infighting, rather than focusing on the left progressive DNC tactics. And we still don't have a real voting ground game, obviously, that's coming up. And so they felt that this was a coordinated, for multiple reasons. The left has a left problem. We know there's a problem with Biden, is what they said, and they're concerned about, surrogates like Gavin Newsom being Biden's surrogate, which has put pressure on California and for their interests as well. And obviously the DeSantis campaign isn't going the way that anybody planned. So they're sticking very strongly by Trump. But they're worried about this loss with McCarthy. And they want to know, who gave Matt the right and the vote and the support to go and do this. And was this intentionally planned? Because there's a lot going on right now in the Biden administration that they don't want to publicly talk about. So whenever you see big things happening like this, there's usually Senate hearing committees and shenanigans going on, CIA whistleblowers, Peter Daszak coming in on November 14th, problems with the Iran deal, problems with Iran spies, all this stuff in the last couple of weeks. Something else must be going on when you have these kind of things popping up. So they're concerned what this means. So I just want your opinion.
But this isn't really new. It took 15 rounds of voting to even get McCarthy in. So this isn't anything hasty. Everyone already knows that there's a huge disconnect between what Kevin McCarthy works with the establishment. Ukraine is one of the biggest issues, foreign policy, the border. He said that if Mayorkas didn't resign a year ago, that he would be facing impeachment. So none of this is really new. This and people have been considered and been talking about this ever since it took 15 rounds to even get McCarthy in. It's not like McCarthy was like a big shoo-in or anything.
Any other thoughts? I appreciate that, Phenom.
No, what I think is interesting is why. I mean, because look, if they were to put up Hakeem Jeffries or whatever, I mean, Hakeem Jeffries would get unanimous support from the Democrat Party. It doesn't necessarily mean, well, it definitely doesn't mean that he would win the speakership. Although I'm just warning you guys out there, please, God, go and vote. Please go and vote for these congressional races because we're going to end up with Speaker Hakeem Jeffries. And if you listen to the guy speak, I mean, we're getting close to the Bernie Sanders wing of the party here. I mean, you thought Nancy Pelosi was bad. Yeah, that's what I mean, Jim. I'm saying, like, you think Nancy Pelosi was bad. Hell, if I had to pick if I was forced at gunpoint to hit one button, Pelosi or Hakeem Jeffries, I'm going to hit Pelosi. Because Hakeem Jeffries is terrifying for this country. I mean, we're going to end up. You think the debt's bad now? You think the McConnell-Pelosi budgets are terrible? Wait until you have Hakeem Jeffries come up here.
So, Nick, really quickly, I just want to finish the Axios thing with Nick.
I hate to say that. It terrifies me to say that.
Obama
and somebody
Jeffries.
Probably recorded that. Yeah, he's pretty much, Obama-like. Yeah, Obama, but not as
So,
cool.
Nick, with the nomination of LaFonza for California to take over Feinstein's seat, and her having access to all this female voters list, right? There's a concern around that. Just everything's going so far to the left. Axios released something a few minutes ago from Liam Donovan, who's a GOP consultant. I don't know if, Jim, you know this gentleman. He said that the more dysfunctional the House is, the more it empowers the Senate to determine what becomes law. He also said that he tracks all these, what he calls House's right-wing bomb throwers. He said if the Freedom Caucus truly opposed an omnibus, Donovan suggested members would support whatever appropriations bill could get 218 votes to pass. In reality, in quotes, failure is preferable to incremental victory because it validates their view that both the Republican and Democrat establishment are corrupt and content with the status quo, Donovan said. So I just wanted your feedback on that take.
It looks like, Jim, I don't know, I think you're monitoring this, and I'm sorry, please keep that in mind here.
I've got, just so everyone knows, I've got everything up right now to play McCarthy's speech, so I'll immediately go into it when it comes up. We'll be able to hear the whole thing. And but it's what I'm trying to figure out with people I talk to is I just confirmed with some folks. They sent out a whip notice already. There are no votes for the rest of the week, just FYI. So they are going to do what McHenry was suggesting. So everyone will fly home tonight probably. And
we don't know that yet, Jim. Let's wait until we have that information here. We're going to keep going until we have that information for sure. But it does look like Speaker McCarthy put out a tweet here. I keep saying speaker, ex-speaker, former Speaker McCarthy, fired, disgraced Speaker McCarthy, says, quote, I will not seek to run again. for Speaker of the House. I may have lost the vote today, but I fought for what I believe in, and I believe in America. It has been an honor to serve for, he didn't say this part, but, for 8 months. Now, I'm going to be honest with you guys. He is...
Did he say he was going to go home and spend more time with his family?
No, he didn't say that part. So, nope, definitely didn't say that part. But, McCarthy, look, I had my opinions on McCarthy before. It got really bad when he decided to specifically put him or his team decided to specifically blacklist me from a press conference out in Hawaii when I was out there trying to press him on the aid that they, weren't.
Here we go. He's speaking. Got to do it.
If you ever come to my office, you'll see the portraits of Lincoln and Reagan. And I firmly believe if Reagan gave us advice, he would say, if you believe your principles bring people greater freedom, you should be happy about it. I've always been excited
with Florida and California for business reasons was, why was this done without a plan in mind, like an end game or an end plan? Now McCarthy's announced that he's not going to rerun. My understanding is he has to submit when he resigns 5 names that have to be, I guess, done confidentially. So their attitude was, what is going on? Especially with Newsom on the rise, they're highly concerned about this and what this means for Trump, because they saw Trump's statements, which is basically like, why are we infighting, rather than focusing on the left progressive DNC tactics. And we still don't have a real voting ground game, obviously, that's coming up. And so they felt that this was a coordinated, for multiple reasons. The left has a left problem. We know there's a problem with Biden, is what they said, and they're concerned about surrogates like Gavin Newsom being Biden's surrogate, which has put pressure on California and for their interests as well. And obviously the DeSantis campaign isn't going the way that anybody planned. So they're sticking very strongly by Trump. But they're worried about this loss with McCarthy. And they want to know, who gave Matt the right and the vote and the support to go and do this. And was this intentionally planned? Because there's a lot going on right now in the Biden administration that they don't want to publicly talk about. So whenever you see big things happening like this, there's usually Senate hearing committees and shenanigans going on, CIA whistleblowers, Peter Daszak coming in on November 14th, problems with the Iran deal, problems with Iran spies, all this stuff in the last couple of weeks. Something else must be going on when you have these kind of things popping up. So they're concerned what this means. So I just want your opinion.
But this isn't really new. It took 15 rounds of voting to even get McCarthy in. So this isn't anything hasty. Everyone already knows that there's a huge disconnect between what Kevin McCarthy works with the establishment. Ukraine is one of the biggest issues, foreign policy, the border. He said that if Mayorkas didn't resign a year ago, that he would be facing impeachment. So none of this is really new. And people have been considered and been talking about this ever since it took 15 rounds to even get McCarthy in. It's not like McCarthy was like a big shoo-in or anything.
Any other thoughts? I appreciate that, Phenom.
No, what I think is interesting is why. I mean, because look, if they were to put up Hakeem Jeffries or whatever, I mean, Hakeem Jeffries would get unanimous support from the Democrat Party. It doesn't necessarily mean, well, it definitely doesn't mean that he would win the speakership. Although I'm just warning you guys out there, please, God, go and vote. Please go and vote for these congressional races, because we're going to end up with Speaker Hakeem Jeffries. And if you listen to the guy speak, I mean, we're getting close to the Bernie Sanders wing of the party here. I mean, you thought Nancy Pelosi was bad. Yeah, that's what I mean, Jim. I'm saying, you think Nancy Pelosi was bad. Hell, if I had to pick if I was forced at gunpoint to hit one button, Pelosi or Hakeem Jeffries, I'm going to hit Pelosi. Because Hakeem Jeffries is terrifying for this country. I mean, we're going to end up... You think the debt's bad now. You think the McConnell-Pelosi budgets are terrible. Wait until you have Hakeem Jeffries come up here.
So, Nick,
Nick,
really quickly, I just
Nick,
want to finish the Axios thing with Nick.
I hate to say that. It terrifies me to say
bootleg
that, and
Obama
somebody probably
Jeffries.
recorded that. Yeah, he's pretty much, Obama-like. Yeah, Obama, but not as
So
cool.
Nick, with the nomination of LaFonza for California to take over Feinstein's seat, and her having access to all this female voters list, right? There's a concern around that. Just everything's going so far to the left. Axios released something a few minutes ago from Liam Donovan, who's a GOP consultant. I don't know if, Jim, you know this gentleman. He said that the more dysfunctional the House is, the more it empowers the Senate to determine what becomes law. He also said that he tracks all these, what he calls House's right-wing bomb throwers. He said if the Freedom Caucus truly opposed an omnibus, Donovan suggested members would support whatever appropriations bill could get 218 votes to pass. In reality, in quotes, failure is preferable to incremental victory because it validates their view that both the Republican and Democrat establishment are corrupt and content with the status quo, Donovan said. So I just wanted your feedback on that take.
It looks like, Jim, I don't know, I think you're monitoring this, and I'm sorry, please keep that in mind here.
I've got, just so everyone knows, I've got everything up right now to play McCarthy's speech, so I'll immediately go into it when it comes up. We'll be able to hear the whole thing, and but it's what I'm trying to figure out with people I talk to is I just confirmed with some folks. They sent out a whip notice already. There are no votes for the rest of the week, just FYI. So they are going to do what McHenry was suggesting. So everyone will fly home tonight probably. And
we don't know that yet, Jim. Let's wait until we have that information here. We're going to keep going until we have that information for sure. But it does look like Speaker McCarthy put out a tweet here. I keep saying speaker, ex-speaker, former Speaker McCarthy, fired, disgraced Speaker McCarthy, says, quote, I will not seek to run again for Speaker of the House. I may have lost the vote today, but I fought for what I believe in, and I believe in America. It has been an honor to serve for, he didn't say this part, but, for 8 months. Now, I'm going to be honest with you guys. Did
he say he was going to go home and spend more time with his family?
No, he didn't say that part. So, nope, definitely didn't say that part. But, McCarthy, look, I had my opinions on McCarthy before. It got really bad when he decided to specifically put him or his team decided to specifically blacklist me from a press conference out in Hawaii when I was out there trying to press him on the aid that they, weren't.
Here we go. Giving. He's speaking. Got to do it.
If you ever come to my office, you'll see the portraits of Lincoln and Reagan. And I firmly believe if Reagan gave us advice, he would say, if you believe your principles bring people greater freedom, you should be happy about it. I've always been excited that I've been a happy conservative. But I've always believed that I've been so fortunate to be an American. My journey to this office was something people wouldn't understand. I grew up in a town of Bakersfield, California, the son of a firefighter, the grandson of immigrants. Parents worked hard, youngest in my family. Didn't have great wealth. When got out of high school, I didn't have great grades. Couldn't get a scholarship, went to community college. Flipped cars to try to pay my way through it. Went to visit some buddies away in college for a weekend, stopped at the grocery store to cash a check, and I won the lottery. One of the first in California. It was before Biden economics. It was only 5,000, but it went much further back then. Took my folks to dinner, put the majority of the rest of the money into the stock market, and did pretty well. The next semester, I took a break from school. I went to buy a franchise, but no one said they would sell me one. I was only 20 years old. But I learned then never to give up. So I opened my own business, selling sandwiches. 3 things I learned. First to work, last to leave, last to be paid. I wanted to finish my college degree. At that time, no one in my family had finished a 4-year degree. I did pretty well. I now had enough money that I could pay my way through school as long as I went to Cal State. So I sold my business, going to school, I opened up the local paper and said, be a summer intern in Washington, D.C. with my local congressman. I did not know this man, but I thought he'd be lucky to have me, so I applied. And you know what he did? He turned me down. But you want to know the end of the story? I got elected to a seat I couldn't get an internship for. I ended up being the 55th Speaker of the House. One of the greatest honors. Fired. I loved every minute. And the one thing I will tell you is, doing the right thing isn't always easy, but it is necessary. I don't regret standing up for choosing governance over grievance. It is my responsibility. It is my job. I do not regret negotiating. Our government is designed to find compromise. I don't regret my efforts to build coalitions and find solutions. I was raised to solve problems, not create them. So I may have lost a vote today, but as I walk out of this chamber, I feel fortunate to have served the American people. I leave the speakership with a sense of pride, accomplishment, and yes, optimism. From the day I entered politics, my mission has always been to make tomorrow better than today. I fought for what I believe in, and I believe in this country of America. My goals have not changed. My ability to fight is just in a different form. You need 218. Unfortunately, 4% of our conference can join all the Democrats and dictate who can be the Republican speaker in this House. I don't think that rule is good for the institution, but apparently I'm the only one. I believe I can continue to fight, maybe in a different manner. I will not run for speaker again. I'll have the conference pick somebody else. I hope you realize that every day I did the job, regardless whether you underestimated me or not, I wanted to do it with a smile. I grew to enjoy you, even on your toughest days and your questions. I could always tell what day it was based upon your question. Monday, you would ask if I could pass the bill. Tuesday was whether the rule would pass. Wednesday was the greatest challenge ever to my speakership. And Thursday, when we passed the bill, you didn't think it was a very big deal. And it all started again on Friday. You know, I wouldn't change a thing. I do believe, I got a new portrait in there too of Teddy Roosevelt. You all know the man in the arena. One of my favorite parts of it, who errs, who comes up short again and again, but there is no effort without error and shortcoming. Who spends himself in a worthy cause, who knows the triumph of high achievement, and if he fails, at least he fails while daring greatly. I always like to take a risk. Saturday, I took a risk for the American public. Regardless what anybody says, no one knew whether that would pass. The Democrats didn't want that bill. Yes, they pull a fire alarm. Yes, they do their conga line. Yes, they wanted to delay. But it was all for the American people. I could not look the troops in the eye and say I would not pay them. For those who spoke on the floor, I thank them for their positive talks. I don't know what those who voted against and said there was some deal, they were never a part of any deal. For those who said about what we accomplished, I'm proud of what we accomplished. From the Parents' Bill of Rights to our energy bill. But if they want to hold me liable because the Senate didn't take it up or the president didn't take it up, that's politics for what I know. But the one thing I do know, this country is too great for small visions of those 8. To any child that are listening and who are coming to visit the Capitol, this is a place I want you to visit. I liked opening the Capitol back up again. I liked taking away the metal detectors. I liked committees being able to work. I liked people being able to visit. I hope you liked being able to be back in. I think it was important that members actually show up to work as well. You know, to paraphrase Lou Gehrig, he said, I might have been given a bad break, but I truly still consider myself to be the luckiest man on the face of the earth. There's no other country that you could rise to be the 55th speaker, not get an internship, and be able to fight for the American public. So it was my greatest honor to be able to do it. I love my conference well. I love to be able to ability. I've been a part of the leadership team for quite some time. We won 2 majorities. As leader, I'm proud of the fact we only gained races, only gained seats. I'm proud of the fact as a Republican leader, we elected more women. We elected more minorities. We expanded the base. I'm proud of the fact that for the 5 years I was leader, 2 election cycles, we gained 5 more seats in California, 5 more in New York. We won in places no one thought we could win. The same thing, you would underestimate me. You always said we'd lose each time around. We kept gaining. I intend to make sure that we gain and keep the majority in the next cycle as well. With that, I look forward to your positive questions. Yes.
He's definitely going to work for Fox News. 100%.
Well, I'll look at that.
You still obviously commit a lot of loyalty to the conference. We've heard you say approximately 10,000 times that you never give up. So I'm wondering, why not? Why did you make the decision not to put your name forward again and try to grind it out like you did when you won the job in the first place?
You know, you need 218 for the rule, 218 to move forward. And I'll never give up on the American people. That doesn't mean I have to be speaker to do what I have to do for the American people. There's a lot of things I could do for the American people. But you know what's interesting? Everybody's sitting there. In today's world, if you're sitting in Congress and you took a gamble to make sure government was still open, and 8 people can throw you out as speaker, and the Democrats who said they wanted to keep government open, I think you got a real divide. I think you got a real institutional problem. Interesting, it was in this room after we had won the majority, I hadn't become speaker last, and Nancy Pelosi came to me. She was speaker at the time on the way out. And I told her I was having issues with getting enough votes. And she said, what's the problem? I said, they want this one person can rule you out. She was the only speaker to have changed that rule. I had the power to call the vote on her, but I never would. I lost some votes because of it. And she said, just give it to him. I'll always back you up. I made the same offer to Boehner and same thing to Paul, because I believe in the institution. I think today was a political decision by the Democrats. And I think the things they have done in the past hurt the institution. When they just started removing people from committee. And they just started doing the other things. And my fear is the institution fell today. Because you can't do the job if 8 people, you have 94% or 96% of your entire conference, but 8 people can partner with the whole other side. How do you govern? And for them to make a motion on me because I made a decision for the country that they agreed with, but they choose to do the other, that becomes a problem. Yes, sir.
So, one, are you planning on endorsing a successor to you? And then
I might.
You might.
Yeah. I don't know who's running it. Okay. I'll talk to people.
And when you look back, is there anything you could have done differently to what those 8 members?
Yeah, a lot of them I helped get elected, so I probably should have picked somebody else.
200 don't give up on you. I see Jim Bates here. There's others that really, really support you.
You know, we
nominated again. If you keep getting nominated.
You know, I love these 200. They've gone through so much. They're down in the conference. They want me to. They'll say they're going to keep voting for me. I think you should put the country first. You know, this job was never about me.
What?
I hope you felt that I always felt, what can we do best to move forward? I mean, I treated Hakeem the way I wanted to be treated. I'd tell him things we were doing throughout, so he never was questioned. I wanted to bring the body back differently. We created a select committee on China. I changed the Intel committee. They just came back from MIT where they all had bipartisan briefing on AI and quantum. Started doing briefings with AI the whole conference of Republicans and Democrats alike. We're far from solving that problem, but I'm proud of what we were able to do there. So we'll continue. Yes, sir.
When did you make this decision? Did you know the vote of Vacate succeeded that you would not run again, or was this right afterwards?
Not all those 8, but these are the same people that never voted for me. They thought it was big. They went to present after we went through 15 rounds. Why do I do something for myself that can hurt the country? Why create? I'm not quite sure those individuals are looking to be productive. It concerns me as a Republican based upon watching what they do. I want to be a Republican and a conservative that governs. And we're going to have to find our way to do that. The challenge is we had so many opportunities. These are the same people that sat on the floor and criticized me that we didn't get all 12 spending bills done, but we first had to do a debt ceiling that they didn't support. They held up every appropriation bill in the summer because they wouldn't let it come through. After the debt ceiling, they stopped us from doing anything on the floor. When we had a continuing resolution that would do something on the border, I listened to one talk about how it made him think about the border and when he voted against it. And then they wanted to challenge me because I worked with the other side so America could go forward and government could stay open. If you have to lose for something, I will always lose for the country. It is a much better battle to have. Yes, sir.
He should have used a speechwriter.
Jesus Christ, that was cringe.
Do you think I let it? For the whole point, if you talk about like Gates came to the whole conference and said, we will never use this. We'll never use this, This is a man that sat there on the 14th vote and said, okay, I'm going to vote for you next time, and falls back and not. So, it's just the trustworthiness of a lot of individuals. It makes it difficult. But I do not think, regardless of who the speaker is, that you should have that rule. Everybody had it but Pelosi, but it was never used until it started getting used against Boehner. And if you can always count on the other party to vote in the block against it, then you're allowing 4 to 5 people to control whatever. So it doesn't matter even if you have 96%. So that is not a government that works. That is chaotic. Yeah. Okay, go right ahead.
I hear you talking about the challenge of governing, the challenge of the Republicans. I'm wondering what you think this means, what this says about the Republican Party.
I don't think it says about the Republican Party. I think it says something about some people who are not a conservative. If you were a conservative and you only had one entity making the battle and you vote against securing the border, you vote against cutting this wasteful spending, and then you partner with all the Democrats. Now you'll phrase it all the other different ways. That's not a conservative. Look, you all know Matt Gaetz. It was personal. It had nothing to do about spending. It had nothing to do about everything.
He's so full of shit.
Liar.
It all was about getting attention from you. We're getting email fundraisers from him as he's doing it. Join in quickly.
You get big establishment money.
That's not governing. That's not becoming of a member of Congress.
Coming.
And regardless of what you think, I've seen the text.
Speaker,
it was all
but now
about his ethics.
gaslighter in chief.
I'm so
glad
you're
gone.
That is left.
I just want to hear Gates' side of this. Sorry.
Somebody play a violin.
No, I said he asked about that. I haven't thought about that. I said, yeah.
And then just where you're placing the blame, you said the institution is.
Look. No. I'm not going to blame you.
No. I'm a victim.
There's not blame anywhere. Look.
What happens when you spend too much time in
I
California?
give it as good as I get it.
So narcissistic.
Right? So it's you know the challenge. I knew going in. You would take a poll all the time. Is he going to get thrown out this week? But you know what? If I lose my job over doing what I truly believe was right, I'm very at peace with it. You asked earlier, when did I decide? I knew they would make the motion on me. It didn't make one bit of difference. I felt very comfortable in that decision. And I think the American public believed that decision was right.
Gavin Newsom wrote those
That's the
talking
conference's decision.
Well, apparently not.
help skill in another way. Would you consider having a position somewhere in Congress, whether it's leadership or the chairmanship?
No. There's a lot of great people in conference. There's always other people to do jobs. It is amazing the talent that we had. And the one thing I've always hoped as speaker that we lifted more of that talent up. I look at people doing a lot of different jobs and the different opportunities we did, and they're doing an exceptional job. We have so much talent. It is remarkable. Yes.
Was this kind of in your mind a little bit preordained from the beginning? Obviously, it was a much more narrow majority than what you anticipated, what Republicans considered. 15 rounds, the longest speaker's race since 1859. And then,
I made history, didn't I?
It was that, well, we did do that, yeah. But was that kind of always thought that it was inevitably going to go this because of the narrow majority and because the writing might have been on the wall?
Well, would any of you think if it took that long and you had a one person, you knew it was always a possibility, so that was fine. Didn't bother me, didn't change any of my decision I made. But it was interesting. I read a tweet the other day of Matt Rosendale. He goes to Mass every day. But you know what he said his prayer was all last year? That Republicans didn't have a big victory, that they had a narrow victory. When you have members like that are part of your team, you got a tough team. You know, look, when I was in business, I got to hire and fire who worked with me. Somebody else hires them, somebody else fires them. My job was to inspire them. I think we did some good work, and I think we'll continue to do great work. Yes, sir.
Can you reflect back on 2010 when you guys were the young guys, right? You, Paul Ryan,
Eric Cantor, yeah.
Now all three of you guys have been essentially.
Well, we're not that young anymore.
Well, all three of you have been pushed out by so-called more conservative members.
No, let's be fair, and it's wrong that you ever say. They are not conservatives. They voted against, one, the greatest cut in history that Congress has ever voted for, $2 trillion. They voted against work requirements. They voted against NEPA reform. They voted against border security. They voted against. They don't get to say they're conservative because they're angry and they're chaotic. That's not the party I belong to. The party of Reagan was if you believed in your principles that you could govern in a conservative way. They are not conservatives and they do not have the right to have the title. Yes.
Well, now the party is more like Lincoln. So if you get in the way, the train's going to run you over.
Why do you say that? Because your question doesn't hold true to history. When Donald Trump was president, we did tax reform. You can look at all of our different successes. So, I mean, you may dislike the policy, but we've been very successful. You watched the Abraham Accords. I mean, you can go victory after victory. The price of gas, we were energy independent at the time. We had more businesses growing at the time. We didn't have to evacuate our embassies. You know, it's easy on its merit to see the difference of what Biden has destroyed America to what the policies we were able to create.
Please, someone
Yes,
pull
sir.
the fire alarm.
Can I ask you, what about your conversation with the community? What did you ask? What were you asking?
No, we didn't ask for anything.
You didn't ask for anything at all? You didn't ask anything?
Yeah, I'm wondering how much more we want to listen to.
So, Jim?
No. And, you know, I have a lot of respect
McCarthy
for
called Burchett last night and teased him because Burchett said to him, I'm praying over what to do regarding what's going on with you. And he mocked him. And now he's talking about, you know, religious and praying. I mean, he was pissed. That's why he said he voted to pull him out. That was Burchett's comments. He mocked me that I was praying for the right thing to do. And he goes, and that was it for me. I was done with McCarthy. These are his quotes.
That's why he did it. That's absolutely why.
What concessions did I make?
Matt Gaetz is responding to McCarthy right now on Fox News.
Oh, that's even better. Pull that up.
Look, I'm not going to. No, I'm a Republican. I win by Republicans and I lose by Republicans. It's not that way. And so, did I work with? I believe you should work across the aisle. I worked across the aisle at times. Do I want to make the bill the most conservative possible? Yes, that's the goal. It's difficult when you can't get 218 for the conservative bill. And then they want to challenge you when you went and solved and kept the government open. Yes, sir.
Weak.
Negotiating speaking when you're already in the center, you're not really that conservative.
We did pretty well, didn't we?
I'm going to stop this now. I've got a Matt Gaetz speaking outside of Congress after speaker. Let me pull this up real quick. Might get a commercial because I'm doing
talking to reporters outside the Capitol right
Congressman
now.
Gaetz, if not McCarthy, then
Analyze the House of Representatives today. To whose benefit? People have called you a narcissist. People say that is to your benefit alone. Is it to the benefit of you and to Donald Trump?
It's the benefit of this country that we have a better Speaker of the House than Kevin McCarthy. Kevin McCarthy couldn't keep his word. He made an agreement in January regarding the way Washington would work, and he violated that agreement. We are $33 trillion in debt. We are facing $2.2 trillion annual deficits. We face a de-dollarization globally that will crush Americans, working class Americans. Kevin McCarthy is a feature of the swamp. He has risen to power by collecting special interest money and redistributing that money in exchange for favors. We are breaking the fever now, and we should elect a speaker who's better.
so if not Kevin McCarthy, then who? Then who?
You said last night that Steve Scalise was a name that you floated to potentially be speaker. Where do things stand right now? If not McCarthy, then who?
Well, the stages of grief, I think, are in progress right now with some of my colleagues. I think there was a stage of denial, and I've certainly experienced a good amount of their anger. And now we appear to be headed toward bargaining. I think the world of Steve Scalise. I think he'd make a phenomenal speaker.
We've got less than 45.
I'm afraid of $33 trillion in debt crushing the working people in my district. I'm afraid of the dollar losing its status as the global reserve currency. If they want to expel me, let me know when they have the vote.
Has anyone told less than 45 days left before we've got less than 45 days left before you have to pass a budget, which is something that you've been wanting to do. Doesn't this just completely paralyze the House? I mean, we could see 15 more rounds.
I don't think we will. I think Kevin McCarthy should take a hint. After 15 ballots to become speaker, after 8 months of a failed speakership, and after removal in this historic manner, I think we should move on and find somebody else. What's paralyzed the House of Representatives has been the failure of Speaker McCarthy. What paralyzed the House of Representatives was not taking up appropriations bills. We left for a 6-week vacation.
Real quick, this statement was made earlier, just right after the vote, just FYI, before McCarthy announced.
While the appropriations process hung in the balance, and because I forced these people to take a few votes, you think I'm paralyzing the House of Representatives? I think the House of Representatives has been paralyzed for the last several decades as we've refused to pass a budget and as we've governed by continuing resolution and omnibus bill. So I think that this represents the ripping off of the Band-Aid, and that's what we need to do to get back on track.
How do you pass anything if 200 Republicans? How do you pass anything?
What do you say to your colleagues who argue you don't have another name right now? You don't have someone else who could get 218 votes. What do you tell those people?
Well, I would tell them that for certain, Kevin McCarthy can't get 218 votes, so let's try the next person.
How do you pass something with
pro tem, obviously?
There would have to be a real meeting of the minds there.
Congressman Gaetz, how do you pass something if there's 200 Republicans?
Somebody else has another question.
Are you going to ask for a guarantee from whoever is floated as a candidate for the next speaker for them to actually move the appropriations process along in a speed that satisfies you?
Yes.
Congressman, at this point,
will you be putting yourself forward for the speakership?
Absolutely not. I have no desire to be Speaker of the House.
How do you pass, Congressman, with all due respect, how do you pass something if you don't have 200 Republicans behind you?
I think the world of Tom Emmer. He'd make a great speaker.
Congressman, have you spoken with Scalise? Have you spoken with Emmer?
I've spoken with him, but I'll probably keep our conversations between us.
Congressman, take the speaker.
What was going through your head when the vote gavelled down and it was official McCarthy wasn't speaker?
We got to move to the next step. You know, we are not at the end of this process, okay? At most, we're approaching halftime. We've got to be able to assemble a governing coalition. We have to build from a place of trust. The reason Kevin McCarthy went down today is because nobody trusts Kevin McCarthy. Kevin McCarthy has made multiple contradictory promises, and when they all came due, he lost votes of people who maybe don't even ideologically agree with me on everything. Take, for example, my colleague from South Carolina, Ms. Mace. She has different views than I do on a variety of subjects, but what we had in common, Kevin McCarthy lied to all of us.
Congressman, hold on a second. You're saying that nobody trusts Kevin McCarthy, but you're talking about, including yourself, about 7 Republicans compared to about 200 and about, some odd Republicans who actually do trust him. So can you kind of explain that here?
Well, as it turns out, getting 200 Republicans to trust you isn't enough to stay Speaker.
Compared to
Congressman,
7 Republicans here.
have you spoken to former President Trump about this since the ousting? Was he supportive of what you were doing?
I have spoken to President Trump over the last several days. The ousting only occurred several minutes ago, so we haven't spoken during that time.
President Trump, though, put on Truth Social that he didn't think this was a good idea. He didn't want to see Republicans fighting with other Republicans. How do you respond to the former president?
I would say that my conversations with the former president leave me with great confidence that I'm doing the right thing.
Tread lightly there.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say I wanted him to tread lightly there with that comment because I think, listen, I don't know who's coaching Matt, and hopefully this is done for the right reasons, but whoever is his advisor, I mean, this was beyond strategic. I mean, this was just brutal. From the beginning of planning, the ability...
He's got ice in his veins.
What, Honey Badger?
He's got ice in his veins.
Yeah.
But
this feels very Bannon-ish, Roger Stone-ish, and I'm here all for it. I'm sorry. This is how you do things, and you cut fast with a very sharp knife. And I'm still concerned about the implications of it, but it's a wake-up call. Now, can they change the rules, Jim, back to where you can't do this?
Not this Congress. That won't happen until the next Congress. This will remain in effect because they pass a rules package for the operation of the House at the beginning of every Congress, and that happens on the odd year after an even year election until the next election.
So it could be a one and done that we have this power.
No, he can do it. This could happen again, without a doubt.
Okay.
Just as an FYI, we've got a second congressman nominating Donald Trump, Greg Steube. Is that how you say it, Jim?
Yeah, Steube.
So I nominated Heidi Fleiss because I thought she would clear the floor of all the DNC, and I posted the history of that, and I have a poll in the bubble. So just.
Yeah, I don't know if clear the floor is the best analogy there in relation to that, but okay.
I nominated myself because I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, well, so speaking of nominating people, it looks like this is according to Jack Posobiec. Actually, I'm going to text him and see if he'll come up here. He may, but he's saying that his sources are saying apparently that, and I pinned it to the top here, that Byron Donalds, the Republican congressman from Florida, is reportedly emerging as a front runner within the GOP caucus for the speakership. And, so what's interesting is Byron Donalds actually voted in support of McCarthy today. Is it possible that maybe he voted in support of McCarthy to win over the support of the majority of the caucus? I mean, possibly.
Well, like I said earlier, anyone that was voting for McCarthy and might have interest in this if it went down is someone that's not going to be immediately hated by the Tom Cole wing, but we'll see. I'm getting the same word in the background that that's a possibility. So it's hard to know, though. This thing is kind of fluid. And by the way, I've had a couple members that I've texted saying, do you want to come on? And they're like, not yet. So,
yeah, of course
this thing's really fluid right now.
Yeah, well, it's very fluid, and there's a lot that can be.
I've heard there's
pushback. I don't know if you know about Byron Donalds and what he did in Naples, but I'm going to tell you. And if you haven't heard this, you're hearing this for the first time. He backed a leftist slate against a well-funded conservative slate in Naples. And the people that were behind the slate and the funding are friends of mine. So that's how I know this. So Byron Donalds, I don't know. Is he who he really says he is?
There's concern over Byron. I've heard the same thing. And yes.
That would be a problem.
Wasn't
Jack? Can you real quick, Jack? Can you DM me information on that? I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, but correct me if I'm wrong here. But wasn't and Matt? We got you back on stage now, Matt Couch, not Matt Gaetz yet. We're working on that. But Matt, so was Byron Donalds not the author of the continuing resolution that was just passed the other day? That kept the government open.
Yeah, I think he was a co-author. I don't know. Jim would probably be able to speak better to that than me on that. But it's interesting to see where this thing is. And you can my other devices are dinging like crazy. It like Jim said, it's very, very real right now with everything that's happening. I don't think they really know where they're going to go. Lots of names are being tossed around. The real problem is you've got to realize that, basically 95% of these people voted to stay with McCarthy. So whoever they pick has to appease that 95% per se, which means it's got to be somewhat of an establishment person or someone that the establishment will vote for. It won't be Kevin McCarthy, but it's going to be somebody that's along those same lines that makes the establishment, happy, so to speak. Matt Gaetz is the only congressman in D.C. that doesn't take PAC money. That's a fact. He can prove that. He's got the receipts. People, they really cringe when he says that because they cannot shut him up on that. Got a direct quote from him about 5 minutes ago. Someone asked him about, Donald Trump's post on Truth Social about why are the Republicans always fighting. Matt Gaetz says, I think I'm in a pretty good place with the former president. I can't wait to join him on the campaign trail soon. You know who won't be joining him on the campaign trail? Kevin McCarthy. Pretty strong words from Matt Gaetz. Basically, I think he's trying to say the lines have been drawn. He'll be with President Trump. McCarthy will not. And Trump's smart. He still needs some of these people. We're getting into primary season, as Jim knows. Trump's not going to crap where he eats right now. He's a very smart, methodical businessman. And but eventually, this thing will sort itself out, Nick.
Yes, we'll kind of go around the horn here, Chief. I don't know if you want to respond to the sentiment that Matt just gave on Trump. I mean, I'm sure right now Trump is, Matt was saying that he's a very smart businessman, probably working in the background a lot to try to figure out who the best speaker might be. And you being a big Trump guy, do you think Byron Donalds might actually receive the endorsement from Donald Trump for Speaker of the House?
Well, I'll say a couple things. I'm pretty sure what Matt Gaetz is talking about, Trump being in support of this move, I think there's a lot of credence to that from what I've heard and seen. I think that, McCarthy and more so the establishment Republicans really haven't had Trump's back, and even McCarthy himself doesn't even endorse Trump himself as of right now, too. So it doesn't really help anyway. But with that being said, I think that, will Byron Donalds get Trump's support? I don't think, I'm not sure. I'm not going to opine on that. I can't really say yes or no. I don't think he will, to be quite honest, though. I think that he is in the race for presidency right now. So, I mean, if he were to drop out, or whatever, I don't know. But he's still running for Trump's position right now. So I don't know about that nomination, if that's going to happen or not. But I will kind of be looking into that and seeing if he drops out, the next couple of days or so, then maybe he's making a play for the speakership. But that's kind of my take on it.
Yeah, so we're trying to get several congressmen up here. We've got a pretty promising, tentative agreement here, but I'm gonna wait on that. I'm gonna wait to announce that here in probably 5 to 10 minutes.
George Santos loves spaces.
That's true. I got to text George Santos. That's a good idea. Damn good idea.
I did. He was in our space last night, and yeah,
I did.
But so I have a question for all of you. So,
well, before you do that, you
can
ask
ahead.
the question, but I just want to let everybody know. I want your feedback on Byron Donalds, bottom right-hand corner. Who would you nominate for Speaker of the House? Would it be Donald Trump? Would it be Tucker Carlson? Would it be Nancy Pelosi? Would it be, who would it be? And again, reminder, guys, it doesn't have to be a sitting member of Congress. It can be literally anybody. If you have a fetish for Jim Path, you can vote for him. Well, you can't, but the Congress can. So.
Hey,
Karen
Nick, before we go to the question, really quick, I know that someone has been trying to get up here to speak for the last hour or so, Charles Johnson. So he's finally up here.
He's
if we
here.
can
He's up here,
get
yeah.
his thoughts as well. It took me a while to get him in here. So,
and I'm hoping he can also explain, as he explained to a bunch of us, why Chris Christie is going to be the next president. You said that, right, Charles?
No, I said that he would be.
Okay, we'll definitely get to him, but I want to get to, I literally interrupted Gays for Trump, so I'm going to let him go, and then Charles, you can go right afterwards. So,
I was just going to ask, we have Hakeem Jeffries on the other side, who could have potentially been the first black Speaker of the House. are the optics good? I mean, do we care about optics to say, hey, you know what? Let the Republicans nominate the first African American Speaker of the House? Is that something, do you think, Republicans will take into consideration?
Why should we even have to take that into consideration? I mean, this literally didn't even cross my mind. I mean, I like that's fine. I mean, it's like I'm not trying to compare him to Kamala Harris, but we see how this goes when we do the identity politics thing. I mean, I can't even imagine how it would feel to be Kamala Harris right now and have, you know, the lowest approval rating in recent American history. And the only reason you're in the position that you are, it's either I just got a message saying it has to do with some sort of illicit deeds she was doing. But on the other hand, Joe Biden said that he was going to nominate a black woman. I don't even know what race she is at this point because it depends on, you know, what is expedient for her at the time as to what she identifies as. But I mean, it probably is not a good idea for Republicans to go down this road. Am I wrong?
Nope.
Byron Donalds, if you want to, based on merit. You know, don't even think about the whole black thing.
Here. Let's just elect a Speaker of the House. Color, race, background, that's irrelevant. Just elect someone competent.
All right. Well, we have a little bit of breaking news here, which is interesting. And then I'll go to Charles and I'll let him jump in. But it looks like as one of his first acts as acting speaker, Representative Patrick McHenry has ordered former Speaker Nancy Pelosi to vacate her Capitol office by Wednesday. So, so there's a little bit of trolling going on there. I don't know exactly why. I don't know what prompted that. But that is that's what we're looking at right now. That is his first act of acting speaker. And if we get more information on that, I will surely relay that to you. But Charles, jump in. You were trying to speak earlier.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's a very happy day for those of us who've been after Kevin McCarthy for quite a long time. He's deeply corrupt. There have been a number of investigations into him over the years. He didn't become speaker in 2015 because he was having an affair with another member of Congress at the time, which led to Paul Ryan ascending to the speakership, which was something that I was involved in 2015. McCarthy's got a lot of corruption issues in Bakersfield, which the Democrats were planning to use against him come the 2024 cycle. So it'll be good to have that, not have to go through that as a country. And I think it's really good for the country to have gotten rid of somebody who's corrupt, just like I think it's good that Senator Menendez is being indicted. So I think it's all to the good. I think it'll likely be somebody who's a strong fundraiser. And to my mind, that points in the direction of Tom Emmer, who's a more moderate Republican, but who's also very friendly with kind of the more MAGA wing of the party. I think he's probably the most likely pick, and I see his name being picked for those who are curious. But yeah, I think for those of us who have dealt with Kevin McCarthy over the years and seen him behave in an extremely unethical manner, we're not even getting into the fact that he directed millions of dollars to his family by having his wife's brother lie about being Native American so they could get Navy contracts. We're not talking about all the weird stuff he did with Jeff Miller, who's his kind of bag man, or the fact that he was Frank Luntz's roommate all those years while he was directing contracts to Frank. So yeah, I'm very happy to see corruption rooted out, whether it's the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. And I think we're all better off to have a speaker that actually has a vision for how the country goes. I think it's a really encouraging day. And McCarthy one time told me that he would crush me like a bug. And it's nice to see that he's not in a position to do that anymore. So I'm pretty happy, to put it mildly.
Yeah, well, I feel sorry, honestly, for anybody that had to be Frank Luntz's roommate. But, on the other hand, he didn't really have to worry about
Do you think he gets the top bunk or the bottom bunk? How do you think it works?
Well, I wouldn't give him the top bunk. I'd worry about him, collapsing it on top of me. That's just
it won't.
My opinion.
By the way, it won't be Byron Donalds. Byron wants to run for governor of Florida, and that's putting up a fight between him and Geotz because they'll both run in the Republican primary.
Apparently, we just missed part of the speech where McCarthy just compared Vladimir Putin to Adolf Hitler. For real.
Yeah, well, that was probably the only interesting part of the speech, so I appreciate you bringing that up. But
sorry. I'll
go
say
ahead.
he compared the 8 people who opposed him, and he called them not conservative directly in that speech too, which kind of was spin basically pretty much all the millions of Americans out there who were opposed to McCarthy wanted him out. So there's a video clip of that going around right now also, but the disgrace he had just not really acknowledging his own failures and blaming people not being conservative for opposing him is ridiculous.
Yeah,
So
so
he,
Steak, I'm going to go to you on that actually, because on part of the McCarthy speech, because he said, "Oh well, I stood with my principles and such and whatever." But I mean, didn't he do exactly the opposite of that? I mean, think about it, because he said, "Oh well, I'm going to release the J6 footage. I'm going to make sure that we don't increase the budget. We're going to keep the 2022 numbers." And there were several other things that I named earlier that he promised he was going to do. Because it seems like he backed off of all of that. It doesn't seem like it, actually. He did back off all of it. So is that principled? I mean, did I miss something?
No, you're 100% correct, Nick, in your assertion there. Kevin McCarthy waited till as close to every deadline as possible, whether it was the promise of the J6 tapes, whether it was working on the budget with Republicans instead of folding to Joe Biden, whether it was sticking to the congressional calendar and not finishing any appropriations ahead of time. This is what he did to kind of keep the normal flow of how Washington, D.C. has been for decades. What can we do other than keep the lights on? And now that we're in an era, this is something that people don't talk about a lot either. The post-COVID spending is going to be the hardest thing we ever rip away from the administrative state. They have created so many additional offices and branches and extensions of our federal government, both in Washington, D.C., and even cushier remotely, that they don't ever want to be able to cut that spending that was awarded to them during the pandemic. You would be ending thousands, if not tens of thousands, of promotion positions for all of these people who do absolutely nothing except gum up the gears of things getting done in Washington, D.C. And Kevin McCarthy has been complicit in allowing Joe Biden to keep getting his victories and at the same time ignoring the voice of the American people, which you can clearly see it on social media. There is a huge disconnect right now, and they better figure out what they're going to do in the next week to nominate someone, whether it be some of the guys that you have already brought up, or I brought up, or other people have brought up, or pull somebody out of the bullpen that's going to be able to put their fingers on the pulse of what the people in this country want and actually meet somewhere in the middle on it. I'm not saying you could never work with Democrats again, but just doing everything and going through the motions and being so inept every time we get in power that we feel we need to just give it up and give it away and then get back into the normal Republican stance of, okay, we're in the minority, so let's just complain, let's just call for oversight, and then we get there and we never finish anything, and then we lose it again. So I think you're dead on, Nick, spot on as well, and I think that, Kevin McCarthy did this to himself. He could have just went halfway on these issues and stood up to Joe Biden on the budget and shown more of a physical working towards these appropriation bills, not at the last minute like we saw last week, but over the last 6 months, and gotten better results and not brought himself to this point. At the end of the day, he brought it on himself. And I think him not throwing his name back in the hat, he understands that he messed up, and he doesn't want to get embarrassed again. So that's just my take on it right now. But we need to find someone that's going to be able to, bridge that gap between Washington, D.C. and the American people right now, because outside of people like Matt Gaetz, the 7 that stood with him today, the 20 that stood with him during the speakership nomination, and the less than 10 in the Senate, we do not have one up in Washington, D.C. And we're going to continue to reap the same results no matter how pretty it looks when we start, if we don't put our foot down and demand that these people have somebody more representative of us instead of just them and their special interests, like Gaetz called out on the floor today.
Well, here's some breaking news from Politico. Representative Steve Scalise, the number 2 House Republican, is beginning to reach out to members ahead of launching a speakership bid. 3 sources familiar tell her, and that's Olivia Beavers, and that from Politico along with an article.
All right. Well, I know this is we speak honestly here. We speak our minds, and I this might sound really insensitive, okay, but he's Scalise is going through a really rough time right now. He's undergoing really intense cancer treatments. Okay, for the country's sake, is it a good idea to have some? Should he not be focusing on those cancer treatments rather than Steve Scalise? Seems like a good guy. Okay, I don't have a problem with Steve Scalise, but is it not a bad idea to have somebody that really, even for his sake, should be focusing on those cancer treatments
So he
rather than being
announced,
Speaker of the House?
yeah, he announced a couple weeks ago, I think it's maybe a month ago now or so, that he was done with the treatments. But so I don't know. I haven't tracked clearly where he's at right now. But if he's, and I did see that Olivia Beavers thing. If he's doing that, then he feels like he can handle it. So but that's a real challenge. That job is a pain in the butt. I mean, you just don't get any time to yourself. It's really a big job.
Jim, what do you think a Scalise speakership would look like? I'm really interested to get someone with an in-depth perspective as you have up on Capitol Hill. I mean, obviously, you know the man and at least have followed his works. Can you let us know what you think, it would look like if he was the speaker, maybe compare it to what we saw with Kevin McCarthy for the last 3/4 of a year?
Well, it's possible he could do well. I have my personal doubts for a couple different reasons. The first one is that he was part of the coup that John Boehner orchestrated to take over the Republican Study Committee. That was one of the things that ended up causing the House Freedom Caucus to emerge. That was while I was working on Capitol Hill my first time around. And he came in, then he fired my friend Paul Teller, who's beloved by the conservative movement. And Paul is a fantastic, solid conservative and good guy. And they kicked him out under false pretenses, pretending like he was doing something behind Scalise's back. He would have served him honestly and honorably. He had already been working as executive director of Republican Study Committee for about 12 years at that point. So Scalise was part of a coup against conservatives. Republican Study Committee had just been, like, Jim Jordan served for 2 years there, and then they were going to have an election. The founders of the Republican Study Committee chose Tom Graves, but a lot of the moderates came in and joined, and then they voted. They were successful at getting a vote against Tom Graves. So it was a big mess, and a lot of conservatives were frustrated with it. That's the first thing. The second thing is this. Personally, I dealt with his chief of staff back then, and I was constantly butting heads with them. So I've personally have some negatives, but I will admit he's more conservative in his basic way of thinking than McCarthy. So it'd be a modest improvement from the moderate wing. They would feel it would be almost a succession plan in a manner they would prefer. So he might get the votes. It's going to be interesting to see if he can pull it off, but hard to know for sure.
So what would have stopped? Let's just ask this, because we have Patrick McHenry, which, the bow tie guy, the guy that was that is now active Speaker of the House, very very vocally in support of McCarthy. McCarthy nominated him to be active Speaker. Why is this guy taking action that it seems like McCarthy should have taken before? Why now is he ordering Nancy Pelosi to vacate the hideaway office that she was for some reason entitled to, in the Capitol building? Why are we just seeing that happen now? Matt, you broke this news. You should pin your tweet to the top if you haven't yet. But why now? Why does this just happen now? Why are we taking action against Pelosi, just mere hours after, nominating an active speaker? against Pelosi, because you know damn well Pelosi would have done this same thing, immediately after becoming speaker if it were her. Like, what is McCarthy? Does he just play nice? Like, what is it?
I really was stunned that she was still in the speaker's office. I had to do a little research before I went through and posted that after people were reporting it, and it's mind numbing to me how weak the GOP is. That they were like, oh well, she's old, she's served for 90 years, we'll just keep her there until she's done. I don't know. It's unbelievable to me that this is actually happening. It's like a massive troll attempt, but it's absolutely hilarious. And I have a different mindset than a lot of conservatives. I think both sides are damn near equally corrupt at this point. I'm just kind of enjoying watching watching everything burn. It's been quite enjoyable. I'm making s'mores right now. I don't care that both sides are in turmoil. I find it glorious, and I'm kind of enjoying the proverbial shit show, Nick, as everyone runs around in panic like chickens with their heads cut off.
Hey, Matt, what did you think that McCarthy, in his speech, he talked a few times about asking Nancy Pelosi for advice?
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't surprise me. I mean, we are, after all, talking about somebody who is shagging MGT. So I'm not sure that he's probably the best at finding female advice. So, I think he's, I think he's probably definitely not lying about going to Pelosi for advice. With that being said, I mean, I think it's laughable that this guy was the Speaker of the House. I literally sat back and I've watched this entire thing. I've been in here with Nick and Jim and Tara for most of the afternoon. It's a disgrace that this is what the GOP has came to, in all honesty, to see this transpire. Every GOP member that defended McCarthy stood up there and talked about how they had secured the southern border as one of their things they had passed. And I'm like, have you guys turned on a TV in the last 10 days? There's an idea. And he stood at the podium during his speech and brought up the same thing about all these amazing things that they had passed. Americans are tired of empty shelves. They're tired of high gas prices. They're tired of record inflation. They're tired of hundreds of billions of dollars going to the Ukraine while we have 1 million homeless Americans and our infrastructure is crumbling. This is what most Americans who are hardworking blue-collar folks like that live where I live in the Ozarks in Arkansas see. We're not in the big, municipalities. We're not in, D.C. or L.A. or Chicago or Boston. The hardworking flyover state people are sick and tired of this crap. And, McCarthy's speech was just, to me, it was just typical drivel of a career politician. And to me, it falls on deaf ears from about half the country because, people are just sick of it. And I think it's just par for the course. But the fact that he's asking Pelosi for advice doesn't surprise me. What a dumpster fire this has been. Is he the shortest termed speaker in history, Jim? He probably is, right?
I saw Ryan Gradusky tweet that yes, he was the shortest speaker in history.
My apologies. I was away for a minute listening, but yes, Matt, he is definitely the shortest term speaker ever.
Wow. I mean, that's just, it's really sad. I mean, and I saw that, I think he already bounced out. I thought we had Ed in here, always love the Krasenstein perspective, because it's definitely not mine, but it definitely gives the other side of the aisle's talking points. But what does the left think right now, Jim, with all of this? I mean,
hang on one second. No, we got Ed back up.
Oh, there he is. I'd love to hear Ed's perspective on this, just because I'd like to hear what the left's perspective is of this proverbial crap show, Nick.
Who cares?
Well, the left, I don't think he's up, but the
Are
left.
you there, Ed?
He's loading up, so we'll wait for him here because
the media is playing like this is just some chaos. Again, he barely made it a speaker. It took 50. I mean, imagine like going to the prom with your 15th date that you wanted to go with. I mean, this was not hasty, and he only made it on certain conditions. And so the left, at least the media, is going to really try to spin this as if it's some like, oh my God, this is like a last minute decision. That's just kind of crazy. And then also, if you take just listening to a few minutes of brain freeze from Kevin McCarthy and listen to a few moments of Gaetz speaking, I mean, the IQ difference is so plain. But to say that it is not conservative to want constituents to be able to have open amendments on the floor or to have single subject spending bills that they can actually read, and for legislators to actually do the act of legislating. I mean, it's ultimate gaslighting.
I'll say.
Do you mind, Nick, if I jump in really quickly, because I've got a quiet moment second. I just wanted to add something to the fact that sort of, Brit here, knowing that the last time the speaker had such a short tenure was 1896, but also just the speech. I mean, I try to be relatively centrist moderate on things. That was cringe. That was painful to listen to. I left a bunch of emojis in the comments of the space to essentially summarize what I was hearing. I always
Why
try to be
it was
open-minded.
cringe, Peter?
What, me commenting, perhaps. But I found that very difficult to listen to. It was quite narcissistic. A lot of eyes, a lot of emphasis on what he felt of in certain ways, and when I come at these things just to be transparent, I don't pretend to sort of have a particularly aligned view with certain things, but it's more sort of America's place in the world. And so McCarthy's comments sort of make me feel very unsettled. And I think that a more popular speaker amongst members of the Congress from both sides would be better. But it is weird when you see him being sort of voted out by the opposite sides, as I said before. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Cheers.
I'll say it real quick, because McCarthy in that space or in that speech many times over said that it was a personal beef and that Gates had it out for him and all of this, when if he lived up to his job and agreed to his terms and the actual thing like single subject spending, the J6 tapes, and a variety of other things, then we could have possibly had him speaker still, but he chose not to. And in that speech, a reference, he had a deal with Pelosi. We're talking about Pelosi all the time. So, he's talking with Democrats all the time. He's making side deals. It's not really in a good standing for a Republican speaker to be doing that and to leave your own representatives in the dark about these secret Ukraine deals. So, yeah, I thought that part was the most disgraceful part, where he's saying, "Oh, it's a personal beef," ignoring the months of failures that he has had and a lack of action and allowing Biden to get everything he wanted.
Well, what's interesting about that, Chief, because those are all good points, had he followed through completely on the deals that he had made, which would have gotten all the spending bills done and some other things, he would be considered one of the better speakers ever. And he would be entirely and solidly in place as speaker for some time to come. He really threw a lot away by being false, which I think a lot of us expected that he would be. But had he it would have been very simple for him to do it. He would have gotten a lot done, and he'd be riding high right now going into next year. And as it is, and there are a lot of people blaming Matt Gaetz and others. Listen, you can be negative on all that all you want to, and none of those guys are perfect. I mean, I know a lot of them, but none of them are perfect. But the reality is, this is Kevin McCarthy's fault. It's not Matt Gaetz's fault or anyone else's fault. It solely sits on his shoulders, because he could have been beloved even by the American people had he done the right thing. He wouldn't have deserved it in my mind, but he would have been.
Hey, Ed, we've got Ed Crassington up here, and I would love to hear Ed's take on this, just to hear what, the left's perspective is on this, because, we know what the right's perspective is. It's kind of a party in disarray right now. Ed, what's the mindset on your side of the aisle right now?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's kind of the same. I think the left is just enjoying watching the disarray.
I can't hear
I
if
think
he's
the
talking.
writing was on the wall, though. I think it was on the wall as soon as he got elected as speaker. We kind of saw this coming eventually at some point.
But Ed, how can the left like it? Because it leads to a complete paralysis of the entire political establishment. The entire Democrat system voted against this. And if they care about the functionality of the government, they wouldn't do that.
They view
I'm not trying to be a dick,
the left
but
views
you
it
know what I
as
mean?
being, it makes the GOP look bad. It looks like they're arguing amongst themselves. While the
Well, hang on. Just to be devil's advocate, hang on. But so you're saying that the Democrats that are trying to be the more moralistically superior party in Congress are now so petty that they're going to lead to an infunctionality within the whole of the government by forcing the Speaker of the House to be ejected.
Well, I mean,
that doesn't make any sense because that undermines the entirety of what
eventually
they're
we're gonna
trying to
have
do,
another
which is
speaker,
point
though,
out that
right?
GOP are
But
not
like,
good.
we're gonna get
No,
another
but
speaker.
it's hypocrisy, isn't it, from the Democrats? Is all I'm saying.
You could say that, yeah. I mean, I guess you could say that. I mean, I don't know if you can say they're morally better. I think, it's just two parties with different opinions on things, and they both say the other party is less moral. So I mean, I don't know if that's a fact, right? I think what they want to do is make the GOP look like they're in disarray, which, I mean, I think the GOP believes they're in disarray as well. And we're going to see another speaker probably within, a week or two, maybe, tops. We'll eventually get another speaker, and it's just going to be the same thing probably because the House majority is so slim. And that's what happens when you have a majority that's as slim. If there's just a few people who don't agree that McCarthy or whoever the speaker is should be speaker, you're going to get a result like this. So I think Democrats are enjoying this. I mean, I don't know if that's rightfully so or not.
But so are we. Like, Ed, seriously, moment of silence when Ed agrees with us.
Well, I
I
mean,
don't think the
disarray.
left is enjoying that funding maybe cut off to Ukraine and a lot of things that the left loves doing. So I think that this whole approach of we're enjoying this is such a farce. I mean, we can act all we want. Let's be real. The people who are for McCarthy are working together on the same team, left, right, against him.
Tara,
Are
you're
not.
rubber
They're not right.
really bad.
Yeah, but so
Shoot. Okay, I'll
eventually
try
we're
to
going to get another
reconnect.
speaker, right? We're going to get another speaker, and who's to say the speaker's going to be farther to the right? We don't know that for sure, right? Like, if somebody farther to the right is chosen, or somebody farther to the right runs, are they going to have enough votes? I don't know.
Why should it matter? Why should it matter?
I'm not saying it
So
should. I'm
can I
just
just
saying,
point
like, the
one quick thing
Democrats
out,
might get
Ed?
what they want here. They might get somebody even farther to the left than McCarthy.
So one thing that I think is when I chimed in, I tried to be central in these matters, and again, I know I'm not American, but when I was trying to point out something, the part of the point is that there's so much polarization now. I don't know how left you are, and I'm not going to make assumptions, but sort of we've got to this point now where the far left are as annoyed at the system, where they're just sort of going to completely incapacitate the entire political establishment of the US, not establishment in terms of, okay, political system, I changed my word, but this is exactly my point. Like, sort of, whoever it was who Tara, I think, pointed out that sort of Ed is agreeing with the right about this infunctionality of the US government. It's sort of like we've gotten to this point. It's called the horseshoe theory. Like, the two sides are so opposed, but they actually agree on certain things. And I think that this is a good illustration of that someone on the other side has been like, well, Ed actually agrees with it because this entire thing is completely nonsense. So I just want to point that out because I think it's really interesting to recognize that.
Well, on top of that, the reason why members of Congress come from different districts is because the form of government we have is they are supposed to represent the interests of their districts. So it's really chaos and disarray when a body votes in lockstep and not paying attention to what their particular constituency is looking for. So what we're seeing now is actually a break from the chaos of total disregard for what the people are asking for. That is the whole purpose of representative government.
Yeah, and I don't think any of us that wanted McCarthy out are saying, oh, we wanted McCarthy out because we want a more conservative or more far-right speaker. We just wanted a speaker who, when they make promises, they keep their promises. So if we get someone who's a little bit to the left or a little bit more conservative, but they still do what the caucus wants them to do, then I'm happy with that.
To be quite frank, though, I mean, McCarthy made lots of deals with Democrats. I mean, he wasn't really much of a conservative, even to begin with. And with McCarthy, a lot of times, we talk about J6 tapes. He failed in that 100%. He failed on lots of big issues. And I would love to have a conservative, an actual conservative, Speaker of the House. But because what we have right now, we have people who just don't represent us and our interests. We had Paul Ryan before, not really a staunch conservative. We've had McCarthy, we've had Boehner, we've had lots of people who just really didn't do the job they were supposed to be doing and advocate for our interests. And if we have a conservative position, then the Senate can go and make it whatever they want. They can go and change it if they want in the Senate, but we have the ability to say, here's our conservative position, and if you want to go and tell the public why not for it, so be it. But we should have the ability to represent our own interests and put forward a conservative position for people to consider.
And
Yeah. So,
channeling Piotr, Ed. Well, I truly believe that this is what is happening here in the United States. Well, not here in the United States. I'm speaking from the UK. I appreciate the chaos, while at the same time, I totally support the United States, supporting the Ukraine war. Could you please explain that to me?
So was that a question to me?
Yes, he appears to be on your side. But he's still a Ukraine supporter.
Well, I mean, I think he just shares the same views as a lot of Republicans and most Democrats. I think he just feels that the security of Ukraine is important in that it weakens Russia. So I think that's just an ideology that people have. I mean, I get the other side. I get the other side's argument on this. But I think there are a lot of Republicans who are still, we need to help fund Ukraine's war against Russia. And that's because they just share the same view. It's not really a Democrat or Republican thing. It's just what you think about the war in general. And just
neocon.
I mean, if you want to say that, go ahead and say that. But I mean, I think a lot of people just feel that it's a national security issue for America.
Yeah, so I would be very brief on this because I'm not a US citizen, so I know this will piss off people, but this is my wheelhouse. And I would say that from working again as someone lobbying briefly, admittedly, because COVID appeared, on the Hill, I think it depends how much exposure you have. There's a few Congress people who you can, look at and say, they've had a lot of experience in foreign policy. They've not had experience with foreign policy. And I totally appreciate and understand and empathize with those who want to put more of a protectionist, America first approach forward. I think the argument from Democrats or those who want to ardently support Ukraine no matter what is that they look at it as an existential threat to not just Ukraine but democracy, because they think about what happened in the Second World War. I'm not pretending to know the answer. I'm just suggesting ideas, right? They look at the Second World War. They look at the spread of an ideology. They look at the spread of a regime type, a government model, and that if they didn't do something to prevent that, then that could spread towards American shorelines. So think fascism in the Second World War. If America hadn't intervened at some point in the war, whether or not Pearl Harbor hadn't happened, it's likely fascism would have appeared on the shores of America at some point. So there are people who think, for the sake of American interest, strategical and domestic, they need to have a role in the global system. That doesn't necessarily mean that has to come at the cost of domestic production, of domestic interests, of things like that. That's why we're beginning to see this deglobalization, this reglobalization. If you've heard of decoupling, de-risking, these are all ideas which may sound neoliberal, globalist, and so on. But the idea is that we want to stop being dependent on China, Russia, and others, and put production closer to home. So in America, in countries that are more aligned to America's interests, and so on. So when you look at Ukraine, it's because they are trying to protect sort of the values that America preaches: democracy, freedom of expression.
They're not
so
even
on
going to
and so
have elections in Ukraine. They've stopped the elections.
No, I appreciate that. I'm just trying to answer this very, important question. I'm not trying to get into the details of whether or not Ukraine, about whether or not Russia and Ukraine continues. I'm just trying to provide a perspective of why some American policymakers, be them the neoliberals versus the neocons, want to do this. That's all I'm trying to do. So I think that's why some people do that. But
Yeah,
I
no,
hope
I mean,
that
that makes sense. But the democracy that you speak of, I mean, the ideology that is spreading is not one that is really democratic. I mean, and that's coming mostly from like United Nations and such. These are not American ideologies. And the way the government's supposed to work is that we're supposed to duke it out, so to, proverbially duking it out. And people from different districts across our country are supposed to bring forth what the people want, and it should be deliberated. And the legislators should be writing legislation. It shouldn't be lobbyists should come and say, this is what we're looking for, but that's really supposed to come again also from the people. And so the idea that we're still in a Cold War, I mean, we're not in a Cold War anymore. It's just not there. We weren't having some Russian fascist ideology spreading across the world. That wasn't happening. This is really about the interest of, the liquefied natural gas and the shale, and keeping control of this imperialism all about natural resources. And the Americans just don't really want to live that way or self-govern that way.
So I would disagree with you there, as someone who comes from Russia and has that experience with Russia. There is I don't know if it's neo-fascist. I don't really like to use labels too much, but there is existentialism or ideological element to Putin's campaign in Ukraine.
But it's not being spread to us.
It may not be being spread to the West, so to speak, but it is being pushed through non-conventional means. And what I mean by that is, interference in elections. And whether or not you agree that the Russians put Trump in the White House, I'm not going into that. But there is evidence that Russia has interfered in English elections, in English matters. So all I'm saying is it may not be overt in the sense of a military operation, but it is covert through disinformation, through the power of the internet. Hang on, let me just land my plane and then you guys can go ahead. All I'm saying is that I just think that we should be cautious of being too presumptuous about what Putin's genuine intentions are, what the motivations are. Yes, some of them are economical, some of them are strategical, some of them are geographical, but some of them are also ideological. Just on the way he talks, it is very ideological. If America doesn't want to get involved in international issues, that's perfectly fine.
Which ideology are you concerned that we're going to be affected by?
I'm concerned by the centralization of power in a political system. So look at Hungary. It's called democratic backsliding, and I'm sure some of you have heard of it, and I'm not trying to sound patronizing. It's simply that you exist in a political system, and then over time you begin to centralize the judicial system. So think the Supreme Court. So Democrats will say this, right? Democrats will argue, I'm just taking this for devil's advocacy, Democrats will argue that there is a politicization of the Supreme Court, in that you have now more right-wing members of the court than left-wing or whatever.
Well, let Hungary do what they want with their Supreme Courts. We need to stop going around and unseating. And
Hey, by the way, just real quick, I'm going to interrupt and say we're going to move back and reset the room here. So if we can kind of land this plane, we want to move along to this topic.
I appreciate the back and forth.
I have some breaking news, by the way.
Go ahead, Bernard.
Let me just get the breaking news out of the way. There's a gentleman by the name of Stanley Campbell who is challenging Rick Scott for U.S. Senate. This is pretty much hot off the press. I guess the news got out yesterday. He's a mentor of mine. We've been discussing it for some time. He is a multimillionaire who made his money off of healthcare technology, and he just so happened to be Uncle Luke's big brother from 2 Live Crew. I don't know if you know who that is, Jim.
I do. Sorry, I was
okay. Well, yeah, that's Uncle Luke's big brother, and he's basically a genius. His wife is actually the second in command, or one of the second, under. Well, she's an assistant secretary of HHS. Her name is Cheryl Campbell. She's responsible for over $1 trillion, in which HHS is, overseeing. HHS oversees Fauci, NIAID, Medicare, Surgeon General's office. I mean, it's huge. She's a power player, but you wouldn't know that they were married the way they live their lives. But
he's gonna challenge him from the Democratic Party side, not
correct,
internally.
correct.
Okay.
I mean, basically, he has to challenge Debbie Powell. I always forget how to pronounce her hyphenated name. She's the
Macaracel or something like that.
Yeah, there you go. So she's the anointed one, but she's trash bags. I mean, essentially, she's going to get blown out. I mean, that's pretty obvious from day one. I mean, she's not dynamic whatsoever. However, the reason why he's getting so much attention already before he's even announced is because, really, I mean, he's probably one of Biden's only chances of winning. If he could have somewhat of a what's the gentleman that contested DeSantis? I don't know why I'm blanking his name.
Charlie Crist.
No. The first election. Where Trump carried him.
I'm forgetting his name. Yeah.
The drug addict. I forgot his name.
He's not a drug addict. Okay, but either way, the former mayor of Tallahassee that challenged him. I mean, I know a lot of people know his name, but anyways, no one's going to turn out for Biden. I mean, come on, Biden's done so. So unless they
Andrew Gillum, by the way,
Andrew Gillum, there, thank you.
Yeah.
Unless they get the base excited some way somehow, Biden has zero chance. And so, based on his background and his network, he's going to launch like a rocket ship. And the only rate limiting step for him is getting out of the Democratic Party.
So I'm going to hand it to Jim here in just 1 second, but I do want to let you guys know. So we're trying to get, and so far he's like tentatively agreed to it. Congressman Tony Nels, who is the one that nominated President Trump to be Speaker of the House, is trying to come in here within the next 30 to 45 minutes. So we're going to try to keep on that. So we're going to keep the room going here for a while because honestly, there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot going down here.
Hey,
We talked
Nick.
about Byron Donalds possibly being the front runner.
Hey Nick, can I talk about Byron for a second? Because I went to college with him.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead, Bernard.
Yeah, so I knew Byron back in college. I met him back in 1999 when I was at FSU, and apparently it's right after he ended up getting kicked out of FAMU or whatever. But the Byron I knew back in FSU was straight out of Brooklyn, Crown Heights. Okay, BK Brooklyn, Jay-Z, Reasonable Doubt, Byron. Okay.
Are you saying he saw the light finally?
Well, in 2010, when he switched from the Democratic Party to the Republican Party, but Byron I knew was straight out of BK. Now he's
like Reagan was a New Deal Democrat until he became, Republican.
Yeah, I mean, like I think his politics are pretty consistent. I'm not even contesting that. I'm just saying. Okay, I'm just like me and my friends are in awe. Okay, like we was running the streets in Tallahassee, doing our thing, and all of a sudden we see Byron in a pickup truck, carrying a gun, talking about he Republican. Like that shit blows our mind. Like you guys have no fucking idea. Okay, no fucking idea. Okay, straight
Bro,
out of BK,
he married a white woman. Things change, man.
Oh yeah, nah. She was there in college, but I'm not gonna make this a salacious conversation. But what I'm telling you is that BK Brooklyn, Byron today, that's about to be the Speaker of the House. Our group chat is going crazy. Like we can't. Like, listen, you guys have no fucking idea. Okay, but Byron, if we think about him, like as I think longer and harder, his politics have been pretty consistent. You know what I mean? He hasn't changed much in that regard. I mean, basically like Jay-Z. Jay-Z is a go-getter, a money getter, and if you think about Jay-Z and how he approaches life, I mean, he's pretty conservative if you think about it.
Yeah, even Ice-T. I mean, I think you really listen to these guys, and now they're not going to necessarily put out as Republican, but they definitely are sick and tired of a lot of the crap that goes on. There's no doubt about that at all. Okay, so here's what I wanted to do. I want to go around to some hands. Put your hand up if you want to talk, because I'm going to start rotating some people in and out. We'll keep a few folks up. But one thing I'll tell you is just as a reminder, because Byron Donalds is being talked about as well. Also, Steve Scalise is 2 or 3 different people reporting that he's making phone calls, trying to get support for Speaker, which I think is interesting because he has been through cancer surgery recently. Of course, he has the story of having been shot on the baseball field down in Virginia a few years ago and survived that. He should have died, but he made it through. So that's always an interesting story. And then there's some talk about Tom Emmer. And of course, some people are floating Donald Trump. So if we get Troy Nehls in, that'll be interesting too. But I'm going to go around to hands. We'll keep it on this topic of what's going on with McCarthy having been taken down and what we think is going to be happening next. So with that, I want to go to AB. Go ahead.
Hey, thanks, guys. Awesome space. Appreciate you calling me up. I guess a couple different points. Well, I guess the first thing is obviously a super interesting day in terms of McCarthy being ousted. I think he's not, as it was noted earlier, he's not the shortest tenured speaker ever, but he's close. Shortest since like the late 1800s. He is, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the first one ever to be ousted midterm. So in the past, when people have moved on from the speakers, they've obviously generally they retire after getting the indication internally that they're not going to win the vote, or they step down, or they get ousted at the beginning of a new Congress. So that is interesting. It does kind of strike me. Matt is a very intelligent guy, but obviously a bit of a publicity hound. It does strike me that he's a little bit like the dog who caught the car, and nobody really knows what's going to happen next. Because for all the McCarthy was never an ideological guy, for good or for bad, which actually probably puts him in a similar fashion in that one regard to Trump, because Trump himself is he's conservative leaning but not a super ideological guy compared to a lot of other people in Congress and who run for politics. He was last time I saw a poll, he was ironically enough the most popular elected leader, at least nationwide elected leader in America. He was more popular than Mitch McConnell or than Chuck Schumer or than Hakeem Jeffries or than Joe Biden. Because I guess most Republicans are relatively happy with him. He does have a kind of, for all of his lack of morals and corruption, and he is corrupt, no question about it. He kind of has a winning disposition, and he is a deal maker in his own way. So the question is this going to end up harming conservatives, Republicans, MAGA, America First, however you want to deem the coalition? Are things going to move, not just in terms of who the next speaker is going to be, but in terms of the deals? Because there's a larger segment of people who are moderates than there are of these rebels who ousted McCarthy today. Are they going to cut a deal? It's not going to the sort of the doomsday scenario about them voting for Hakeem Jeffries. That's very, very, very unlikely. However, what is much more likely, I would say, is maybe more likely than any other potential scenario, is them cutting a deal with the Dems. Say, hey, you'll support whoever it is, Scalise or Emmer or one of these guys, and in exchange, we're going to drop the investigation, the impeachment investigation. We're going to drop or reduce the intensity of the investigation into Hunter Biden. We're going to sort of drop some of our border security stuff. We're going to drop some of our spending requests. That Gates said spending is one of his big issues. So again, it's the idea of is he and are people who are celebrating this? Because I don't care. I mean, I didn't like McCarthy in the first place, but are we the dog that caught the car who doesn't know what to do now that we caught the car? The other question is, and I mean it in a completely sincere way, is there any way that McCarthy's failures, and prior to that, Ryan, when we had that, does that some of the blame, should that some of the blame go to former President Trump? Former President Trump championed him as his guy. You could say maybe not. You say because of I'd like to hear the room's opinion on that, for lack of a better option. But the point is, he was his candidate. Ron McDaniel at the RNC is his candidate at this point. Again, maybe because he's kind of cut deals, but just want to hear your opinion on that. Is there some blame that should redound to President Trump's side of the ledger for that? So interested to hear your guys' thoughts, and I really appreciate the room. Thank you very much.
my quick answer to that is no, I don't think it accrues to Trump. You can make some claim related to certain people he endorsed, some others not. He's had positive effect on those he's endorsed, actually mostly positive, but there have been some that maybe he didn't help too much. But in terms of the speaker race, McCarthy was going to be the Speaker of the House if he wanted to run. And Trump was reaching out to people in January because he knew that if he was going to end up being president again, he'd want to have a good relationship with McCarthy. Whether that's a good or bad decision, I disagree with it, but that's what I think he was doing. But I don't think he didn't make the difference in Trump becoming Speaker, because the 20 folks that were moving against McCarthy were effective in what they did, and they didn't do anything until they got a deal from McCarthy. And so that was all between McCarthy and them. In terms of having the dog by the tail after this, or I can't remember the specific thing.
The dog who caught the car. You know, the dog who chased
the dog
the car.
who caught the car. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's quite like that. I know it seems that way, maybe, and one might initially come to that conclusion. But the real thing going on here is that McCarthy really failed as Speaker. Like, he really screwed it up, because he had a chance to meet the needs of that deal. He made the deal to begin with, by the way, and he just did not follow through. So I think I can tell you this: my back channel talk for months has been friends of mine sharing with me by text some GIF that shows the MTV logo, the music television logo, and where it said, "I want my MTV." That back channel talk has been happening for months. There's been a lot of frustration over what's going on, and
Well,
I think, yeah.
You have to be honest
Real
that
quick.
a California Republican is what you would consider to the right of the Democrat, still a Democrat. And after spending years in California and having to deal with the left-wing progressive cognitive dissonance and gaslighting, McCarthy thought, or maybe there was a bridge there for McCarthy, but he thought that those tactics were going to work. And that's not going to work with a conservative real base. I'm sorry.
Well, the basic problem, by the way, with Republican leadership over the last 20 years is that most of these people are coming from the coasts rather than from the middle of the country. Tom Emmer's from the middle of the country, but it's a Democrat state. Steve Scalise is truly from a conservative state, and he's an oddity. And but Kevin McCarthy's from California. I mean, you look back further, it was all California people or people from Democrat states. It's been crazy, and folks have not done enough about it. So, but anyway,
Do you think that there's I guess my question is, do you think that there's a risk? I think there is a very high risk that whoever the next speaker is going to have to cut a deal with the Dems, maybe to overcome some internal disunity, and then move things to the left big time on investigation.
It's not going to happen. Hold on. Yeah, it's not going to happen, guys, because anybody that does that is going to be absolutely undercut in every way. If you think that it was bad leading up to this, then that's horrible. And they know that too. So again, the names out there right now, seriously, are Emmer and Scalise, Scalise is apparently working it hard. Byron Donalds is out there. I haven't got any indication he's working it, but it's a name that's been out there. But it's really probably Scalise and Emmer kind of, toss it up. Emmer probably will be fine to be majority leader. And
by the way, global warming, and when somebody on the left loses their menstrual cycle, is not also Donald Trump's fault. Okay, not everything is Donald Trump's fault. Okay, solar flares, Mercury in retrograde. Enough of it.
I'll say this.
Well, by the way, Stealth, it's a fair question. We haven't overdone it here.
No, not you.
That's part of the
saying,
whole process. Yeah, I get it. It's a fair question, but that way we can evaluate it and talk about it. No, it's not Trump's fault what's going on right now. It's actually the Congress's fault. Anyway, I'm going to finish what I was saying and let someone else come in just to say, I think this was healthy. I think we're going to forget about this next year. I think you're probably going to have someone that I might still not like. That's a possibility, but is probably not going to be so stupid as Kevin McCarthy was just to blow off his deal. I don't think that's going to be very easy to do, because there are people intent upon, and I would agree with them doing it, doing the motion to vacate again. And then we're just right back at the same place. I
The
think
one
this was
thing for
healthy. I
sure,
think it's going to bring good change.
one last little quick point. The one thing for sure that I thought was the best point that Gates, in terms of his complaints that he made, was the individual spending bills. Like, it's so, I don't know when the last time, I know because I follow the congressional budgeting process, when the last time they actually passed individual spending bills, like, one for defense, one for agriculture, one for health, whatever it is, right? And they don't do that anymore. They just do these massive omnibus bills, and they leave Congress members, representatives or senators with the choice of either voting a whole bunch of good and bad things down, or voting, or down, or supporting it, and then it looks horrible. So I mean, that budgeting process for sure needs to get back to, like, yeah, let's vote for individual appropriations bills. That would make things so much better, both from a fiscal point of view and from a keeping track of what's actually in the bill's point of view.
Yeah, and it would make everybody happy, even if the outcome wasn't as they liked, because it would have been a normal process. That's the problem with these CRs, is people are shut out of the system. They want to be in the system. So real quick, the shortest term for a speaker was Theodore Pomeroy in 1869. It was a one-day speakership. This is why I didn't bring it up before, and I got reminded of it. But the reason it happened is Schuyler Colfax was being sworn in as vice president, and he was sworn in a day before his term as speaker started. So Pomeroy was made speaker by acclamation. He never really did anything as speaker. So but McCarthy's is technically Theodore Pomeroy, but truly of active speakers, Kevin McCarthy is the shortest. With that, I want to go to Sarah. She's had her hand up for a while. Sarah.
Hi, thanks. Has there ever been a speaker that wasn't a member of the House?
I don't believe so. I'm looking into that, and I haven't been able to figure it out, and I'm having to go one by one to do it. I don't believe so, but it might have happened. Something tells me it might have happened, but I'm not aware of it.
Because I really do feel like that, it's intriguing to me. I'm in Texas, and I know what's been happening here with the folks with the Ken Paxton trial and the money that's been coming in. And I know that there's a lot of back channel talk of it is a chess match, right? And I think that this is the perfect opportunity. And I really do think that it might be the dog catching the car here, because it's interesting to see if they actually do push for Trump, if they actually could get the numbers, and what that could mean just for the next few months in politics is really intriguing to me.
According to Wikipedia, although it does not have to be, every Speaker of the House has been a member of the House.
Yeah, that's what I found so far as well. But I thought there was a time, but this is where I got confused. I thought Schuyler Colfax may have been that, and that he wasn't a member, but it was this incident where he became vice president for a while. Next, and by the way, we're going to rotate people around because there are a lot of people that want to come up and speak.
Hey Jim, Nick, yeah. I got a slide, but okay, man. Keep up the good work, man. Take care. Bye.
Hey, and stay in touch. We haven't talked for a while, buddy.
Yeah, let's catch up.
All right, take care. Okay, let's go to Steak. Go ahead. You're muted. There you go. Go ahead.
If you were going to start looking at speakers of the House outside of Congress, who do you think would be the best people to get into that nomination process? I know people have floated Lee Zeldin's name out there before.
Actually, yeah, that's an audience question that we keep getting. I was just about to ask that. So, by the way, guys, bottom right-hand corner, ask the audience questions. You can actually ask Isabella, who's up here on stage now. She likes to answer questions. So, bottom right-hand corner, ask Laura too. Laura Loomer loves answering questions.
Hi, Laura.
Yeah, I've had a little back channel conversation with some folks. The people the one person that comes to my mind is Justin Amash, because I think I said this earlier. I think he's very capable, skilled. He's a never Trumper. He is a friend. I consider him a friend. I talk to him from time to time, and I really like the guy, even though I'm a Trump supporter. But he's also very smart and capable, organized, thoughtful. I think he'd actually make a really good speaker. But I was sharing with some of my friends tonight, put his name in as a third possibility. And they said, well, what about Huelskamp, which is my former boss, Tim Huelskamp? I think he'd be great, but there's no way he'd do it. But in terms of people who you could rationally consider as an option, Justin does come in mind. Tim would never do it, by the way. Tim Huelskamp never would go do that. But that's really the only one that I can rationally think. By the way, I'd be fine if Donald Trump did it. I don't think anyone would want to do it. I frankly think he'd do a darn good job too. I think it'd be very interesting having someone like that doing it. I would not be opposed to it at all. So that might clean things up a bit. He could just do it for the next year and a half or a year and a couple months and probably get a whole lot done, if you ask me. So that would be kind of fun. Let's go to Piotr.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. No, just going to bounce tonight, but thanks very much for the space. I just wanted to reiterate a couple of things. For me, when I'm on these spaces, it's not because I'm trying to pretend like I have a greater knowledge of the domestic political scene. It's more because I just like to add the foreign perspective and just remind that as much as these issues are going to affect you internally.
But I have to ask, okay, because this has been an audience question here, okay? All right. Why
Looking forward to
should
this.
we give two fucks about your fucking foreign opinion? I'm that's a quote actually, so I'm not just, adding in profanities. That's the quote. So
I appreciate that, Nick. Would you ask that to anybody else but me?
Yes,
we aren't foreign.
There are some Canadians, but
I think he's
America's
doing it because he knows you can take it.
Although I've been accused of being Russian many times, I was just added to a Russian list
most of us
just moments ago.
conservatives here are
Yes,
getting
I'm
accused of being
allegedly
Russian all the time.
I'm allegedly Mossad and CIA simultaneously.
the
Guys,
governor of Hawaii called me a Russian bot. So yeah, that's good. It's very very interesting stuff. But Piotr, I'm sorry, I have to ask that very blunt question.
I appreciate it, Nick, and that's why I spent the best part of 4 hours in here, just on and off listening and participating. I think it is because America still has a role in the world, which you guys, we like to think of America as an important role in the world, and America can be autarkic. It can be like North Korea. It can become a closed economy. It can become isolated. But I don't think isolationism is the best approach for this country. I don't think it's the best approach for any country. Protectionism, yeah, I can get behind that. If you have certain industries that you want to protect for whatever reason, yeah, I agree with that. And equally, I've worked in demography. I am a specialist in migration. I completely understand and frankly, increasingly agree with the desire to want to control the migration flows that are happening on the southern border, 100%. But I don't think that it should ever be overlooked when the kind of things that you're experiencing tonight, the infighting, the political paralysis, and how that plays into the hands of your opponents. It's not so much that it's not so much that you have to worry about providing support to other countries. It's just more you need to be aware of the threat that it poses to your interests as a state, as a country, as a people, because countries, whether you like it or not, will take advantage of what they see here. The Russians, the Chinese, the North Koreans, the Iranians, and I'm not calling all of those people, I'm just talking about the governments, will look at this situation tonight and be like, they're rubbing their hands gleefully and they're thinking, yes, this is what we want to see. It's the collapse of the West.
Okay, I'm not trying to cut you off, but I need to say something.
Go ahead.
What plays into their hand more? What plays into their hand more? Sitting here with these puppets who are literally controlled opposition and allowing them to pretend they're running the show? What plays into their hands more? I want to know or doing this. Because in my opinion, this doesn't play into their hands at all. This was completely unexpected, is unprecedented, and well, it's needed. So I think this whole fear tactic of if you guys do anything like this, you're playing into the enemy's hands. I think it's completely 100% incorrect.
Yeah, I don't agree with that as an internationalist, as someone who looks beyond the borders of their domestic state. That's not how the international system works.
I do. I do. But I don't care as much as I care about home right now. And what's most important is putting home first. And maybe
Tara,
other places should try to do the same.
Your home doesn't exist in a vacuum, is what I'm saying.
Especially before meddling in other countries, we need to get our own selves,
100%.
in order.
Yeah, Tara, I'm not disagreeing with you on that point, but all I'm trying to say is that everything that happens tonight, it's not going to happen in isolation. There are shit shows happening around the world with Chinese interference, Russian interference, whether or not you agree with them or whatever, but All I'm saying is
Exactly.
you need to
You guys
clean
are
up your own
being run by
mess.
puppets who are being run by the CCP. Like, let's be honest. So what's better? That we
I
actually take a
wouldn't. No,
stand
I
and
would
remove
disagree.
these people? That we actually take a stand and remove these people, or we keep parading them around like they're our saviors?
I think it's really important though, because like we're trying to put America first, and we really honestly, like our own country's in such power right now. You really just don't need, any of this, you know.
Yeah, but Chief, just to Tara's point, and I'm going to bounce. Tara, I understand what you're
You've been
saying,
saying
but
you're going to bounce for about an hour now, and you're still mumbling on. Like,
Yeah, dude, it's
let's
got to
be
be
honest.
fucking 3 o'clock in the morning over there.
it's
4
two.
o'clock? I don't know.
It's two. No, it's hey, no. Tara challenges me, so I want to respond. That's all. So what I'm saying
Tara.
is that Tara, all right. All I'm saying is that all I'm saying is that I don't disagree with you, but I think it's a stretch to claim that any one of a political opposition is owned by the foreign entity. That's all. But I understand where you're coming from. Anyway, have a good night, guys. Ciao.
Thanks, Peter.
Okay, well, luckily, even though, guys, listen, you don't have to announce your departure, okay? All right? We have 53 requests. There are a lot more arrivals than departures, people. Come on, guys. So, just letting you know, because we're going to be going for a while, because we have Congress people that are going to come up here, probably some that have been, look, Jim has been on Capitol Hill for, a long time, right? He kind of knows how this stuff goes. When things get rough on Capitol Hill, the booze comes out, okay? And when the booze comes out, these congressmen have some really fucking cool things to say. So, that's what we're hoping for tonight.
Nick, I think Congressman Troy Nels, who put up the thing about wanting Trump as speaker, he's going to be joining soon.
He's going to be joining, thanks to Tara. Tara.
Oh, you sound so British.
So guys, yeah, definitely stick around for that. Congressman Troy Nels, he will be joining here whenever he's done. I don't know, probably getting yelled at by the caucus. So we'll have a good opinion there. But let's see. In the meantime, David, I don't want to call you Polak.
It's Pollock.
Okay, good. All right, good. I'm just making sure. I got Tara wrong, so we'll get Pollock.
So
we'll get
proper.
But
It's either his last name or an ethnic slur, one or the other.
Right. Well, it could be either one. We don't really know.
One or the other. Either way, I appreciate the mic. You can mispronounce my name all you want. You let me up on your stage, so call me what you want.
Absolutely. But, guys, I got to remind you, besides the bottom right-hand corner and your questions and your comments and your racial slurs or whatever you want to put down there, I just want to let you know, if you want to come up on stage, because we do have 54 requests now, 54 requests, and we'll try to bring up as many people as possible. We're going to bring up the everyday Joe or whatever, but you have to message me or something first. I have to know who you are, because if I bring you up on stage and you decide you're going to drop the N-word, then we've got a problem. So, I have to make sure that you're a reasonable human being before you come up here and call Jim or Isabella or somebody else some sort of slur. So,
Hey, Trump
please make
made a
sure you do
statement,
that.
Nick. Trump.
Trump
we
made
got
an
a
official
statement here from Donald Trump.
Are we sure that this is real? Because I've heard
No, it's
both
real.
things.
It's absolutely real.
Okay.
It's from on his thing. He said this: Kevin McCarthy, who did a very poor job as Speaker of the House, has just been removed. He was a worse speaker than Paul Ryan, if you can believe it. The fake news media is claiming that I endorsed him as Speaker, but that never happened. Now it's up to Republicans to choose a fighter and patriot, not another swamp creature. Speaker Anna Paula Luna? That's Anna Paulina
Where are
Luna?
you seeing that? I'm
Question
on
mark.
his True Social.
Crazier things have happened.
Hold on. I'm on his True Social right now. There's nothing on there that says that. Where are you seeing that?
That's what I mean. That's
like
what
you
I mean.
guys
I
are
kept hearing
feeding fake stuff. He doesn't post stuff unless it's on Truth. That's not real.
Well, I can take a look at that. This
That's
did
why
come
I
out.
asked
That's
that
why we
question.
said, is it
because
real or not? It's on his Truth.
I didn't have any reason to believe that was real. That's why I asked that.
Exactly.
So.
All great. I think I said that, but maybe I didn't clearly. But anyway, good. There we go.
Yeah, so good, because that would have been a bombshell, but it will be interesting because I am expecting some sort of Trump is going to make a comment to this at some point. I don't know if they're crafting something. I don't know what the thing is, because we do know. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Laura. Did Trump not originally? And he's free to change his mind, right? Absolutely free to change his mind. But did Trump at some point endorse Kevin McCarthy for Speaker?
Yeah, he did. He endorsed him in January, right? Like right before January. So I believe the end of December, beginning of January, when they were doing the votes for Speaker. So yeah, I'm a diehard Trump supporter, but I think that one of the biggest mistakes Trump ever made was endorsing Kevin McCarthy, and I've been very vocal about that. I can love President
Yeah, that
Trump
was a
and
bad
also
one.
at the same time like criticize things that I don't agree with, and I also think that his support of Marjorie Taylor Greene is a big mishap. I think it's terrible that she's the one who set him up at Mar-a-Lago. Her campaign money was used to pay for the Yay 24 domain the same day that Trump had dinner with Kanye West and Nick Fuentes. Okay, so she set him up. You can go look at the FEC records and see it yourself. And yet she goes around and pretends like she's so pro-Trump and takes her selfies and goes to the rallies, but gets on her knees for McCarthy, who hasn't endorsed President Trump for reelection. I mean, it's just sickening. It really is sickening. And I love President Trump to death. You know me. I mean, I'm probably his biggest supporter, but at the same time, I mean, some of these endorsements are just so bad. Kevin McCarthy, Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't know. Look, even Byron Donalds and Jim Jordan today showed their true colors. A vote for Kevin McCarthy is a vote for weaponized government. Kevin McCarthy he didn't even support a government shutdown. Why would you not support a government shutdown? Do you want these law enforcement agencies? Do you want the DOJ to continue to be funded so that President Trump is attacked with our taxpayer money in an election year? Is that what you want? Because that's what you're supporting when you support Kevin McCarthy. Why would we reward somebody like Byron Donalds with the speakership after he didn't have enough courage today to vote against McCarthy and then was too cowardly to show up to vote the other day and said, oops, sorry, I guess I forgot to vote? Like, how do you forget to vote when you're a member of Congress? Someone explain this to me, please.
The issue is, and kudos to you for admitting his personnel failures, but the issue is that there will always be, at least in this House, there will always be a significant majority to fund those investigations because there's a large minority of Republicans who will continue to vote for funding it, and obviously unanimously on the Democratic side. So you could have any Speaker of the House you wanted. You could have Speaker Laura Loomer. You'll still have 30, 40, 50 Republicans vote with the Democrats to continue funding the investigations because they look for them, either because they hate Donald Trump on a personal level or because they look at it in some sort of idealistic way as the rule of law. We must let the investigations go forward. Whatever their justification is. So that will occur. So there's no way to shut
I
that
understand
down.
that, but I
Yeah.
guess what I'm trying to say is that, we saw the shit coming a mile away 10 months ago, okay? And every single time, the same thing happens. People show us who they are. We have the evidence. We already knew that Kevin McCarthy was Ukraine first when he wore his little Ukraine flag on the floor of the House. That was in the ad that I ran on national TV ahead of the speaker vote. We already knew this stuff. And the same things that people are now criticizing McCarthy for are the things that we were arguing for the reason why he shouldn't be speaker. So my point is that just like we were hard on McCarthy today, where's the accountability for everybody? Everybody who voted for McCarthy today needs to be named, shamed, and blamed. And they need to be made to feel the heat as well so that they're not Speaker of the House, because what are we going to do another 10 months from now? By then, it's going to be too late. We're going to be in an election year. President Trump can't afford to have a speaker that's just going to be weak, who wants to go along to get along. So personally, I like to say that too many of these members of Congress want to be in what I like to call the Congressional Celebrity Caucus. They're more focused on being celebrities. They get to Washington, people tell them how great they are, and they tend to think that they are great when, I hate to say it, none of them are that impressive. I don't really like any member of Congress. I mean, there's some of them that I like occasionally, but every single time I think I like somebody, they disappoint me. So we need somebody who doesn't want to be Speaker of the House. I think it's a major red flag when somebody says that they want to be Speaker of the House, because that's when you know that they have self-serving interests and they're not actually doing this for the right reasons. We need somebody who has a proven track record voting for America first, somebody who's anti-establishment, somebody who's focused on election integrity as we head into this election season, somebody who also understands the severity and the urgency of cutting off funding for these agencies so that we can combat weaponized government. And the list of qualified members of Congress who meet all those criteria is quite small. But we need a sense of urgency, and I'm sickened to see the betrayal from people who are often called President Trump's strongest allies. It made my stomach turn today watching Jim Jordan, Marjorie Trader Green, Byron Donalds, Lauren Boebert. I mean, not that Chip Roy has ever been, pro-Trump, he's pro-DeSantis, but, all these people that are constantly like made out to be conservative heroes, these people are not conservative heroes. Okay. Every single person today, I'll just add this before somebody else talks, who supports Ron DeSantis, who endorsed Ron DeSantis for president, supported McCarthy today. And that tells you everything that you need to know, because they view a speakership through Kevin McCarthy as a way to undermine President Trump through the continuation of a funded weaponized government.
No, but as you said, I mean, Donald Trump, 95% of the caucus supported him, right? Which includes many, many people who are explicitly pro-Trump and have never supported DeSantis. So the issue with naming, shaming, and blaming them is that they will be able to prevent that by running effective ads saying, "I just supported the guy President Trump supported." So you can't. It ultimately comes down to that, to the leader of the
No,
party,
I
still
think
the leader
I
of the
don't
party.
agree. I think that everybody needs to name and shame and blame all these people today. Who it weakens our our commitment to MAGA and America First when you have people who are falsely presenting themselves as America First candidates, then supporting Kevin McCarthy. And this is why the Republican Party has become such a joke. So I think that everybody who supported Kevin McCarthy needs to get the scorched earth treatment today.
No, I guess all I'm saying is that it wouldn't be effective because, as you yourself said, President Trump supported Kevin McCarthy. So they'll say, okay, I did what President Trump did. How are you going to
I'm
make
talking
them
about
politically pay for
today.
that?
I recognize the fact that President Trump supported McCarthy, which I said was a blunder in my opinion. But we had the speaker vote, and now what we had is a concession, okay, and 9 months of delay on these concessions being violated continuously over and over and over again. And now we finally have a motion to vacate. So people had an opportunity today to course correct the mistake of supporting Kevin McCarthy, and the people that didn't take advantage of that opportunity should be held accountable aggressively.
Just one last thing. But even today, Donald Trump was at best neutral and arguably slightly, depending
He
on
was
how you want to
neutral. He
interpret
was
his tone.
neutral. He didn't say anything, though. He
Yeah,
technically didn't say
right.
anything. He just said, "Why do Republicans always fight?" Which could always be it could also just be a way to instigate a response to a rhetorical question. Because as Matt Gaetz said today on the floor of the House, Kevin McCarthy is chaos, and chaos is somebody whose words you can't take. So I think that most of the answers to President Trump's question today publicly were, "Oh, well, they're in chaos and they can't get along because everybody hates Kevin McCarthy." So no one's going to get along if you have somebody like Kevin McCarthy that nobody likes. So I wouldn't say that President Trump was really taking a position through his post on True Social today. Marjorie Taylor Greene tried to twist it like she always does, right, to benefit her position. But that was not a post in support of McCarthy or against McCarthy. It was like, oh, well, why can't Republicans, get along? And the answer is Kevin McCarthy.
Laura, the word was McCarthy was doing backdoor deals with Biden regarding Ukraine, all sorts of different deals, then coming out to the Republicans and saying something completely differently, consistently over and over and over again. That's treasonous as much as the general was, having backdoor channels with China and saying, "Don't worry, I'll take care of you," even though Trump's our president. It's treason. It's literally treason, and that's what McCarthy was doing, and that's why he's out, is because you can't go and do backdoor deals, 3 or 4 different ones. Right. And it doesn't catch up
Well,
to
yeah,
you.
I understand that. Like, what I'm saying, though, is that we already knew that he was pro-Ukraine and doing this stuff beforehand, right? So, I mean, I just reposted all the posts I made back in January and December. And what I'm saying is that people already knew that he was doing these things with Ukraine 10 months ago. So my point is that, yeah, we can give praise to people today that supported, the ousting of Kevin McCarthy, but it's a shame that we've wasted 10 months and we have allowed for McCarthy to hijack and obstruct MAGA victories in Congress. And I think that he hasn't been as forceful as he could be in supporting President Trump amid weaponized government when we already knew all of this. So now maybe some people's eyes have been opened a little bit more, but 10 months ago, we still knew that Kevin McCarthy was making backdoor deals to support Ukraine. I mean, I think it's treason for anybody who's an elected official to be wearing the flag of another nation on the floor of the House. I don't give a shit if it's an Israeli flag, a Ukraine flag. The only flag you should be wearing is the American flag if you're a lawmaker.
And with that, let's kind of move around the room a little bit here. I think we've gotten a really good discussion on that.
We're
Let's
waiting on
go.
several Congress people. Just remind everybody, we're waiting on several Congress people here.
Yeah. We got that too.
We've been here for 8 hours now. Just letting you know, 8 hours, and we have no sign of stopping. Jim said he's going to be up all night long running this. I'm just kidding. It'll be me.
Yeah, I definitely did not.
It'll definitely be me.
but let's let
I have
David
a
Pollack.
feeling. I have a feeling these the aides of these Congress people are begging them not to come on and get themselves in trouble.
Oh, I know, but we always circumvent the aides. Ooh, I don't know. I don't like that comment. Never mind. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I have talked to some who just don't want to yet. I think they're still trying to process it, but whatever. But anyway, so David Pollack, you were about to talk, or did you talk earlier?
No, I thought I was just here to get my name mispronounced and to listen.
What about Marjorie?
Go ahead, my friend.
Honestly, like, what about Marjorie, right? Like, don't you guys think it's funny, just to say this too, speaking of congressional reps, like, she talks so much. This lady doesn't ever shut her mouth. She always has an opinion on everything. And yet, where is she? I mean, she hasn't tweeted, right? Where is she to issue her statement now that her best buddy, Kevin McCarthy, has been removed as Speaker of the House, which substantially reduces her power? Because let's be honest, like, the lady was considered an absolute joke. I mean, she sounds like a hick, behaves like a hick. I don't think that she's ever actually moved anything in support of the MAGA
Laura, what is wrong with Hicks?
No, I'm just saying, like, she's not a representative for. She doesn't make our side look good, really. I mean, this is a woman who spewed QAnon nonsense to get elected to Congress, okay? And she accused Jewish people of using space lasers to control the world. And then Kevin McCarthy utilized her to become Speaker of the House. And what does she do? I mean, honestly, what is she doing aside from obstructing?
She's doing her CrossFit. She's doing her CrossFit and her crazy pull
and
jerks that she posts.
I just think that we need to hold her accountable. That's all, because she is one of the main people that needs to bear the brunt of the responsibility for Kevin McCarthy, the disaster of the McCarthy speakership. He never would have become Speaker of the House if it wasn't for Marjorie Taylor Greene. Okay, to Matt Gaetz' credit, he was consistent for 15 votes in January when he voted against Kevin McCarthy. And it was Marjorie Taylor Greene that was trying to whip up support. And McCarthy himself admitted that he wouldn't have become Speaker if it wasn't for her. So when do we hold these people accountable? Do we primary them? Like, what do we do to make sure that we don't allow for obstructionists and people who are more focused on being celebrities in Congress to hijack our political discourse in this country? What do we do?
Where did their
hold on, everybody. Hold on, everybody. Okay, with that, I think we got that out there, and we'll talk about it a little bit more. But I want to go to David Pollack. I want to move around to the hands. David, go ahead. We'll get to everyone else too.
Are you sure? Look,
totally positive.
No, listen, Laura can interrupt me anytime she wants. She always has incredible things to say. She's always fire. I really do appreciate the space, Nick and Tara and Jim, and it's great talking to you all and everybody else in here. So to Laura's point, when do we hold these people accountable? I think Matt Gaetz just did today. And that's what's so awesome about today. I know how, there's a lot of people complaining, people like Newt Gingrich, which just shocks me that he's still sitting here like, oh, they should expel Matt Gaetz. Really, the one guy who had the courage to stand up and kick this guy out, who, like Laura said, has done nothing in 10 months. All he's given us is a bunch of bills that are sitting in Senate dying. He's given us no debt ceiling. Instead of a debt ceiling deal, he's eliminated a debt ceiling. Basically a blank check for the Democrats to spend whatever they want, bypassing the issue until Biden's not president anymore. And then when he finally has an opportunity to do something on the CR, what does he do? Again, he negotiates with Democrats. And you know what the Democrats did for him? Stabbed him right in the back. 100% of the Democrats voted his ass out. So what does that tell the next Republican Speaker of the House? Don't do deals with Democrats, because they are 100% united against Republicans. And until Republicans figure it out that we need to be 100% united against Democrats, we're never going to win. I don't know why it always is that Republicans feel like in order to get anything done, we have to be bipartisan and compromise with Democrats. They don't compromise with us. So you know what we need to do? Take our 6-seat majority, or however many majority we have right now, and we need to be the toughest we've ever been for the next 2 years, because we're not promised another majority, especially if we keep acting like this. So at the end of the day, we really need to take advantage of the slim majority. We need to push these 12 appropriation bills, put it on the Senate's lap, because you know what? When they shut down the government, it's the Democrat government shutdown, not the Republican government shutdown. We sent them the appropriations bills. And when Joe Biden doesn't sign it, it's Joe Biden's government shutdown, because polling shows that Americans will blame them, the Democrats, for the government shutdown, not Republicans. So Kevin McCarthy is directly responsible for losing his seat because he refused to work with Republicans and instead would rather work with Democrats. I mean, look at this. He's angrier. The Republicans are angrier with Matt Gaetz than they are with Hakeem Jeffries, who led 100% of his party to kick Kevin McCarthy out. And this is what we're dealing with. Republicans would rather make deals with Democrats than do anything that would potentially help Trump or anybody that supports him. This is how we change it, Laura. What we do is we keep sending leaders to Washington, D.C. Even if it's one at a time, people like Matt Gaetz who are willing to stand up to the Uniparty and tell them, you know what? The American people are more important than your PACs and your little clubs and your steak dinners at the Capitol Hill Club, because that's what they work for. They work for themselves. They don't work
I
for us.
agree.
And Matt Gaetz has the courage to actually do something about it.
But what I'm saying though too is that I agree, and maybe it's because I have my own personal perspective running for Congress and seeing these people, when the cameras aren't on, but a lot of the people who they have protected, and David, you know this from my own congressional race in District 11, are people who took PAC money, are people who took lobbyist money, and people who then voted to support Kevin McCarthy. So my point is yeah, it's great. Like today was a great win. It's great to see everything happening, but some of these people haven't always, in my opinion, been 100% true to the principles that they're now preaching. And
you're 100% correct,
so
Laura, and
it's
you're
just very
exactly right.
frustrating for me to see, because then people say, well, you're being too mean, you're being too aggressive, and you give examples and people just don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear the truth. They don't want to hear the factual information, the receipts, because it makes them feel uncomfortable. So
you're right. And that's the thing. You saw it in your race. And this is what Kevin McCarthy, and this is why people are afraid of him. This is why 200 members voted for him, even though he's done nothing for them, is because, and this is what always happens, leadership controls all the power. They control the committee assignments. They control the offices. They control everything. And if they don't get in behind you, and they rarely get behind people that are in close races, they only get behind people that they think could win. And then people don't want to upset leadership. They go to Washington, D.C., and they serve what Jim knows this. They go to Washington, D.C., and they serve Washington, D.C. They rarely serve their constituents. I mean, there are exceptions, don't get me wrong. But the ouster of Kevin McCarthy, I hope, is the first step of Republicans actually doing something for their... I mean, maybe I'm being optimistic, but I'm hoping we get another speaker in there that's actually going to do what the American people are expecting.
I agree. Well, I have to go. I can log on later again, too. I have to go to a meeting, so I will.
Well, we'll be here later. Fucking Laura at 9:30.
Oh, I'm in California right now. I've been. I've been plotting and scheming in California, so I have to go to a meeting.
Laura, I sent your assistant some of that info, and there's more coming.
Oh, awesome! Yeah, she mentioned to me that you sent some information over. But yeah, I've been in California this last week, meeting with some people, making some moves ahead of 2024, because I really do think California is going to be ground zero for where the Democrats try to, and we saw it was where the rhinos were trying to basically steal the nomination from President Trump until I caught them red-handed. So I'm actually going back to Florida tomorrow, but I've had to stay here and go to some meetings, and I have another one right now. So I will touch bases.
We'll still be here, so we'll see you back here in a bit. It's good. Great. And I'd like to have you talk to some of the Congress people that are coming later. If you're around.
Yeah, I'm sure they'd love to talk to me. Yeah, sounds good.
Well, that's the best part. So, but
I will. It's their lucky night.
But anyway,
it's their lucky night. So all those congressmen and those aides who are listening, if you want your people on, have them come on now while I'm going
to. Yeah. All right. Thanks, Laura. See you in a bit. Guys, I'm sorry, not guys. I got yelled at for saying guys the other day, so I'm going to say guys again. Actually, guys in the audience, which means male and female. Because apparently there's no line nowadays. Bottom right-hand corner, I'm going to go through questions here because I'm going to call it a hand. I'm going to go through questions. I'm going to figure out what the best ones are. And honestly, if you have questions for any of the Congress people that are coming up, like Congressman Troy Nehls, we're in contact with the Geotz team, which that's the most ideal situation. But apparently, we're not quite as good as Fox News yet. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there.
Hey,
But
Nick, just keep
yep,
a lookout. I invited Bridget Gabriel and I reached out to Byron Donald's press team. So if either of those two
good.
pop up, and then RF Kennedy's team as well for a comment for your space, okay?
Hell yeah. Hopefully they'll message me and I'll see them because, guys, we have 68 requests. So if you are requesting to come up, please message me so I know who the hell you are. But
Stealth, just
anyway,
make sure it's not the parody press account because there's a lot of those.
this
There.
has been a problem, guys. Because I see rep something down there and they're requesting, and I'm like, holy shit, and they're like, no, oops, nope, not exactly who I thought it was.
So that wasn't Marjorie Taylor Greene we had up, the real one before?
I thought it was at first.
Quite. Not quite. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. So guys, I'm going to go ahead and go around to hands while I go through the audience questions here. And if you have questions for the Congress people that are coming up, put them there as well because I'm going to be noting them down. But in the meantime, we'll go to hands. We'll go to Freemason. This is the first time you've been up on at least my stage, and you had your hand up for a while. So welcome in. Give us your thoughts.
Hey, what's going on? First of all, I want to shout out American Mission and my manager and partner, Dustin Stockton. What's up, Phenom? See you in the stage with us. I'm partial to the Trump family. I owe my career to Donald Trump Jr. in a freak encounter, actually. But I got to tell you, when I look at these politicians, I think that they're all for self. I think they get to D.C., and what ends up happening is, they realize that things are just not going to go that maybe the constituency back home wants them to. And you have a guy like Geotz here that on face value maybe looks like he's there as a warrior for us. But the truth is he's probably self-centered as well. And I was wondering, Nick, what your thoughts are on that.
I think Nick's going through comments right now.
That's literally exactly what I'm doing, which is why I couldn't unmute right away. And I also didn't hear your question because I'm literally going through audience questions real quick. So if you want to answer your question again real quick. I'm sorry.
Basically, what I'm saying is that a lot of these politicians, they get into office, they get to D.C., and, right away they realize that it's a much bigger scope than what they might have thought, and that basically they're all for self. And although a guy like Geotz might appear to be for the constituency and helping us, in actuality, maybe he's really for self, and we just don't see it yet. At the end of the day, this whole debt ceiling thing, it happens with every presidency. So that's nothing new. Until we solve the debt, I don't see that going away. So I was wondering, do you think that a guy like Geotz could be, wearing a velvet glove with an iron fist inside of it?
Honestly, no, I mean, look, I've been thinking over the past, especially 24 hours, since Geotz, actually put this motion forward, the motion to vacate, that this is a really ballsy move on his part. It really is because of the amount of hatred, the amount of, like, some of these people on the floor. This is a vile business. It's a very dangerous business, honestly. I mean, with him putting his neck out there like that, there are 435 members of Congress, or of the House of Representatives. Okay, he is one person. He is the only person that had the balls to go forward with this. Anybody could have done it. Okay? He's the one that decided to do it. And a lot of people wouldn't. The amount of the media attacks, the attacks from your own caucus, your friends that are coming out and attacking you, your quote unquote friends. I don't think this is just a move to further Geotz' own political ambitions, because to be honest with you, he's been getting attacked for not doing this sooner. He had the opportunity to do this sooner. He would have gotten just as much media attention, if not more. But it got to the point where it looks like the people were starting to get pissed off. They were starting to get tired of the fact that McCarthy, he broke another promise, and made that backroom deal with Joe Biden and the Biden administration over the Ukraine funding. Okay? He promise after promise after promise after promise. He should have held the line. Okay, McCarthy should have held the line, and there's no reason that we can't hold 2022 budget numbers. Okay, that was one of the promises that McCarthy made before, in order to convince Gaetz and the Freedom Caucus to actually vote for him for Speaker back in January. Okay, he didn't even try. Honestly, he didn't even try. The guy didn't even try. So I think Gaetz gave him a lot of leeway. He gave him a lot of slack in the rope, and now it's time to reel the guy in. Okay, I think this was the time to do it. Some people say that he should have done it, that Gaetz should have done it earlier. But at this point, he gave McCarthy all that he could do. He threatened to do this last week. He warned McCarthy that he was going to do this if McCarthy settled and made a deal with the Democrats. And McCarthy did that and more. So, no, I do not think that this is just a big PR move for Matt Gaetz. That is my opinion.
So if I could just follow up there. So in strategic thinking, right, what's the end goal? Right? If you really think about it, the debt ceiling is going to come back up. We could have a temporary speaker for upwards north of 6 months, and they're going to concede. They're still going to fight in Ukraine, no matter what we say or want. And just look no further than Reagan with CIA-funded drug wars in the 80s and the Contras. So no matter what, that's going to happen regardless. And I would just hearken to say that I think that there's a much bigger theatric going on here. That's all.
I'll say this real quick.
Are you arguing on behalf of McCarthy at this point?
I think he was asking you, Freemason, if you were arguing.
I'm sorry, my front door has decided to go fucking crazy. So, but yeah. So
I think his mic's muted though. His mic's still muted.
Freemason, your mic is muted.
So what Freemason was echoing is what I said in Dustin's space, where there's a lot going on right now that the Biden administration is covering up and wants you to avoid completely. And his concern is that this is going on to avoid what's really going on. And that's something that I brought up historically before. And we could go through a list of highly concerning things that are going on. And this is really theatrics, which is what we call another psyop, right? That occurs on Twitter Spaces. It's occurring in office. And the Bidens are running away with a lot of things that they're up to. And this may be a cover up for them as well by causing this chaos. So
before you put on the tinfoil hat, Stealth, I think there's a much simpler solution. And I joke with Stealth. I love Stealth. And I always joke because she always has the crazy conspiracy theories that make us all think. The
that
thing
are
is,
always fucking right. That's that's the
well,
problem.
I'm just saying there might be a simpler solution. You saw what Matt Gaetz posted yesterday, right? A state Senate campaign poster from his father. And there is a suspicion that Marco Rubio is in his last term in the Senate. And there has been conversations coming out of Tallahassee where Matt Gaetz was at a party, and there was some suggestion that he might be running for governor. So there's a lot of people thinking that Matt Gaetz is planning for his next step, and whether it be the U.S. Senate or the Florida governor's mansion. I think what he's trying to do is make himself as high profile as possible leading into the next election season. And so I really think that's the play here. I mean, I do think Gaetz is standing up for his principles. He's always been that guy. But I do think he's making sure that people are paying attention to him while he's on the stage. And I think that's his sort of, I mean, it wasn't an accident that he posted the dad's Senate poster, on his Twitter feed. He was doing that for a reason. So I think he's planning for the future. That's my theory on
David,
that.
I have to agree with you because, the point of it being his principles, but he is getting the notoriety. I mean, that's always, I think you always have to be cognizant that even people you like do things that you may not fully understand. And I've definitely been hearing that he's thinking about running for governor too. So I think that's a good analysis, David. I think you're right on target.
I'll say
and there's nothing, bad about that. I mean, there's two ways to get ahead in life. One by screwing people over and one by doing what's best so you garner a lot of support. I mean, if he was really in this to self-enrich completely, he could absolutely be taking special interest money. It's not that hard to do in Florida, considering where they are geographically. There's plenty of interest that will go after politicians on every level in Florida. So also
Yeah, I
earlier
was going to
today,
say phenomenology. I was going to say on top of that, and by the way, one of the real problems on the right is that people are not willing to get into the political fight. They somehow think that because politics is, kind of smarmy or whatever, that they don't want to, they don't want to be part of that system. No, you have to do politics when you're in politics, and you need to learn how to do it well. So that I've always followed that dictum in everything that I've done, and I think you're absolutely right, phenomenology.
and there was
It's
nothing
a,
in what they asked from
Hold on.
McCarthy. There was nothing in there that was like hijinks. I mean, this single issue spending bills, a balanced budget, and being able to make amendments on the floor. That doesn't mean only Republicans or only MAGA Republicans could make amendments on the floor. That means everyone. It brings the body back to actually functioning in a way that it was supposed to. And so when someone, I think somebody earlier called it like that, I don't know, just something negative about it, like it was these, um, defectors or something. Well, good, defect from the regime. The real reason why they don't want this is because if we don't have single issue spending bills, then they can easier put whatever they want and just hide it through like on Christmas Eve, like they do year after year after year. And they don't want that to happen with Ukraine. That's absolutely what this is about. It's about being able to put funding Ukraine, funding their politicians, rebuilding their schools, sending Randy Weingartner there. That is all of what this is about. And then the people that are never Trumpers or Ron DeSantis or whatever, the reason why they're so angry about it is because the person that brought it forth, it happens to be pro-Trump. And it just further shows the strength of the America First movement. And it shows it to the entire world. And it also takes some of the taboo off of it. Listen to Tucker Carlson. He's had 2 episodes now where he specifically talked, one with Ken Paxton and one just yesterday, about mail-in voting. And before, you couldn't get anybody that was that notorious in journalism to talk about what's actually happening in election fraud. So this is a brilliant thing to do, and people now understand like who is for America First. The people that voted to support McCarthy are not putting America's first interest. There's zero reason to not want a balanced budget and single issue bills. There's no good reason.
I'll say this real quick because there have been people talking about, well, if is Gates really the guy? Is he doing it for his own self interest and all that? Like DC, you know what DC is? It's a very bad town with lots of interest and hooks and things like that. Gates could have, as you said before, taken the money and just done his own little thing and song and dance and got a good payout just to go and be a Ukraine propagandist in the House, just like McCarthy was. He could have done a lot of those types of things. And I try to avoid going into whether someone is gonna, backstab us a year or two, down the line or whatever. Gates is something very good here. He opposed McCarthy. He stood for his convictions. He gave a ultimatum to the speaker to do these things, to do the J6 tapes, which have not been released yet, to do distinguished spending bills, which he didn't do. All the Ukraine cycles have been going on for a long time. That's a problem. This is not personal beef, despite what McCarthy would say. So we should be commending Gates for doing that and for standing up for all of us, the millions of people who have been frustrated by the lack of leadership within the GOP, within our House. And this is an issue with the Senate as well. It's not a one body issue, to be quite clear about it. But Gates is something very good here. And if he runs for Senate, if he runs for governorship, of course, I'll be supporting that. He's done a great job here. And if he makes a bad move in the future, we'll call him out for what that is. But we gotta keep holding everybody's feet to the fire, including people like Gates, make sure they stick with their word and fight for us. That's what we have to do in these days, unfortunately, because people just don't care about their representatives or their constituents anymore. So it's up to us to keep holding their feet to the fire, call them out for all this stuff, and make sure that they fight for our interests, not for Ukraine's interests.
Well, and if I may, the way that we do that is we basically put pressure on them to do things like if they're not doing single bill voting laws, if they're not doing term limits and age limits for all Congress and staff, mandatory drug testing for all Congress and staff, if they're not criminalizing lobbying, if they're not doing 7-figure fines and expulsion for insider trading, if they're not going to abolish the Federal Reserve and give the U.S. Treasury authority to issue currency, if they're not going to defund and abolish all antiquated antiquated federal agencies, and if they're not going to review all old laws and purge obsolete laws and statutes, then they are not for the people. And anybody that votes against these laws is not for the people, and they will expose themselves.
Yeah, I guess the issue is whether, and it's a super entertaining day, but the issue is whether this move today will accomplish it. Let's see who the next speaker is. Let's see if he has to cut more deals with the Democrats in order to have a governing majority in the House. Because as you say, it's everyone represents their own district, and that's what they're there to do. And it's not just kumbaya, kumbaya. So fair enough. A lot of these people, I think 30 Republicans represent districts that Joe Biden won in 2020, right? So their interests are maybe a little bit different than Matt Gaetz, who is in a very safe conservative district in Florida and can basically do almost anything, aside from telling Donald Trump to F off, but he could do almost anything else and be reelected. The worry is that, and hopefully it doesn't turn out this way, because McCarthy is a kind of corrupt guy with no ideology one way or the other. So hopefully they can get someone who's even slightly better. The single issue bills is super important. Single appropriation bills. It's been that's part of why spending has gone out of control. But the worry is that those 30, that if they don't find a solution quickly to a consensus speaker among the Republican conference, that the 30, or I think it's 30 plus Republicans who represent districts that Biden won in 2020 will kind of cut a deal with some more pragmatic people in the middle and with the Democrats and say, okay, you'll support, let's say Tom Emmer. I don't know if that's the name they would support, in exchange for dropping some investigations, in exchange for continuing Ukraine funding, or maybe increasing.
But they're already
Ukraine.
doing all that. They've already been giving the Democrats everything that they want. We haven't even gotten a subpoena for Hunter Biden. So there's really nothing to lose. But now at least everybody knows, and they'll have to take ownership of it.
So you wouldn't care if they dropped the impeachment inquiry entirely whatsoever? You wouldn't care? That wouldn't bother you? Or if they increase, or if they increase, or if they
they're not going to impeach Biden anyway.
Oh, they might.
But if they impeach Biden and Harris and we get a good Speaker of the House in there, then Speaker of the House is number 3 in line. So
yeah, but that's literally the impeachment's not impossible. But
as much as I'd love to hear that, that's not realistic. As much as
0% chance. Literally zero. Only the impeachment's not zero. The impeachment's like maybe 10% chance, but the actual removal is 0% chance, because remember, they have to be removed by the Senate, just like President Trump, when they tried to impeach him, had to be removed by the Senate, and it's even he was not removed because they couldn't find enough. I think it's 2/3 or 60 votes, whatever it is, to remove him. So yeah, that's not going to happen. You're not going to have Speaker of the House, whoever, Steve Scalise becomes the next president. That is not going to happen.
Just to let you know, we have a new comment or a new statement from Matt Gaetz. He says we should get to electing a new, more conservative and more trustworthy speaker immediately. I'm calling on Patrick McHenry, who is currently the Speaker pro tem, to reconsider the decision that he just made to send everyone in Congress home for a week. This is not the time to go home for a week. We should stay and elect a new speaker.
That's how you know he's part of the swamp.
Well, breaking news from Fox is Scalise is working backdoor channels to expedite his ability to become Speaker of the House. In addition to that, I've been damning back and forth for 2 days that there's been exceeding pressure on conservative organizations and Republicans and RNC organizations regarding Ukraine. I don't know what's going on over there. Nick, I'll send you some of that info. But there's enough pressure that they need the funding, and I don't know what their next moves are. I don't understand why it's so important and why this is going on. But the DNC will take any crisis as an opportunity for themselves to play out some of their shenanigans. So there's something brewing, that's for sure.
A few people have thrown out Devin Nunes's couple, like journalists and stuff have been throwing out Devin Nunes's name. Jim's gone. I was going to ask Jim if you've heard that.
Robert's here. He might be able to.
What did you ask again, Phenom?
I believe it was Lou Dobbs.
Devin Nunes. A couple people were tweeting about Devin Nunes.
Yeah, I would never accept him as speaker. I'm very thankful for what he did on the Russia hoax thing, and it was brilliant, and it was great, and it was patriotic too, by the way. But he's generally much more establishment in his approach to things, and I'm just not a big fan. I mean, he'd be an improvement probably, but he could be a problem too. That's my concern. There are a lot of other great options or good options that are there, in my opinion. This is just my personal opinion. But I have heard that.
Kash Patel.
Oh, man, I'd love Kash Patel. That'd be fun.
But one thing we have to ask ourselves is who is writing the laws? Because if I'm not mistaken, most of the people that are in Congress currently are having their staff write laws that they themselves, the figurehead, get behind. So, I mean, for example, after 9/11, it didn't take but a couple of months for the Patriot Act, a 2,000-page bill, to make its way onto the House floor and then through the Senate and up to W. Bush. So that means they had this stuff in a desk drawer somewhere waiting to be already written, waiting to be passed. So if we do single bill voting and stuff like that, that limits government power and overreach and spending, but it also causes the congressmen to actually do their freaking job and write the bills that are for the people, not written by their staff. So anybody that we get in there, we have to ensure that these people are actually the ones writing the bills for the people, not the bills being written by their staff that they're the figurehead for. Do you know what I'm saying?
So Jake, first of all, the bills need to be written by staff. So this is why, not because, I mean, I just to make it really clear, it's impossible to be a congressman and sit around and write a bill. But what they should be doing is reading it closely. It takes time to draw up a bill. So there are two ways to do it. Either your legislative staff will write it, or you'll send it out to the Congressional Legislative Service to write it. And it's good to have those people do it because they're working into the details. The problem is, like with Patriot Act, that was written by the Bush administration and by people on the House Intelligence Committee who wanted to do certain things, and they found their opportunity to get it done, and they made it a 2,000-page bill. So the thing is the single subject rule. That's the biggest advancement we could make because, as you properly state, that reduces the number of pages in the bill, but it also does not allow for these creepy add-ons that come in to these massive multi-page bills that are almost impossible to evaluate, especially even on a 72-hour rule. If you put out 1,000+ page bill and you have 72 hours to evaluate it, well, I mean, you could barely read it in that time period, much less really analyze it and take a look at it. And that's the bigger thing that would be a real advancement and the very right thing for Matt Gaetz to fight on, and that all those guys, the 20 did in January.
Well, but if that's the case, or if I may, if that's the case, then I also think we should extend something, no 72-hour rule. We need at least 30 days. And whatever is on the floor of the House or the Senate should be public knowledge. This should be on a government website to where the people themselves can evaluate it for at least 30 days. And now, if it's a single pay or a single bill voting, then that can limit that 30 days. But if they're going to do 2,000 pages, which obviously we don't want that, but if that's what they're going to do, we need to have at least 90 days of that bill that is on the floor being voted on to be on a government website so that that human beings that are actually like care about their country can evaluate what is being written as opposed to just a bunch of congressmen owned by the deep state. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, Jake, that is exactly right what you're saying. Here's the problem. In both caucuses, you have a majority of people that are willing to support speakers that won't do that. And so they vote for the rules. The guys I've worked for, two different guys, always fought against that. And the 72, there's a full 72 hours right now. That was one of the things they were able
And that's
to.
an improvement. That's an improvement over what we had up until
Yeah. So AB, this is the situation. So that was one of the changes that was made in January. Prior to that, from the time I showed up on Capitol Hill in 2010 until January, the 72-hour rule meant, or what in practice was 11:59 on the first day, all day the second day, and then vote on it midday the day after that. Like it was crazy. They were totally narcissistic, selfish, and frankly corrupt And you're absolutely right, Jake. You should have at least a week. I mean, I don't know that it has to be 30 or 90 days, but you should have at least a week plus single subject so that there's time to process this. And your average staff, congressional staff, has 3 to 5 legislative assistants and one legislative director. That's plenty of people if you have a few bills that are single subject for all of them to work on those bills through the week, give a synopsis to their member and run through it with them so that they can understand. That change definitely needs to
But
happen.
if that's the case, then think about this. We elected these people to represent us. We did not elect their staff members. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, that there's people that are corrupt in Congress, okay? We all know that there is. Then what that means is that those corrupt people are going to hire people onto their staff to write the bills for the corrupt people that got them into office in the first place, which means that an unelected body of staffers is writing laws that the figurehead of that is this corrupt politician becomes the figurehead for.
Well,
so do you see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, no, Jake, you're absolutely right. Now, let me tell you 2 things to answer that issue. One of them you may or may not like. The other one is a work in progress. And I've been involved with this for years, even before I went to Capitol Hill in 2010. So the first thing is this. I ran 2 congressional offices. I had a total of about 16 to 18 staffers at any given time in D.C. and in the district. You really need a staff that large. There's so much coming through. You have 740,000 plus constituents. There's a lot of work to do to reply to letters, all this kind of stuff. So, and I know you get that. The thing is, you also have a lot of bills moving. That stuff needs to get worked through a legislative staff. But it is a responsibility for the congressman to read the bills and understand them. I really agree with you there. But here's the second thing. There has been a movement for a long time that, like I say, I've been involved with. It's going on right now. And actually, Jim DeMint's organization is ramping this up. I was just talking to them recently about helping them train staffers. The need to get conservative staffers into congressional offices is real, because that's the key, is hiring the right staffers. When I was hiring staffers, I always asked them one basic question amongst the entire interview. And I would ask them, what are the top 3 thinkers that have influenced your ideas on how to legislate in Congress and on economics? And if they gave me some politician, that was a negative. But if they told me Milton Friedman, Friedrich Hayek, and von Mises, they were almost in like Flint if I thought other things were good. Point being that I had a very sincere focus of getting the right people on my staff. But it's hard for congressmen because they don't know the people up there. So there are efforts like this to help in fact, I'm constantly passing resumes around to various offices. Someone says to me or a group of people I'm talking to, hey, here's a great conservative staffer. Can you get on someone's staff? And the group of us will try to find a way to get them there. There are efforts like that there, and we got to work it. But in terms of having the congressman write the bill, that's very hard to get done. There's so much volume.
Jim, I know Robert has a response. I wanted to ask you, these councils and consulting groups and these NGOs that feed up these policies, there's no way it's not coming from those types of organizations. How do they figure that out? Where's the transparency if a certain council or consulting group or NGO, whether it be from the left or the right, or even, kind of NSA backed, are putting those policies together and so quickly that people are not even going to notice it? Yeah.
So two things. One, there's a problem with that in the sense that on these continuing resolutions, they're only written by the leadership of the 2 parties in each house and maybe a couple of appropriators and the lobbyists. So it can be hard to figure out what specifically they're doing, because when you have these big omnibus packages, even though those lobbying firms must disclose when they're lobbying on a bill, when you have these big monstrosities, it's hard to know which portion. You can figure it out somewhat if you read close, but it's hard to know what portion that they're really trying to do, because all they're required to disclose is a bill number that they're working on, for or against. So there are disclosures there. And on things outside these omnibuses, it's easier to know who's working on what. But it's the omnibuses that make it a problem. It's one of the many reasons these things are so bad. But secondly, there is also there's been a return of the earmark process. And the earmark process requires, and I disagree with it. I don't think we should have earmarks, but we do again. And you have to disclose earmarks, who's promoting what earmarks. And you can figure out better with them what lobbying groups might be involved, because you can also look at their campaign finance reports and see who's given them PAC contributions. So there are ways to do it. You got to do a little research. It's not as clear as it should be, but there are ways to figure that out.
Just
That's
some
why it's
breaking
important.
news. Olivia Beavers, again from Politico, is saying that Representative Jim Jordan is having conversations with House GOP allies as he seriously entertains a bid for Speaker. Two Republicans with direct knowledge tell her.
And by the way, he said on Sean Hannity tonight that he'd be very happy if Trump became Speaker as well, too. But yeah, I'm sure he's looking into it, because I can guarantee you all the people I know on Capitol Hill have bugged Jim Jordan to death about it. And because there are a lot of people who'd like him to be Speaker.
Jim, is it true that Hannity was reporting that Donald Trump said that he would be willing to help out as Speaker if it was needed to help the Republican Party?
Yeah,
I haven't
can I
seen
read that?
yet,
Yes.
but he said in the past.
Can I read that? That was like 20 minutes ago.
Oh, go
So
ahead. Yeah, go
Hannity
ahead,
says,
Robert.
Go ahead.
Hannity, this was on Hannity 25 minutes ago. Sources telling me that some House Republicans have been in contact with and have started an effort to draft former President Donald Trump to be the next Speaker. And I have been told that President Trump might be open to helping the Republican Party if needed. This is Sean Hannity just moments ago. And, if you think about it, we've seen McCarthy and the leadership go to the left of Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton's coming out yesterday talking about a border crisis. And, obviously he was the last time we had a balanced budget, right? So you have Kevin McCarthy and his leadership cronies, Patrick McHenry and all that. They are now further to the left of Bill Clinton. We have so many major crises going on. If you control this spending, it's driving up inflation. Our 10-year Treasury, 4.80 now, 4.8%. It was 0.7% in the Trump years. These agencies, I look back at what were the budgets pre-COVID, and I just picked like 6-7 agencies, just three of them. HUD, where I worked, we had a $40 billion budget in 2019. Now it's $177 billion at HUD, so it's up 400+%. Ag, same thing. They're spending out of control. They lied to Kevin McCarthy, lied to us. They said, well, it's just one time. We'll go back to pre-COVID. It hasn't happened, and that's what's causing inflation. So we need a major disruptor. I think, heck, if President Trump wanted to come in as House Speaker for 100 days, let's do it. Let's disrupt the place.
That's really awesome and fun. But by the way, so everyone knows, to kind of get some numbers here, 2 quick numbers. In 2000, if we took 2017 total government spending and only increase that spending by inflation, we would have a total federal budget of $5.3 trillion. The current federal budget is just under $7 trillion. That's the first thing. The second thing is this: the discretionary spending, which is the portion that Congress actually votes on. When Congress is voting for a continuing resolution, it's on the discretionary spending, not the non-discretionary like Social Security, Medicare, welfare, and some other programs. So the discretionary spending in 2019 was $1.47 trillion. Today, it's just right around 1.7 trillion. Now, that's a massive amount of change in discretionary spending. And it was COVID that did this. And one of the big problems with what's happened recently is that when the CARES Act passed in March of 2020, where we added $2.5 trillion to the regular spending, we have not stopped that pace since. Like, there's been no return. So that COVID spending, the CARES Act and the subsequent bills targeted towards COVID that we've done, we've never reduced that spending since. That should have been it. I don't think it should have been done at all. But if it was going to be done, it should have only been one-time spending for 2020, the fiscal year 2020. They have kept it going. This is how out of control government spending is. It's outrageous to the point now that we have a deficit of $2.2 trillion because, frankly, we cannot tax enough to stay up with this. And people are already going half the year nearly to pay their federal, state, and local taxes. So this is how out of control it is. This is how much Kevin McCarthy has let all the American people down, even though he said in his speech he was working for the American people. No, he wasn't. If he kept his promise, he'd kind of gotten halfway there. We still would be spending too much money, but we would have done better.
Well, as you say, it became the sort of the term for it is baseline, right? The COVID levels of spending, for the CARES Act or whatever, became the new baseline. So then when they do these so-called continuing resolutions, right, or these omnibus, and they just say, okay, we can't agree on anything. Let's kick the can forward by 30 days or 120 days or whatever it is. It's based on whatever the baseline is, and the new baseline, as you say, Jim, is that COVID level of the COVID levels of spending. So you've got to go back to an earlier baseline, as you say, 2017, maybe inflation adjusted 2017 or 2018, inflation adjusted, and that by itself would make things a lot more manageable.
It would help a lot. We also have to get rid of these non-discretionary programs or greatly reduce them. But let me put a little, because you're right about the baseline issue, AB. But let me put a little better feel on this. In the 1990s is when people first started learning about baseline budgeting, thanks to Rush Limbaugh and some others who are actually talking about this system that was so nebulous to most Americans until we got freedom in talk radio in some places. So baseline budgeting at that time was related to the fact that the budget, the whole budget process is the budget committee sets a budget, and then the appropriations committee sets the actual appropriations. And they never followed the budget anyway. But the budget process began at a baseline that was automatically bumped up, quote unquote, for inflation, even though they didn't strictly follow that number. Now those baselines come into play, not because of what used to happen, which is, again, the budget committee just said, okay, we're going to plus all the spending this much, and here's what we're going to start with, instead of starting at zero each year. Now those baselines happen because we push omnibus and CRs. And so what happens is it's not even a baseline issue. It's just, that's why that's what the concept of a clean CR is. When they say we want to do a clean CR, what that means is we're making no changes at all to the budget. And they just keep moving these things forward that way. But they've already plussed it up on a previous CR. Then when we're at September 30th, then they say, well, we'll do a clean CR after they bumped it up earlier in the year. So that's how the process works now, which is far worse than the bad situation we had in the 1990s, which, by the way, wasn't so bad that we couldn't, as I mentioned earlier, and some people may not have heard, but the Office of Management and Budget in 2000 and 2001 did projections. They projected that the American government would pay off the $4 trillion of debt we had on the books then by 2013. And they were concerned about that because then they had to figure out, well, how are we going to deal with the fact that if we pay it all down, then we will have paid off these 30-year treasury bills early. How are we going to deal with that? They were actually talking about that in the OMB document annually those 2 years. This is how far out of whack we've gotten. So even under that old system was better because we were more restrained, even though we were spending more than we should and we were adding more than we should. But
Hey,
we
Jim,
have
can
turned that
I
into
add?
steroids now, and it's far worse than it's ever been.
I want to add this context whenever we're talking about COVID spending, because I think it gets lost from all the censorship we had for 2 years, that the CARES Act was a veto-proof margin. It was veto-proof, and I think people forget that. In fact, President Trump said, Congress found plenty of money for foreign countries, lobbyists, and special interests while sending the bare minimum to the American people. He called it wasteful and unnecessary. So I just think it's important to add that for people that listen.
Well,
to be clear, just because something's passed with a veto-proof majority does not mean it can't be vetoed, because it's still, if you veto something with a veto-proof majority, it's still sent back to Congress. And in the meantime, the president in that case, can use his or in the future her bully pulpit and say, hey, this is ridiculous.
Yeah,
You
but
go
that
to
without
American.
but this margin that just wouldn't have happened. So I'm just being realistic and
Well,
adding that
let me
context.
It could have been adjusted. It could have been
guys.
adjusted.
Yeah,
with his
guys,
with his leadership.
I got to correct a little bit of that story. Phenomenology, you may be talking about a different bill, but not the CARES Act. The story on the CARES Act is that Thomas Massey flew back or drove back actually from Kentucky to Washington, D.C. when he found out that they were going to have the floor open and pass the $2.5 trillion CARES Act with a voice vote on the floor. I had this conversation with Thomas. He's talked about it since. And I remember it very clearly. So he drove back and everybody was in an uproar because everyone thought, well, we can't be around each other. We're going to give us COVID. So, we got to do this emergency funding. So we're just going to voice vote it. Thomas went in there asserting the fact that on Article 1, excuse me, it says of the Constitution, it says Congress must have a quorum to do business. Technically, these post offices that we name on voice votes and all this kind of stuff are really illegally done because you have to have a quorum in the House to do it. So he came back and he was going to call a vote. It pissed everybody off, including Donald Trump. Everybody was on both sides of the aisle. So you're right on veto proof. But Republicans and Democrats were upset with Thomas over calling this vote. And while he was on the floor, Donald Trump was calling him repeatedly to ask him if he was going to do this. When there was discussion on the floor and he could walk away and not lose his place to be able to call the vote, he went into the speaker's lobby and Trump asked him if he was going to call it. And he said, yeah, I'm going to, Mr. President. The Constitution says that we have to do this, and I believe I have to do that. And he was screaming and yelling at Thomas about this. So I just want to be fair on this. I'm still supporting Donald Trump. But
I'm not saying that Trump and Massey didn't have that exchange. I'm just talking about the veto-proof nature of the bill.
All right, but you can still, again, just to be clear, you can still veto something that's passed with a veto-proof majority. And in the meantime, the most popular, by far, Republican in the country, by far, can go out and make the case like, yes, we need some emergency spending, et cetera, but we want to do it without this pork, without this bullshit.
I mean, he already asked for those changes.
Hold on, without these voting.
For those changes.
So wait,
they weren't going to give those changes.
Right.
I have a question for you, Jim. So you're talking about baseline spending here. So that means that they basically keep raising the bar on the budget because they're not dropping it back down to zero. And my question is every year when they pass a budget, they are passing a budget to not only fund the government, but also in doing so, they're passing a budget to fund the over 500 federal regulatory agencies that are a part of the federal government and the whole surveillance spy apparatus, which includes all the deep underground military bases, all of the R&D and all that stuff. So if we were to consolidate the bureaucratic mess that we have in DC and get rid of a bunch of these bureaucratic agencies that were, say, created under the New Deal, that would drastically reduce the spending that we have to do every year because we're not having to fund all of these obsolete agencies. And that may help us to pay off whatever debt we have if we were to, say, reduce spending through creating a budget cut regarding getting rid of obsolete bureaucratic agencies. Yeah?
Well, so at this stage in our budget, so we currently have just under $7 trillion total spending, discretionary, meaning the programs that they actually pass in the CR every year, and non-discretionary, which is Social Security, Medicare, and all them, that we're just going to spend whatever because the program is in the law and you don't budget for it. You just spend whatever was came through those programs. So right now at 1.7 trillion, it is about 25-30% of the budget. So would it have an effect? Absolutely, a positive one. But that's much different than the 1990s and before, where discretionary spending was much closer to 50% of spending. So it's it would have a positive difference. The bigger issue right now, even though we've got to do something about Social Security and Medicare. It's just outrageous where we're at. And by the way, our debt, which we're going to be paying over $1.2 trillion every year just to service the debt. That's out of our budget immediately. But what we definitely need to do is get rid of the programs like the surveillance programs and some of those things that are really unconstitutional based upon the Bill of Rights, that we need to shut down, and we need to shut down aspects of the DOJ. And I think we need to totally reform FBI. We either need to break it up in parts or get rid of it wholly, which we could do, in my opinion. But
Well,
so
but now,
it's more a policy issue now.
okay, so because of the way that everything is structured in the government, like when it comes to compartmentalization and stuff like that, what we've come to find is that, for example, the CIA has their own wing of surveillance that is akin to the NSA's wing of surveillance. And we kind of have a bunch of these federal agencies that in many cases are based on mass surveillance, all kind of doing the same job. So when you talk about like restructuring and, defunding certain portions of the government, what we're talking about is more so consolidation, and therefore we would be actually more efficient and it would cost less money. Am I correct?
You are correct. And it would return our freedoms.
Correct. So, and now this is the other thing. So, based on statutory construction, the legislative branch has essentially handed over their regulatory capabilities of regulating commerce within the states and between the states. They have handed that over to the bureaucratic agencies. So, that being said, if these bureaucratic agencies are, say, doing the bidding of big pharma or what have you, other NGOs, Lockheed Martin, etc., then these massive contracts that are being given out to these NGOs through these bureaucratic agencies, if these things were consolidated, those contracts would basically be eliminated from the budget, because those contracts, if they are in fact a part of the surveillance state, which is against the Constitution, because they violate the Constitution, they would be void, and that would also reduce government spending, correct?
Yeah, it is correct.
So then there are solutions for these problems. And this is kind of what it is that I was saying earlier, you guys, about like, if our congressman, if the next Speaker of the House isn't delineating all of the things like what it is that I said earlier, then they're not on our side. Then they are for themselves, for maintaining their jobs. They are for maintaining the status quo. And it's obviously a disorganized mess of compartmentalized groups doing the same job and charging top dollar. It's obviously a mess of non-NGO, non-government organizations getting these massive contracts so that they can basically move our public dollars into their private hands. And if the Speaker of the House, or if the Senate Majority Leader, or if the President of the United States, if these people are not proposing the things that we're talking about, then that is indicative that they are not on our side. And if it's clear to us, and if what it is that I'm delineating here, and you're confirming, Jim, is so true, if the guy in horns and face paint can understand the country and its problems better than see these people on the Fox News debate stage that are running for president, we have a problem.
Jake, follow me, by the way, and we'll talk privately. But
yeah.
Also,
so we've been going for about 9.5 hours now.
Hey, real quick, I want to say to Jake, and Jake, by the way, you understood what's at stake well enough that you were trying to cause calm to happen on January 6th. And it was fun-loving, of course. But that's the thing. You got punished for it, and that was absurd and wrong. But the point I'm making is not only to praise you as is worthwhile, but to say that's the way we should be thinking about it always. Like, it's average Americans who understand what the freak is happening here. They don't understand the details because everyone's asking me questions because I've got experience, and I'm glad to answer it. I'm very glad to answer. But what we don't get is that Americans do understand what's wrong. The only time they don't understand is when there's not transparency in the issue. That's really wrong. And so I wanted to praise you for what you've done, but just to praise everyone that's in this space right now, because I know every one of you gets what this problem is.
Yeah. So guys,
great ideas by Jake, by the way. Really, the single issue stuff, the holding them for at least a week, or definitely much longer than we do right now before we vote on them, putting them on the internet. These are just basic good government ideas that would be good for Democrats and Republicans, to be honest with you. They're good ideas.
So, guys, we've been going
Which
for
is why
about
McCarthy's
nine
gone
and
now.
a half hours now, and we're going to go ahead and wrap for now, especially because it looks like Congress or the acting speaker has decided that he's going to, after 6 weeks off, we're going to give Congress another week off. So that's fantastic, very productive, guys.
Nick,
And then
to be fair, if you've ever taken
Before you end it, can I just ask a question really quick? Have you guys seen the information coming out? And maybe you already talked about this and I missed this part, just about Pelosi and the whole kind of like behind the scenes thing going on with Pelosi.
Yeah.
Have you already talked about that?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So
Yeah,
Wait,
yeah.
that she hasn't vacated her office for 308 days? Is that what you're talking about?
Right. Yeah.
I was just going to say, to be fair, Nick, if you've ever gone on a long trip before, a business trip or vacation, sometimes you do need a few days to recover, a vacation to recover from your vacation. So we could sympathize a little bit, maybe. Just kidding.
Not to defend Nancy Pelosi at all in this, but the fact is they've given these offices to former speakers consistently. I think it's a waste of money. They can go figure out things on their own. They don't need to have an office, especially when many of them go and lobby. And now I mean, it's bad enough that any former member can walk onto the floor anytime they want, and they're lobbyists, many of them. But this office is a real problem.
What happened to her moving to Italy? She wanted to be an ambassador to Italy.
Anything to get her out of the country.
She's power hungry. Let her pay for it herself, though, right?
Yeah, she's got the money for it. She buys $15 a pint ice cream, and there's been a bunch of insider trading with her husband.
Hey, quick question for Nick and Jim. Do you guys think that because there is going to be a little bit of a break before they resume contemplation on this issue next week, do you think it would make sense for former President Trump to weigh in with his preferred candidate, and sort of that would obviously put it heavily in that person's favor when they come back next week and say, hey, I prefer Scalise, I prefer Emmer, I prefer whoever the person might be? Or should he stay out of it, in your opinion?
I'm really hoping that Donald Trump will nominate himself. I think that would be, kind of fucking awesome.
He had another
endorsement.
Allow me to take the opportunity to nominate myself then, because if nobody else is going to bring these issues to the forefront, I will.
Only if you promise to wear the horns when you're.
Yeah, Jake, you already did that on January 6th. You already nominated yourself.
No, I was in the Senate. This is for the House, and I'll wear the horns. Dude, we've been getting swindled by snake oil salesmen in suits for decades. If it takes horns and face paint to shatter the glass ceiling and expose the lies, then I'll take that any day.
Hey, if we're closing, I want to ask Jim and Robert, and do you think there is any real possibility that Trump could get nominated, and even what kind of votes do you think he could get?
I have an opinion, but I'll let Robert
Congressman Greg Steube just called for electing President Trump as Speaker, at least on an interim basis, whatever. But I don't know. I mean, anything can happen. They don't want Hakeem Jeffries, right? So you got to get somebody that's going to get a majority to prevail. McCarthy's out, obviously, won't get the votes. They're talking about Byron Donalds, Andy Biggs, Jim Jordan. I think maybe the couple days off of really posturing here will be good. I don't think we have the time, but they've got this retreat tomorrow. I think there's a Dianne Feinstein memorial Thursday. They should probably come back Friday and start working on this stuff. But no, I think it might.
Who's Dianne Feinstein going to vote for Speaker?
Exactly. How many votes?
I think they'll give her a proxy vote. So, but my thought is I don't see how it can happen, because I think there are enough people that won't do it. But I would certainly love to see it. I think it would be fun. But I think you're going to see it shake out. Now that I've heard that Jim Jordan's making phone calls, I don't think he's going to be it. But I think the potentials are going to be Tom Emmer, Steve Scalise, Byron Donalds may make a pitch at it, and Jim Jordan. I think those are the only ones that I can tell that would have the kind of interest to want to do it. That's just my read. I could be very wrong, and we'll find out.
My money's on Scalise in terms of seniority. He has a little bit more respect among conservatives, but also a lot of respect among establishment people in the House. I think I'd put my money on him if I was a betting man, which I am.
If he would keep his promises that would inevitably have to be made here, then he could do very well. I think he has a more conservative tack to him than McCarthy does, but he also has an establishment tack, and that concerns me greatly. Again, I'll repeat.
And health issues. He's got health issues
all the time.
Yeah, and I'm going to put my money on this space ending within the next 30 seconds because I have the button. So But anyway,
Thank you, Nick.
yeah, it's
Thank you,
been
Nick.
a
Thank you,
pretty
Jim. Thank you, Tara.
great
Thank
space.
you.
Tara, Jim,
Tara and
hanging
Jim.
in here for the longest time,
And
and
guys, I'm gonna
and
say
you know,
we'll do
and this no, Jim,
no,
no.
we'll do this again to try to follow with what's going on. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, no, we definitely will. We definitely will. Yeah, and you know, so we did have a couple of, and we've been talking about this in the background. We have some names that have committed this week, but they've committed kind of off the record a little bit because you know it's a lot of them don't want to. We like to have them come in without announcing it first because we don't need a bunch of let's say asshats coming in here and just ruining the party.
But
When we
Nick,
have
I
them in.
told
We
you,
like
I
to
told
just
you,
bring them in, but
Nick, I warned you that the congressional aides would not allow them to come on tonight. It's
it
too
had
much.
nothing to do with the congressional aides. These are direct text messages. So
Okay, no, fair enough,
trust
fair
me,
enough.
it's not. No, congressional aid. See, you get to the point where you finally learn, and even Jim knows this. You avoid the congressional aides as much as you can because, you know, political strategists are just not, they're not real people. They're just essentially bodyguards. And so if it were up to them, they would never talk to anybody in the media. The Congress people would never talk to anybody in the media. So it's always it should be up to the Congress people
I
all the
wouldn't
time. But
either if I were them.
no, I wouldn't. No, I definitely wouldn't either. But
The
yeah, guys,
media
we definitely
sucks.
appreciate you coming. We're gonna do this more often. Actually, I think this has been a really productive space. We've had a lot of great people up. We've had regular Joes. We've had, you know, Capitol Hill refugees, as I said, Jim. That's what Jim is, and it's been really interesting. All people from all walks of life we've had over the last 9.5 hours. So we're going to keep this up. We're going to do it more often. Probably we're going to try to do it several times a week. And so just stay tuned. Follow Tara, Jim, everybody on the panel, and
Follow
we
Nick.
appreciate you guys coming.
Great job, guys. Great job. Great space.
Thank you, Nick.
Have a good night, guys.
Jake will
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Have a good night, guys.
Jake will
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.